What do you think about like the right wing and really politics in general becoming? What do you think about them going like crazy?
What is it about Tate that makes people think he is a good person to associate with? And then they tell me that they have morals and values. Like, yeah, you must. It's just very different from mine, bro.
I feel like a big part of conservatism is the aesthetic of things more so than the actual reality of things. I saw JD Vance say like, sure, some relationships and marriages were abusive or violent, but ultimately it was better for the children, which we all know is not true. But I was watching this channel called Kings and Generals where they were talking about the fall of the Roman Empire and like Roman philosophy and stuff like that, and how like Roman conservatives would blame the fall of the empire on like there weren't enough great strong men. It's like, okay, so like your empire spans all these miles. You do know you've got rebellion here, famine here, you've got insurrection here, you've got internal conflict here, your troops are stretched thin, it's hard to feed people here. No, great men. Okay, like, but you see this recurring theme today.
Tell me how his audio is, especially in relation to mine. I feel like his audio is much better than mine. I feel like I sound quiet.
Say that, but that's just not true. Stop flattering me.
I don't know, bro. You sound like you're ASMRing in my ear right now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why would I want that to happen? Okay, let's see. What do we do about this to make this right?
Nothing. You don't change anything. I changed it on my end. It says everyone says we sound pretty good. Okay, guys, you better not be lying to me, though. All right. You have been popping off. Your channel has been going. My audience loves it. We love watching people, hit their stride.
Ava Chris.
You're the one who's blowing up right now.
No, you're blowing up right now. What are you talking about? I'm on a steady uphill climb, as per usual.
I don't know about. I mean, yeah, but like I saw that your video is about to hit 100,000. By the way.
Yeah, it is. So. Yeah. It's because I use Abba and Preach to bring in those views. It's Myron. It's actually it's not even Abba and Preach. It's Fresh and Fit. As much Fresh. Myron's right. People love to talk shit about him, and honestly, it's great content.
Well, they're kind of like lol cows in a way. I just discovered that
they literally are.
They're good for some of my biggest videos are actually covering their issues. So yeah, but don't discredit yourself. You earn those views. So
I mean, honestly, I also I think within 42 or 48 hours, 1,000 people subscribed. So they obviously liked what they saw, which is good. I mean, that's what you need, right? You need people to see you and for a part of the audience to subscribe to you. And that's what it is. I always say, with 8 billion people on the planet, there's at least a million that kind of are weird enough to like me, That's kind of how I think
Nah,
think about it.
But yeah. Nah, you make good content.
I like my content.
Or something like you're out here uploading ISIS
a lot
videos. You're chilling.
I thought you were gonna say I upload a lot. Now that I upload ISIS videos.
Yeah. No,
obviously, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. You're cool.
How are you feeling with your content though? You're really you've really got your niche carved out. Do you feel good about it?
Yeah. I mean, a month ago, I was like, this might be my last year, and then I'm retiring because this shit is not working. I was ready to just quit, and then it just happened. I was just like, I would look at the videos, and I would be like, I would imagine 100,000 views, and it would be sitting at 100 views after 8 hours, and I would just imagine, and then it just happened. So.
Yeah. Well, I think the video you made about leaving the right? That video really hit. And that, I think, resonates with a lot of people. I mean, I think we all have a story, for those of us who grew up political, from going from one end to another, maybe. Some people stay in the same, little political bubble they're raised in. But even I have that story of, leaving the right. And then you realize, yeah, this is a story that people can definitely relate to.
Yeah, a lot of people were like... That video, I almost wanted to just disappear. It's just every time I open up my YouTube, it's just another comment, and it's just blowing up is not overrated, but it's this is the bullshit I have to deal with now. So it's yeah, but the biggest thing that I took away was I am not ready. I used to be, I was more ready when I was 21. I was I want to do this and do that, and then you get older and you're oh, there's other stuff that comes with this, and then I was wait, hold up, no. So yeah, 2 hit videos within a month was definitely not it was planned for, but it wasn't expected. It was wait, what the fuck? This, I wanted this to happen, but whoa. But
yeah. No, there's a huge in my early 20s, I got a couple of videos that hit like 1 million views, and my brain just like couldn't process it. And I was like, what is happening? And I got like big jumps from those videos way back in the day. And then now they're privated and stuff. But what comes with that is an audience that now has an expectation of you. And I was like, oh, I didn't mean for these videos to be like the defining factor of my brand. Like I was
Yeah.
just doing a one-off. And
Hmm.
so now, like, even with my recent videos that have done pretty well, at least it coincides more with the brand. So if people come in, they can expect more of it, which makes me feel better. But even
Right.
so, you do wake up and you look at your comments, and I'm just like, oh, people who don't know me, understand my context, just run with these like accusations and thoughts about me. And I would just have to be like, this is it. But I think I'm ready. I'm 35 now. I think I'm ready to hit my stride and be a little bit bigger. But it does come with that concept. Even Asmongold. Do you watch Asmon at all? Do you know who Asmon
I've
is?
I've heard that he doesn't like clean his room or stuff. Like
That, okay, well, that's one way to look at Asmon, yes. But he says, like, even for him to this day, he's like so amazed that people just don't understand when he's being funny or understand when he's being humorous or understand. And I'm like, this is content creation. Content creation is finding the people who get you and realizing that there are going to be people who don't, and that's okay too. It's just as okay. You know what I mean?
yeah, we've discussed this before, and I mean, like I told you, like some people are just stupid. Like that's what I realized. It's just like some of y'all, you're that
Yeah.
person. You need help. You need someone to just hold your hand. Like another thing I realized is like people will comment without watching, which is
Oh
like
my God, drives me
embarrassing. Like I don't
crazy.
understand it. Like I only started commenting on videos after I became a content creator, but before
Yeah.
I would never. Even now, I don't comment like that, and it always
Hmm.
shocks me when people go to the comment section and say something. I'm like, the answer is like 5 minutes away from like.
30 seconds even
Yeah,
sometimes.
and I'm like,
Like,
you look,
yeah.
you look stupid. Now I'm like, it's like, why would you even say that for somebody to then go and like respond to you and be like, it's right here at this minute at this second? It's just
Literally.
ridiculous.
No, that okay, that even FD Signifier recently said that in a video. He's like, "Y'all, please watch the video first." And I was like, "Please watch the video." But then that's the thing, they
Yeah.
don't. But then that's also, at least what's this called? Like interaction with YouTube and the algorithm at least. But it
Hmm.
is kind of funny. Or like I made this video about this one video essayist guy. And even his commenters were trashing. They just came on my video and trashed my video. And the comments are still up because they're so funny. But they were like, wow, look at even Brittany's viewers disagree with her. I was like, none of you are my viewers. Like, no, you guys drowned out my audience.
That
And then they
happens.
sit here, they play like 40 chess with me. They're like, oh, see, even your audience hates you. I was like, you're not my audience. Like, it's so
Yeah.
funny. But then it shows you like how interesting YouTube is. You just like talk about bubbles. Their little bubble came into mine, and I was like, oh, and it's kind of
Yeah.
interesting. Yeah.
YouTube
Hmm.
does that. They'll fling your video to like the wrong people, and then they light your ass up. It's happened to me before, and it's
Bro,
bad. I just ignore
it's
it
so
because
funny.
sometimes they are funny. Sometimes they have like funny little roast and shit, and it's just like you just take your L and you hope that your next video lands on the right audience. But sometimes that
Hmm.
algorithm sends you to hell.
Oh, I
That
got Andrew
happens.
Tate's viewers the other day on my Andrew Tate video. And to be fair, I was pretty spicy with the title. But like they came in and the way they are crying in those comments for their boy. And I'm just like, this is so funny. And their comments are so different. Like the way they talk is different. Even the way they write out a sentence is so different and specific. But they run like they're like, name something, name a crime he did, name a crime he did. I was like, I don't have to. He's already named all his crimes. And then I showed clips in my videos. And of course, they don't care. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh,
it's
okay.
yeah. Realizing that some people can watch the evidence and
Uh,
still deny it was like a reality for me that
mm-mm.
I'm still having a hard time accepting. Where it's like, oh, like I can show you where you went wrong or where the person that the topic of the video went wrong, and you'll still like disagree. Okay, okay. I've
Yeah.
realized
Yeah.
like, and that's helped me like cope a little bit better because I'm
Mm.
like, because I'll find myself trying to figure out like, okay, did I fuck up? And it's like, no, I didn't. It's just it's just the world. It's just the way everything works. So
Yeah. Yeah. I've
but
been having a lot of fun though. I won't lie. I've got this like little pool of haters who make content on me, and I just like end up making content dissecting it, and then it ends up bringing me more viewers and more subscribers. So
I
the
don't know
irony is
how you
like
do that.
haters kind of pay your bills. Like they kind of pay your bills a little. Like it's kind of funny. But yeah, like it kind of I realized because at first I was like, this is horrible being taken out of context and being accused. And then I was like, wait, let me meditate on this. And I was like, okay, okay, okay. Oh, this is my chance to like prove I'm right. Oh, okay.
How
And
do
then I
you
used it
do
like that,
that?
and I was like, got it. I cried a lot first because I stressed. I'm like,
Right.
what is happening? Because you've got thousands. You just wake up one day to like
You and the
all these
blunt.
comments. I know this is my cigarette. This is my fake cigarette that I don't smoke.
Oh.
Blunts are illegal in Croatia.
Oh,
That's
we don't
this.
wanna. Yeah, we
You
don't wanna. Yeah.
know. But like, yeah, I'm just sitting here like stressing, and then I'm like, oh, wait, this is internet warfare. Oh,
Yeah.
this is how you build. I'm in the commentary space, so I better commentary.
Right.
And then I realized like I'm just the subject matter. So now I'm seeing my faces and thumbnails. I'm seeing more content made about me than I've ever seen. And I'm like, well, it's working. Thanks,
Yeah.
guys. Like, and then if the video is really good, I might respond to it. But most of them, honestly, my haters need to upgrade their technology because their videos are not good to look
I
at. They're
don't
not interesting
understand
enough.
that. Like, I've seen some of the hate videos towards you, and I'm always just like, I hope she doesn't respond. Like, I'm always like, I hope she just doesn't give it any life. And then like I go to your channel and there's a response, and I'm just like, how did she do that? And that's just, it's always impressive because it's just, if it was me, I've trained myself over time to just like be prepared for, because I know it's coming, and it's just like I'm just gonna ignore it. I can't.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people where it's like, if we're not in real life beefing, like I'd rather just, and I know it's gonna be hard too, because like it just like the human mind is not built for like people misconstruing your existence, your
Oh,
ideas. Hundreds
it's
of
weird.
thousands of people. It's not the brain is not built for this shit. That's one thing I've realized is
Mm-mm.
like you have to almost be like kind of weird to navigate this shit successfully for a
Yeah.
long period of time. So
I do. Well, I think that's why you can kind of tell like people are too online because that's why I always try to balance out my real, not that this isn't real, Brittany, this is what I'm doing right now, but my family life, my offline life with
yeah,
this reality that I'm clocking into a job and there's an expectation. And honestly, as much as I am doing philosophy and other stuff, I'm also doing entertainment. So there's an element of that where like, that's where the humor comes in and kind of the like tongue in cheekness and like looking
yeah,
at the camera and be like, oh, like gagging on my own jokes. But I was at Disneyland a couple of years ago now. Oh no, a year ago, about a year ago. I was at Disneyland before I came to Europe, and I was in the bathroom, and a woman comes up to me. She goes, "Are you Brittany Simon?" And I was all like, "Yes." And I was like, she's like, "I just," and it was not, you're just sitting there washing your hands, and she's just like, "I just want to say, thank you for being one of the only female voices in the commentary space. Like, we really need you there." And I was like, "Oh." And from then on, I was like, "Oh,
wow,
yeah." Like, I never thought about it, but I'm probably one of the only girls in this space that like isn't trying to be in the boy bubble exactly. I'm trying to like make sure the girls are like voiced. My audience is mostly women.
hmm
And I realized like, oh yeah, like I remember I was watching like a bunch of people in this space talk about how much women they have in their audience. They're like, I have 10% women. I have 20% women.
yeah.
And I'm like,
I have 20. I don't know how that's possible.
you have 20%?
Yeah, I don't know
I could see that.
how.
I could see that.
What do you mean
Well,
you
you're
can see?
well, first of all, if you collab with people like me, that's already one leg up because my audience is 60% women.
True.
Right? So you're going to get my girls coming into your audience thinking Rashad's gentlemanly. He's nice. He's progressive or at least liberal. He's not like a Trumper in that way. He's not anti-LGBT. He's not anti-abortion, right? He's not anti any of those things. So he can be sort of like, he's not, he can be trusted kind of, like, and I think that's nice. So I wouldn't be surprised if you had 20% women. Unlike, like, I think Sneeko said he is a 95-5. So like
Jesus
95% boys.
Christ. Yo, that's a nightmare scenario for me. I can't do that, bro. I can't do
So,
that. That'd be a nightmare.
that's a lot. That's a lot of boys right there.
But actually, like a lot of when I did that debate on like Hippy Dippy, a lot of people in my comment section were like, "There's no women here. There's no women here," and I was like, "I don't run this show." But like number
That's
two,
pretty
like
funny.
we do need more women in this space. It's just like I don't know if you saw that debate, but it got kind of
No,
like
I didn't.
unhinged.
Wait.
It it got kind of crazy. I'm not saying women can't handle it. I'm just saying should women be subjected to the bullshit that happens in these
Mm,
spaces because it's
mm.
like people don't act right. Like a lot of the shit that flies in like left wing liberal spaces, it's so divorced from like normal human interaction. I don't even know we should be like as even us in this space. I'm like, how the fuck? It's entertaining, but it's like the same time, it's like, why do we
Yeah.
do this shit? It's just the infighting and shit like that. But I'm not ready
Yeah,
for
I
people
would
to walk
say
up.
it's hard to say because I remember one time I was on a panel with Wick in there, and I love Wick and everything, but there was a girl who came on the panel, and she's like one of my top haters, which I appreciate her, shout out. But like Wick was interviewing me and another girl, and she comes on the panel and goes, "You're the reason women have a hard time in this space because men won't take it seriously because of you." And I was like, "Girl, get off their dicks, girl. They're not even making you come. Why are you working so hard for these men? Like they are working so hard for these men and they're not even coming after. Like, my God." And so a part of it is like, look, ultimately, gender shouldn't even play a role this hard, but the fact that it is in this bubble means that there's not going to be a space for women to really be seen as anything other than a woman. And to a man, that's not very much.
Yeah, I
In
feel
the
like
bubble, in this space.
yeah, I feel like in this space, like if you're not really like there's definitely an archetype people want, and if you don't fit
Yeah.
that, you're gonna get like people are gonna. It's just like every video, like every other chat that I appear on, I'm low tier god. Apparently, I don't know
Oh
how,
my God.
but
Stop.
like
That's so
for some
funny. You guys
reason,
could be cousins. Maybe this is the voice or something. I don't even know.
theoretic. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Like I mean, but yeah, it's an odd space. But what were we were gonna talk about
Philosophy, maybe?
yeah,
Evil
maybe
versus joy.
possibly maybe
I don't
you
know.
said
You
what?
tell me. Well, how? Like, will you tell me what's been on your mind in that regard? Because everyone loved the conversation we had had prior. I think it was really
Really?
good. I wish I had. Now that I go back, I'm like, ugh. I wish I communicated my points a little bit better. But at the same time, like that's the point of learning another person and having a conversation and figuring out how the other person talks. You know what I mean?
You did
So
good. I was like, I'm looking back, I'm like, I don't even want to watch this shit because I'm like, I'm looking at my performance and I'm like, ugh, okay,
no, it was great.
this
People loved
wrong.
that combo.
Well, one thing you said that you didn't say, one thing you said in one of your streams that I took down
Hmm.
because I was like, oh, this is interesting, is you said there's no such thing as like great men, like there's no such thing as like a great
Mm,
man, and I'm curious as to like a lot of your takes are there's a lot of detachment that goes on with it, like a detachment of the person from like grandiosity or a sense of goodness or a sense like there's almost like this kind of just like blank canvas. Explain that. Like what do you mean by there's no such thing as like a great man? Like
yeah. Well, it's funny. I get on the internet and you see these people who just go and brag about being these great men. I'm a great man. I'm a great man. Look at what I did. And the truth is they've done great things, but I'm not convinced that makes them a great man. And I think I kind of take from Marcus Aurelius in this regard. If you've read Meditations, he kind of references this, where he has lots of passages where he says, look, at the end of the day, one, no one's going to remember you. The irony is that we're still talking about him. So people kind of remember him. But
right.
even so, Marcus Aurelius, and I'm paraphrasing very badly, but he says, um, be good to your wives, and be good to your slaves. And I said, oh yeah, good point, Marcus. I'll keep that in mind. So, and you think about this great man and you think about all the ways he wasn't great. And then you think of all the
Right.
ways that that makes it complicated. So this idea of a great man is sort of complicated because great men do horrible things to become great men. And then the question is, why do we give them all of this credit as if to say, regardless of all the bad things, at least they became great because of it? And I would like to say that humans just are, and then they do their best and they live with their sense of honor and then they die. But to put them on a pedestal to say like they're almost as if to say they are without fault, I think is a mistake, and I think it's an ego thing.
Don't you think there's some like value in pedestalization in some sense? Like maybe because I feel like as social creatures, we oftentimes look towards someone, like even like on family level, like we pedestalize our parents or an
Sure.
older member of the family who's really talented or really smart or whatever. There's maybe almost like a cultural value and sometimes even like a philosophical value in
Mm.
pedestalizing someone who's done something great. Obviously, we make the mistake of like ignoring the bad shit they did, but is there something, do you think there's a value in the pedestalization of like people in certain societies or any society?
It depends on the perspective you're coming from, right? I mean, ultimately, to pedestal is to say that this person is above us. And
Right.
that's
On
sort
some
of
level, yeah.
right. But then if you're coming from the perspective of the person being pedestalized, you definitely could use that to your advantage to take advantage of people,
Right. If you're,
right?
yeah.
If you're on the other side of it, you might be a person who's deluding yourself into thinking your leader is better than they are because you've decided to pedestal them as if you can't hold them accountable because now they're above you. There's a lot of
Right.
disadvantages, I think, but I think what we're looking for is not someone to pedestal, it's somebody to lead. And I don't think you need to pedestal a leader. I think you need to choose them out of discernment and wisdom. But I don't think that's humans' default right now. I think from just like looking at the macro of humans as like a civilization, we're just on a journey of figuring out who is the leader and what does it mean to be a good leader. I mean, these are questions that we are still trying to figure out now. What is love? What is a great man? And I don't think human beings have the answers, because the answers that they give us that I think are already presented are the right ones, but they also don't match the way we function in society. Like, I was having a political conversation with somebody in my family, and they were like, why should I have to pay for abortion? I was like, why should I have to pay for your wars? Oh, see, it's called compromise. I pay for your war, you pay for the abortion. It's called a society. It's
Right.
not perfect, it's what it is. You know, at the end of the day, we all have to compromise in a society. When we're talking about the individual's relationship with introspection, compromising on your morals is a much different conversation. In society, we all have to compromise. It's how society functions. And that's why my work is primarily focused on the individual, because that's where we end up having to go to sleep at night and live with ourselves and have these conversations about things we do directly in our everyday. And so I think from a societal perspective, sure, pedestal a leader so we can get shit done.
Right.
But from a personal perspective in your own life, you pedestal your parents only to grow up and realize, oh, your parents don't know as much as you thought because you put them on this pedestal. So instead, in your individual life, I would say to humanize the experience and to say, my parents are me on a journey, on a different timeline. Because realistically, like, if we had babies and we had families, we would be someone's parents. And I'm just me, girl, watching anime, minding my business, catching up on One Piece.
Right.
And then on top of that, you're going to pedestal me. And then we do that naturally as children, only to get, I think, the reality check that our parents are just people on a journey.
Okay. I mean, okay, so what if we just subtract parents and family? Let's just say
Sure.
someone who's like, you look up to, like, maybe a great world leader or a musician or whatever the case might be. I think there's something to be said that I think some people are, I don't want to say better, but there are some people that just, there are some people who are just, they're just great people. Not in the sense of like
Sure.
they're necessarily the kindest people, but some people just have that path in life where they just do great things. They're just one of those people. Have you ever, because I do this all the time and I'm curious about you because you definitely explore this a lot more mentally than I do, but do you ever find yourself deriving like energy or a sense of drive or purpose from another person's success? Maybe someone you look up to, someone you might subconsciously see as a great person, but you might not consciously engage in that way. But on a subconscious level, you look at them and you say, yo, this person's done something I admire and I want to pull some of their energy and maybe, you know, if that makes sense.
Be inspired by them for sure. I think I'm
Yeah.
inspired by people all of the time. And I think that's good. I think it helps motivate us. But you and I, just because we're content creators alone, we are the category of person that is more likely to do more than the average person who's doing what's expected of them. Like, this is not expected of us. So in order to do this thing that isn't expected of us, we have to go against the expectation. We have to fight the stereotype that we don't have a real job. We have to do so many things in order to maintain this as a reality. To this day, people tell me like, "Oh, are you still doing that stuff?" And I'm like, "That stuff?" Like, it's so funny. And I'm
Right.
like,
Right.
when are we going to learn that YouTube's a job, right? But the problem is that I think there is a difference between it being inspired by somebody and becoming enamored by somebody. I've got somebody in my life who's a great example of this. They just pedestal every single person. It's like, oh my gosh, look at this amazing person. I wish I could be like that. And they almost do this thing where they separate that person from themselves. But I think you're talking about doing the other thing, which is to say, if they can do it, I can do it.
Yeah, on so yeah,
That's
kind of
different.
like eliciting like a sense of like, okay, if this person can get it done, what can I take from them? But
Right.
I don't want to act like there's no, because I would love to be like, oh, like I don't idolize, you know, XYZ person, but on a subconscious level, you kind of do, right? Because
You're
you're
impressed by
almost,
them.
you're impressed, but you're also so much so that you kind of like derive a sense of like motivation from what they've done
Mm,
in a
mm,
way. And I feel like there is a place for idolization of people um healthily, and I think that's like a part of society that maybe we haven't mastered as society, but I definitely think it's something that we're never going to be able to walk away from as social creatures, because we derive a sense of purpose from from the people who came before us, right?
Sure.
Whether it's family or someone you just look up to. So when you said there's no such thing as like a great man, I was very curious about that, because I'm like, well, I think there is, but I understand
Mm.
what you mean when you say that. It's almost kind of like I don't know if you mean it literally so much so as you mean like there's more to that person than just their greatness that maybe people aren't seeing.
Or maybe we would define a great man differently. Like there's always that conversation about, isn't a great man a man who puts food on his table? Isn't a great man a man
Yeah.
who leads an army? Who is a great man truly? So could you give me an example of a healthy idolization that you could think of as an example, even if it's abstract, just so I have an idea of what that look like for you?
Yeah, I would say like a healthy idolization would be just knowing what you do and don't want to take away from someone, right? Like
Mm.
I'm like the biggest McGregor fan, but like there's
Hmm.
some things Connor's done where I'm like, okay, I can't do that, but there's some things he has done where I'm like, okay, this I have to like incorporate this or learn from this. This is not only is this really really impressive, no one's done it like this before. There's something to take away
Mm.
from that. I think ironically enough, like I oftentimes see people like try to strip successful people of certain things to make themselves feel better. Like, oh, this person had it all handed, or this person, they're like a plant, or like whatever the case might be. And I've always tried, and maybe this is like a symptom of like my habit of idolization, but I always look to see what can I take from this person's story. Because oftentimes I find that like successful people go through the same shit, they just don't talk about it. Like they have the same setbacks and the same BS, but it's so far back in their past that all they talk about is the good things. So
Yeah, for
oftentimes,
sure.
like in my idolization, I'll look for things like, okay, what can I take, but what do I leave behind? I'd say that's a healthy idolization, but there's also the aspect of like, yo, like I don't shy away from the idea of this is a great person or this is one of the
Mm.
great people to ever live. Like I do kind of like engage in that mindset of like, yo, this person is like in that
Name
like
one.
group.
Name somebody. Who?
I mean, you got the problem is like anyone you name, like you uncover some like all those war crimes Caesar has on his list. It's like, well,
Yeah.
you're looking a little shoddy over there. It's not
Sure.
a good look. I mean, like George Washington owned slaves. I mean, it's like, um, it's a tough one. You know what I mean? Like, but like just I guess like people like that, like great political leaders and leaders of armies and stuff like that.
Are they great because they did something other people didn't do, or are they great
That's a part
because
of it.
why?
Yeah. I feel like
Yeah.
there is like that comparison aspect of like you did something other people did not do. And I think that's kind of
Sure.
like the basis of all idolization. You did something someone else did not or could not do or isn't doing.
Yeah.
You've reached something that someone else hasn't reached, or you've managed to create something someone else hasn't been able to create. I feel like that's kind of the basis of all like like if like you're a fucking like witch doctor in some tribe like 1,000 years ago, or you've got this ability that no one else in the group has, so we look at you a certain way.
Yeah, I would say that you're not idealizing in the way that I would say you are choosing to observe and discern what to take from a person's lived experience to heighten your lived experience.
But there's definitely
So,
like I feel like I do idolize them even though I'm discerning. Like there is sort
would
of
you
like
struggle?
a
What if you met them? Would you struggle not to fangirl?
I try to avoid meeting the people I look up to because my fear is like they're not
Ooh.
gonna like me. Yeah, that's like I was like it's like if I try to dap this person up and they don't fuck with me, like my reality will shatter. So it's like I can't like I have to just act like I don't see them. Like
Okay.
I don't I'll probably share this story like another time because I don't want to like I don't want to like get in trouble, but like I've definitely seen someone who is super duper famous and like I couldn't like walk up to them, but
Mm.
I could not imagine like walking up to them and being like, hey, like, or like meeting them. Like it's like one of my biggest like just God, please don't let this ever happen. Like don't let me ever run into these people,
Mm.
because it's like, and that's why I say like it is idolization, because why are you, it's just a person. Like sure they're
Yeah, it's just a
successful, but they're just a
person.
person. Like they could drop dead in a second and what's like
Okay.
nothing
Okay,
changes.
fair.
But there is like man, I don't know if I want to talk to them, because if they don't like me, my everything's just gonna like my the sky is gonna fall and shit. So
Well, they
I
say
can
don't meet
admit
your
that.
heroes, right?
Yeah, I can admit that
Yeah.
I don't, I'm afraid of that. I do idolize on some level, yeah.
I think that's fair though, and everyone I think goes on that. I mean, everyone has like a journey with where they are in life and living up to a name. Like, do you feel a desire to, do you have like the dream of sort of making something of your name? Like going down in
Like,
history to any extent, or just saying like I have a reputation for building something?
that's always been like a subconscious idea of myself I've had like always my entire life. So yeah, I
Hmm.
guess so. Yeah, I've always been like, oh, Rashad Crenshaw, blah blah blah.
I mean, it's a great name. It sounds pretty good. Like that
It
could
does
be a
clash
name.
well. Yeah, it
Yeah,
clashes pretty well
yeah,
together. Yeah.
yeah. And you could be like, and you might be, and like that's the thing that I remember having that conversation like I don't even know a billion years ago on my channel, and somebody was like, "Don't you care that people won't remember you?" And I was like, "How nice."
That's the
And they're
best
like,
outcome.
yeah, I was like, what do you mean? Like, there's only a couple of instances where people remember you in history. I'd probably prefer not to be remembered. But
Exactly.
also, there's sort of this belief in certain religious backgrounds or cultural backgrounds, like the last person to remember you is when you officially kind of like die.
Died.
Like
Yeah.
the last time somebody mentions your name,
Yeah.
that's it. You're gone. And I think that's sort of beautiful. It's like, I wonder how many generations of my family until my name is uttered for the last time.
And you're just done. But I mean, I think
I'm just done.
that's peace though. That's true peace because
Yeah.
like your name's not being slandered by haters on the internet anymore. Like,
True.
you know what I mean? Like, I think to myself like, do I really want my name to live? Because like. A
Mm.
hundred years from now, someone's gonna be typing "Thanks Obama, send." And, like it's just like it's like, do you really want that to happen to you? Like I don't want that to
Yeah,
happen to
yeah.
me. So it's like on
I,
one hand, my natural state is people are gonna like be dick riding me 100 years from now, amen. And then like the more rational part of my brain is like, you don't want that shit to happen because there's gonna be that one person like shitting on me. It's just like 100 years from now, and if I
yeah,
am
well,
like, go ahead.
hmm no, I was gonna say some people like that though. You have to, it sounds like you're probably not gonna be the person who loves that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be a fan of people like like I guess like dancing on my name, like like I'm not gonna be a big fan of that. But part of me is like, yeah, like I feel like the most like the best outcome is people just let your name rest, and I guess that would happen
Mm.
if you don't really accomplish too much. But if you go too far, you know, you're etched into history forever, and you're up there with like Caesar and
Yeah,
them. But that takes like
yeah.
crazy accomplishment, like 0.1%
Wait,
accomplishments.
your audio
Uh oh.
completely just shifted.
Yeah, my bad, my bad. I was. You hear me now? Okay, yeah, I was touching my microphone.
Yeah, you're good. No, but I think you're right. And okay, so this is so interesting to me when we're talking about sort of having that symbiosis with your joy versus your evil. I think great men we remember for the wrong reasons really contended with their evil. Like I think they really didn't find their symbiosis with their joy. But I think there's something about when you do that you can still be a great man, a legendary person, let's say. Maybe that's another way to phrase it. Gender aside, it's like a legendary person, somebody people
Mm-hmm.
reference either in lore or in history books about this person, right? You become sort of like bigger than your name, even. And that's the thing that's sort of ironic about being remembered. You're remembered in the way people remember you.
Not for who you
Not
actually
necessarily.
were.
Right.
That's
In the same way that you're
terrifying.
criticized for the way people perceive you, not necessarily
Mm-hmm.
for who you really are. And so it's difficult to know what to do with that information. And it's weird being an internet person where you're sort of in real time, like sort of realizing you're etching yourself. And even Marcus Aurelius knew it's so funny. He started naming all his buddies. He's like, no one's gonna remember this person or this person or this person. I'm like, you right. I don't know any of those names, but I do know yours still. But then
Yeah.
even knowing his, what does it even mean to know his name? Like, what does it even mean to know the concept of this person who God knows who this person. I'm alive now and people still get me wrong. I'm alive right now.
Right.
And you want to try to pretend like the people we reference in history are people we really understand as a person. But what we do is we make them bigger than life so we can use their lesson, their life lesson for
Right.
our benefit, right? And so there's something good about that. Like I think that kind of sounds nice. Like, oh, I would love to be this thing that people like learned from. I think it's why I talk about myself a lot. I'm trying to say like I've been there, I know. You can if you're going to bully anyone, bully the person who's already been through it and like gotten out of it. But also people have to understand that that means you have to go through something to earn the right to even be great in the first place. I'm not calling myself a great man, but if I was to see myself as someone who went and did something I would say the proof that I did it is that I got out of it and I made something of it. Like my brother the other day, he was on ChatGPT and he's like, Brittany, ChatGPT knows who you are. And I was like, cool, what does that mean? He goes, I just like put your name in and they started talking about the levels and like said you're a philosopher. And it was like really cool. And I was like, cool. I don't know what that, I've never used ChatGPT, but cool. I kind of understand what it is, right? And
That's
that kind of
crazy.
stuff, that means something. It means more to him
Hmm.
because I can't process it as a boomer, but he's just like, my sister's in ChatGPT. And I was like,
That's
I don't know what
it's
that means.
like, and when you're the
You
subject of
know?
it, it's kind of like, how do I react? It's like,
Yeah,
like
it's
these
like,
people.
okay, cool, I guess. But like I don't know what that's, I don't know really what it means. And maybe it'll
Right.
mean something more later. But I even you know who Nikki Giovanni is by any chance? She's a poet. She's an American poet. You might know her. She's interviewed a lot of famous people. It doesn't matter. James Baldwin and stuff like that. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
But Nikki Giovanni, we just watched a video of hers and James Baldwin on my Discord. Really great conversation. And then we went and looked it up. She's alive now. And we're like, oh, like she's living history. And like we went and we were watching her now as an older person. And we're like, look at her. And we watched her at 28 make her interview with James Baldwin and like kind of going down in history as like this writer talking to another, an amazing conversation. And then we see her now. And I'm like, there it is, the living history right in front of us. Like we are watching living history constantly.
Yeah.
But we need, I think, greater, this great thing, this great living thing to give ourselves, like you said, sort of inspiration to do other great things. Because
Hmm.
do you remember, maybe you're kind of young, but do you remember when liberals loved Elon Musk?
Yeah.
Okay, I was that liberal. I was like, Elon's the best, bro. He's gonna save the fucking planet, bro. He's gonna save the planet, bro, with his electric fucking vehicles. Like, fuck
Y'all didn't
global
know the
warming.
actual Elon at that time.
And then now I look at him now and I'm like, someone get this man off Twitter. Someone get this man off X. Like, I'm following his daughter on like TikTok and watching her go ham on her dad. And like that's how people, like that's what we're watching right in front of us. We're watching like these people. And then the question is this the greatness you're all talking about?
Yeah, that's an interesting thing about the world we live in today is like really successful people who probably would have gone down in history as almost like saints. Now we're
Mm,
like we get to see the bullshit. Like we get some
yeah.
people, they keep their shit private, but then you have some people who, you know, are proud to like share like insane shit that no one needs to hear.
Yeah.
When I look at Elon, like I feel like I'm watching like someone going through like their teenage political phase where like they embrace something really, really radical and then like over time they
Literally.
phase out. I feel like I'm watching like just like everyone's like younger phase. Like it's same thing with Kanye West. I'm like Kanye's having his like what should have happened at like if he was a Zoomer, this would have happened at like 15. But because
Oh,
he's like Gen X, he's having his
yeah.
moment right now. And
I agree.
when I watch Elon, I'm like I feel like I'm watching someone have their moment where they're like they're saying shit that's just like, come on, you're too old for this. But you think about
Yeah.
it and you're like, well, you're you're just now like getting into this. Like this is you're just now getting into politics. You're attracted to like, platitudes and buzzwords and stuff like
Oh
that.
my
You're
God.
having your phase. So it is a good point that like you don't really know these great people. You know this
Mm,
version of them that's been conveyed sometimes through like people. One thing about the Bible I always find interesting is like you're reading someone's rendition of someone's rendition of someone's rendition. Like
true.
you don't really know exactly what the original writer was trying to say. Oftentimes people will put their own little spin on it with no shame. That scares me. It's like I would never even think of like I don't believe in God, but I believe in him enough to not even touch the Bible and even like
Yeah, yeah,
edit
yeah.
anything. But some people they humanity's weird, people edit shit and then you have like this like version of a person that's so divorced from what they were actually like, but it's in line with what someone wanted them to seem like to bring about a certain idea.
Well, okay, I'll tell you something that recently popped my little bubble about the Bible or about the disciples. Is I saw a TikTok and they're like, the disciples were literally like teenagers to young 20s. And I was like, no, no, they weren't. Like they were adults with families. And I was like Googling and I was like, they were literally kids, bro. They were literally like young people. And Jesus was sitting here at 33, be like, yo, follow me. And this like 18-year-old
I
old
didn't know that.
fucking, I didn't know that. I literally, they're believed to be very young people. And I was like, oh, I thought they were all like 40, but I thought they were older than Jesus for some reason.
Yeah.
I grew up my whole life reading the Bible and reading, but all the movies, all the media, all the depictions, all the art made everybody look
He
old, and
seemed
only
like
John was
the
supposed to be the
yeah.
young one. And John was infamously the young one. So I was like, okay, only one of them was young. No, all of them were young, like allegedly. So like allegedly, who knows? So like I'm sitting here and I'm like, what is even this history that we know? You
Right.
know what I mean? About our own. So again, what is that saying? You know how I said like I feel like the world already has all the answers, but we don't like them. So we're like, nah, that's not the answer. But you know those saying, you die a hero or live long enough to be the
Yeah,
villain?
so they become
Is
the
that what it
villain.
is?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think like all of those things are sort of true. Like we're having relationships with ourselves, and that's why you have to be very careful, and that's why you have to have the wisdom to sort of stay balanced. And it is very hard. It
Hmm.
is very hard in a world that's always pulling you in a direction. And look, just think about it like this, that little pressure you feel going like getting your video blown up.
Yeah.
Okay. But now imagine it's like 10 million views a day and the world knows you and you have 300 million followers on Instagram and you have the news making article. Like you turn on the news and you see your face. Your mom can't go anywhere without seeing your face on a magazine. Like
Yeah.
imagine being like, I feel like the pressure would make me explode from that kind of fame. But then there are people who deliberately go out and seek the fame. I remember when Trisha Paytas said like all she wanted to do was be famous. And I'm like, I've never wanted to be famous. I just wanted to be rich. I don't
That's
want to be
yeah.
famous. You know, but that's the thing is a lot of people think fame equal money, but only if you know how to make it into a business.
Yeah. I've always wanted to be famous, but like as I've gotten
Hmm.
older, I've realized there's like, okay, like you're trading
What
something
level
away.
of fame is ideal though? What's your favorite level
I
of fame?
used to want to be like to the point where like I would go outside and like every other person would recognize me, but I've
Hmm.
realized that whoa, hold on, like like
Hmm.
there's that's a little bit too much. So like I'd like to be able to like go somewhere. I'd like to be able to be famous enough to where like maybe like once a month someone's like, "Yo, Rashad
Hmm.
Crenshaw, is that you?" And it's like, all right, yeah, that's
Hmm.
me. But like to the point where I know when I step out my house, someone knows who they're looking at. I don't know if I'm ready for that. I used to be like
Hmm.
super ready, but now there's
Super
just
ready or super thought you were like thought it might be cool? Because I definitely, when I was younger, definitely was like, I'm gonna be famous. Like younger. And then I was like, wait a second. Because I started to get recognized in Seattle a lot. And I was like, oh, I don't know if I like this. Because people were taking my photos and be like, hey, is this you? And I'm like, yeah, like stop doing that. Like
yeah,
stop
that's
doing that. Especially because I was not a full-time YouTuber at the time. I was like nannying as well. So people would take pictures of me with other people's babies, put it on Twitter, tag me, and be like, "Is this you?" And I'm like, oh, "Take that down. Take
you're
that
laughing.
down. Take that down. That's crazy." But people don't have the safety fear that I have in my brain. I'm always paranoid
Okay,
about
that's
like
yeah, me too.
people
Yeah.
because you just never know, and people are weird. Like people are weird enough.
Yeah, it's I'd say I knew I was ready. Like when I was 21, there was a level
Hmm.
of like ready that I was and I'm just not at right now. And I
Hmm.
guess maybe it's because as you get older, you begin to realize what's at stake and you become more invested in life as you get older because you realize like what's like on the line.
Yeah.
But I'd say I was definitely a lot more, and I feel like if I tried hard enough, I could reconnect to that older version of myself. But I think I respect the newfound knowledge that's made me um, a little bit more concerned about some of the aspects of becoming a public figure. But I don't know. I mean, like, I feel like I'd be okay with it because I just what else am I gonna do? Like
Yeah.
I've always been in my head like this is it. Like this is what I'm
Hmm.
supposed to do. Like
Hmm.
I've like I used to do so bad in school as a kid because I'd be like in like 10th 11th grade like bro I don't want to be here. Can someone please give me a camera and a microphone and a fucking like
Mm.
monitor and let me do this shit already?
Didn't I tell
Like
you you'd be good at it though? Didn't I tell you you're gonna have a place here? And
y-
boom, your channel found its flow.
yeah, I mean it's funny because like back then I was like I'm gonna be like I'm gonna be with fucking I'm gonna be chilling with like this right wing commentator and I'm like now that's not even what's happening. Like I was right but not exactly how I thought it was gonna happen.
Hmm. Hmm.
um but I mean yeah I don't know
Yeah.
I'm semi ready semi not but I feel like I've grown to respect that fact more so than want to be completely okay with it.
Yeah.
There's
Hmm.
I think my some of my fear is comes as a result of like just growing up and learning.
Yeah, it's funny. I'll say things like that. Like I'll be like, I'm not here to be famous, and people are like, oh, so she doesn't want to grow her channel. I was like, no, I didn't say that. I
Right.
want to grow my channel. Famous to me means like you can't walk out of your house.
Yeah, your
You can
private
have
life is
like
compromised. Yeah.
your private life is compromised, but like no offense to everybody on the internet who thinks they're a big deal. You can have 1 million subscribers and nobody know who the fuck you
No
are.
one knows who
Like
you
no
are.
one knows who you are. So I just want to solidify my career on YouTube, which is different than being famous. Famous. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I think that word has probably lost its like spark with Gen Z, but like no
Yeah.
offense, you're like TikTok followers at like 400,000, nobody gives a fuck, okay?
Yeah.
I'm talking about famous, okay, ma'am? I'm talking about Serena Williams wasn't recognized in a French restaurant. That's crazy. Like you think about that and she's famous. That is a famous
Right.
woman. And the fact that some people don't know who she is like nobody knows about you in your 30,000 person channel, guys. Like nobody knows about you.
Yeah.
So that idea of like I'm going to reach 1 million subscribers and then people are like I thought you didn't want to be famous. That's not fame, bro.
Hmm.
That's not fame.
Yeah.
So like I think that idea is lost on people, but also like I know that I like you said you're ready for something. Like I said, I'm ready for the consequence of for there's no chance this is going to happen by the way. There's no chance I am going to go 20 billion views viral. Like that's not my content. But I'm going to have a steady income with a steady presence. I'm going to have a thing. I'm going to have a thing that I do.
Hmm.
Right? Like even Hassan, who's very popular in politics, 40% of American voters vote. Eligible voters, right? Nobody knows who Hassan is. Like we only know who he is because we're in the bubble.
Yeah.
Like that's what people don't understand is like fame is so funny. So of course I want success. Of course I want you to share my videos with your friends and family. Of course I want to get bigger. But I just don't want to be globally famous. Also, do you ever watch those videos on TikTok? I love it where it's like Chinese or Japanese or somebody in the other part of the world guesses who these celebrities are and they don't know who anybody is because they're just like,
They're in a different. They're literally in a different world. Like they're
love
in their
it.
own world with their own
Love
celebrities and
it.
everything. Yeah.
Love it. It's just such a nice comforter to me that like no matter how big I get on YouTube, I'll never be big enough. So it doesn't matter. But I'll my dollar bills, like that's all I care about. I just want to have a solidified career. I want to have a bank account and I want to have like stability. In this economy, I think we all
Mhm.
want stability.
Yeah. I mean, there definitely is like a nuance to fame where it's like
Mm,
I feel like it's almost more so who you associate with that defines how much you can spiral into becoming really famous. Like you can have like
for sure.
500,000 subs, but if you appear in the right places, you can't go back. Like you can reach 1 million subs, but as long as you're not like collaborating with like well-known people, you can remain in obscurity. The moment you begin to associate with like let's say you go on the Piers Morgan Uncensored show or you go here, you go there. That's the end. You can
Sure.
kiss I'm not famous goodbye.
You
You
think
can
so? Do you really think so? Piers Morgan, though, he's a YouTuber.
but he's like, but he's famous though. Everyone knows who he is. He used to work on
Everyone, well, everybody
CNN.
knows him. Yeah, that's true. I
Yeah,
mean,
like if you associate with enough established names,
you
I
can
feel
use it
like,
to network for sure.
but I feel like when you do that, you can't go back to like you're done. Like you're famous now. You can have like only
Mm,
500,000 subs, but if you let's say you talk to Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro, Piers Morgan, who else is so these big Joe Rogan.
but
If you
that's
talk
only
to
in the
those
the specific bubble, right? Because like there are a lot of people who don't know who any of those people are.
but that's I feel like that's when you hit that realm of fame because everyone kind of
Maybe it's
knows.
a pipe. It's definitely a pipeline. It's definitely a
Yeah,
huge. Because when
it's
I
a
talk to my
pipeline.
normie
Yeah,
political friends, they don't know who those people are because they're not on the internet. They are
it
literally
depends. But
they
see,
watch
that's the
Jon
word
Stewart,
bubbles.
they watch Colbert, they
But that's what
watch
I'm saying.
like yeah, they don't
That's
watch.
not. That's not. They're the main. Like people like that are the mainstream, but at the same time, they're lonely. Like they're one half of the mainstream. You have like your
True, true,
right
true,
wing
true.
mainstream and
Fair.
your left wing mainstream, and at times they kind of overlap. But
Yeah, 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 fair, fair.
I feel like you can associate with Colbert and them all you want. There's a certain level of fame that comes with associating with like people on the other end that once you do it,
Mm,
that's it. Like if I went on the
okay.
Colbert show, I don't feel like I would be like recognized anywhere. But if I was on Joe
Oh,
Rogan, spoke to Ben
I could see
Shapiro,
that.
spoke, it would be the end of it would be the end of everything. Like I wouldn't be
Okay, I
able to
could see that.
go. Yeah, like I feel like if I wouldn't be able to go anywhere without someone being like,
Actually, I think
you know,
there's almost more validity in our sphere to being on a Joe Rogan or Ben Shapiro than even a Colbert. Like in Colbert, it's
yeah,
so mainstream that everybody be like, "Who are you?" But at least in Joe Roganville, they'd be like, "Holy fuck!" Like Brittany's on Joe Rogan. You know, like I'm. You know how we're all 6 degrees removed from somebody.
yeah, scarier enough.
I'm like 1.5 degrees removed from Joe Rogan. And I think about that, and it doesn't matter, obviously, because we're all just like degrees removed from each other. But it is one of those things where I'm like, yeah, like that would probably be more credit to my name in terms of association. Like, that's why that's the dream for people to go on Joe Rogan. I mean, the fact that Joe Rogan won't even let Trump on,
Yeah. Well, that's because Trump
that
wants it his way. You know.
Trump wants to, and the way
Yeah.
that Joe Rogan's like, nah.
Yeah, because it's Joe Rogan. He's
Yeah.
basically internet god, or one of the internet gods. Where
Mm.
if he plucks you up from the ground, he can change your life.
Yeah.
Like
Oh, the trajectory is there, especially if you have stuff for people to go back to, which I think is kind of key. But Joe Rogan is like he's a launching pad. And like if you use that opportunity, you can that's it, you're good. That's
yeah.
okay, and that's always a question because like right now, I always call it middle class YouTube. Like there's middle class YouTubers, people who aren't like we're good. And then there are people that like we're good, but then there are also people like Abba always says like be careful because it could go away tomorrow. But
Yeah.
then they're good because they have other streams of income that are they've platformed themselves really smartly, right? And I think about that, and I think about that with myself, where I'm like, yeah, there's a point in your career where you're like, okay, even if everything went away, I could rebuild it somewhere else, which is what people do, by the way. They get kicked off one platform, they build a reputation on another. And thank God I stay within TOS, so YouTube loves me and I'm good to go.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah, the Rumbleites, the people that have to flee to Rumble, the
no,
refugees.
ma'am. God forbid that's my
I,
reputation. God
I've been
forbid.
on there. I've been on Rumble, and ironically enough, there's a sizable audience on there that I watch.
Hmm.
I watch America First all the time.
Really?
Yeah,
Shut
it's
up.
hilarious. Yeah, it's
No.
hilarious. Okay, it's hard to watch when you're black because you catch stray bullets every stream, but like it's funny, bro. Like I've grown like this. Like I've learned to like watch like everybody, and
Hmm.
there's something about watching Rumble people. Like I can't watch Nico. He's just not funny enough. But like
Bro.
I've learned to like just like watch like uncomfortable shit. Like Gavin McInnes,
Oh,
total
that's so funny. Yeah,
racism,
yeah, yeah.
pure
Gavin's
racism. But
shows are
it's
crazy.
but
Yeah.
he's just hilarious. So like I just watch.
Hmm.
Um yeah, I mean, like, there's definitely like you have your I don't want to say poverty YouTuber. That's basically what I was 2 months ago. But like you
Yeah,
have
yeah, yeah.
your poverty YouTubers, I guess your middle class, and you have your people who are like swimming in money, and then you have your refugees at Rumble, trying to make it work. I mean, I don't know what else to call them because like obviously they're fleeing for a
I
better
feel
life.
like I feel like if you get kicked off YouTube, like you did something wrong, like heavily wrong, because YouTube like has so many opportunities. You know how many, or like maybe that's just my relationship with YouTube. I feel like they've given me so many chances to redo my channel. Like they used to demonetize my whole channel,
What did you
and I
do?
was like, I used to do adult like a BDSM education,
That
like
doesn't
sex
sound that bad
education.
though.
They just don't monetize those channels. They're not
Oh.
advertiser friendly, so they demonetize it because it's 218 plus. And so it took me a long time to get my channel monetized again, but that's why I pivoted to. That's why I pivot I'm an adapter. Tell me what the
Hmm.
new rules are, I will adapt. So all these people, they're like, oh, Brittany always changes like her brand every 3 years. Oh, I'm sorry. Then I'm an adapter and you're not. Like, I will adapt. Whatever YouTube changes the game to, I will beat it. What is it? What's the rules? That's what I want to know. And that's why I say, like, why aren't you playing the game good enough to have
Yeah.
YouTube as like, I can't believe you fucked up your opportunity to be on YouTube. That sounds crazy to me. That's why I would be like heartbroken if I ever actually got kicked off here, but I could not foresee that happening. One, I'm too progressive. And two, like, I don't break TOS. So, like, what's the issue? You know?
I've actually noticed something about this space is that
Mm-mm.
there are a lot of mentally unstable people. And it's just okay. There are mentally unstable people, and it's so fascinating because like
Mm.
it's like I always wonder how they feel so comfortable just taking all their brain cells and laying it out on the table, like just being like, like this is my lack of sanity, watch me. Like it's always interesting to watch because I'm like, I'm so paranoid and calculated. I'm like, don't say this, don't say that, don't say this, don't say
Mm-mm.
that. And
Mm.
I watch people crash out, I watch people like just like say crazy shit, destroy relationships, and I'm like, part of
Mhm.
me's realize it's in part because a lot of these people have real jobs. They contribute to society more than I do, so like they can afford to act
Mhm.
crazy.
Mhm.
um but I'll watch them and I'm like, why did you start a beef with this person? Why did you say this crazy shit? Why did you crash out? Why did you? It's interesting. Like I feel like there's a spectrum of crazy that we are all on. I'm not even gonna
Yeah.
pretend like
Sure.
I'm not like in this realm on some level, but I
Sure.
feel like some of us are on the like the other end of like, you know, I'll say whatever, do whatever, like
Right.
Zerka, like yeah, the Zerka kind of character. And then you have some
Bro.
people who like they have their occasional like edgy statement, but they're kind of like in the realm of sanity.
Sure. I mean, look at Myron getting demonetized. Look at Fresh and Fit getting demonetized.
That took a long
Like,
time.
it did, but even now they're like trying to figure it out. But I looked at them, I'm like, I can't believe, like, I mean, the amount of money they are not making now is insane. How much money just went away overnight. And like that would be devastating to anyone's career,
It
right?
is,
Like you
yeah.
rely, like I rely on AdSense for sure. Like I have always multiple streams of income. But I mean, if any of my streams of income went away, it would be a big hit. But like, cause like you, but YouTube AdSense, like I do pretty good in it. I do okay. And so like it's one of those things where if it went away, that would suck. But it's also one of those things where I just do everything possible to keep up with TOS, to keep up with the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're always talking about censorship. Censor me all you want, girl. Thank you for paying me. Like, let's go. I do not care. Like, you pay my rent. Like, it's a
Mm.
job. I don't know about y'all, but I go to work, I do my job, I go home. You know? So I think, I don't know. Sometimes people forget, like, I don't know about you, but YouTube is a job. It's
I
an
kind of look at
artistic
it like
job,
an
but it's a job.
it's a yeah, I look at it more like an adventure more
Oh,
so than a
that's nice. I
job.
mean, that's life itself, right?
Yeah, yeah, I guess so. But it's like I try to remind myself of I hate looking at it like a job because
Mm.
that's when I start getting fatigue. When I look at it like an
Oh,
adventure, I'm
interesting.
able to kind of just be like I'm able to work even harder. Like, you know what?
That's a
Like
neurodivergent king right here. It's a neurodivergent king right here, y'all.
I I hope I'm not. I'm not that I don't want to join the club, but you know, like I mean, I don't know. It's just yeah. I feel like anime character mentality can help. You just have to know when to like realize you like the main
For
character can
sure.
die. Like just keep in mind like the main case. You know what I mean? Like just
Yeah,
keep in
yeah,
mind the
yeah.
main character gets their ass whooped. They do die. They definitely like
Hmm.
you know they take L's. Just as long as you remember that, you
Look,
should be fine.
look, anime character or not, you still have to do shit you don't want to do.
But that's a
You How
part of
much
the
does Naruto
storyline.
complain about everything, bro?
That's
People
a
be
part of the
complaining out here.
storyline though. You
Okay,
know?
it is.
You
But it
gotta
is
get
like
beat
there's
up.
something about it.
You gotta join Orochimaru to like get to the
Yeah,
next
yeah.
level. Like you unfortunately have to like, but it's a part of it makes the storyline cooler. Or
It does. I think that's why people want a background that's like devastating or very cool or like look what I came out of this. Like, oh my gosh, I don't want to talk mad shit, but did you see the stream I did yesterday by any chance about a YouTuber named Ciros?
I was watching, but I had to like turn it off because it was kind of hard to watch.
He's got this anime protagonist attitude about things, which is fine. He's neurodivergent. He's like a diagnosed autistic, apparently, according to the comments. He's like got his own things, which I figured. I was
Okay.
like, this guy, he's got a thing. But he's got this way of looking at his life where he like tells a story and it almost sounds like too good. Like he's like, I was a Crip. And I was like, oh yeah. And he's like, I was a Crip and I was Amish. And I married a lady who's 90 at 18. I was like, uh-huh. And he's like, and I had sex at 8. And I was like, ooh. But then there's nothing he's gaining from his story. He just feels like a
Yeah, some of that
traumatized
stuff stays in
man.
the vault. Some of that
Yeah,
stuff
some of that
goes.
stuff like but then he's trying to use his background to say like I have
Mhm.
something to say, but all I'm hearing is like I need to go to therapy. And then there's
Yeah.
like this idea of like how you tell your story to the world is so interesting. Like I've privated so many of my old videos because I was like that is not the story I'm telling
Yeah.
because that's also not my life anymore. And I think that's the problem. And so when you think about your life as an anime character, I think that's so valid. I mean, I certainly think about my life. And like I always say, if my life was like this every day, it'd be the best life. I finally got to that point in my life where like if this was every day, I did it.
That's
I'm
really
good.
nice.
You know,
Yeah.
doesn't mean I'm not still reaching. Doesn't mean I'm
Right,
not
right,
still
right.
hoping. Doesn't mean I'm still not, everyone's got a dream, as Luffy would say. And I definitely want to follow those dreams. But YouTube is a part of that dream, but so is my functionality of surviving. Like realistically, this is my mode of surviving.
Hmm.
So there is no plan B. And when this
Yeah,
is plan
yeah.
A,
Yeah.
it is
There's
not only the main story arc, but it is like
yeah,
I'm
it is
putting
it's
everything
yeah.
into this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a conversation I used to have with my when I first started YouTube with a friend of mine. We used to always have conversations about how there is no plan B. Like this is plan A, and like one of the things he told me that always stuck with me is like, Rashad, you don't have time. Like you're 21, but
Mm,
like you don't have time. Which you do, but you don't. Like you don't
mm,
move like you have all the time in the world. Move
right.
like you don't, and then you'll find yourself having so much more time in the end. And
Yeah.
I feel like that was kind of like those quotables and those like takeaways. I feel like that's so important to incorporate into, you know, that anime character mindset of like, okay, like here's how I'm gonna play it, like here's how I'm gonna do it, like here's how things are gonna work. That I feel like the anime character mentality is cool. It's just you just have to know, you know, like obviously not every part of your life story deserves to be like publicized and told. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Like
Right.
some things should definitely like stay in the vault. And it was kind of hard to watch that video because I'm like, it was like I don't know. I try not to underestimate. Um, I try not to underestimate like people's life stories because anyone can have like a crazy life story.
Mm.
But at the same time, it's like I don't know, man. Like you know, um, I'm not gonna say he wasn't a Crip, but I mean it's just kind
Sure,
of hard
sure.
to believe. Like I could never see myself being welcomed into a gang. Like I consider
Mm.
myself a little bit more normie than him, but even I know like a group of street dudes would be like, all right, bro, like you're funny, but like. Like you know we got criminal stuff to do, go away. You know it's just I don't know,
Yeah.
it's hard to believe, but I think that mindset can help. You just have to know when to like, you know, remember like you are in a real world and you are
Yeah.
around other people and you're not the only one on earth and stuff like that. Like I feel like if you can keep that in mind, you can have the best of both worlds. But
Sure.
yeah, there is kind of like an aspect of getting a little bit too high on your own supply where you begin to forget like you're sharing the planet with other people. But yeah, I think the
Where
anime.
does that come from in you? Like, where does that come from? Your desire to be cautious? Like, where does it actually stem from? Is it from your like? Obviously, it must have been prior to the internet, because I feel like you started off your internet career with like a thoughtfulness that went into it. Most of us just turn on the camera and go like, "I'm gonna be a
Just go.
YouTuber." Yeah, and then we learned the hard way after we said too many things out loud to take it back. But like, you seem to you started off with that caution in you.
So I got my first channel actually got blown the fuck up. That's YouTube was like you're goodbye. Like YouTube was like
It
see ya.
deleted?
Nah, so they didn't delete it, but I was basically an inmate in solitary confinement. I was just talking to the walls and
Mm,
shit. Like so
mm,
I started my channel and I was like I said something about I don't want to repeat what I said. It wasn't something like hateful or
okay,
crazy. It was about like the thing that
sure,
was going on in
sure.
2020. The
Sure.
yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, I don't even want to utter that. I'm traumatized. I lost my
I
like
got
I
you.
don't even want to say the word, but you guys know what I'm talking about.
Hmm.
The biggest event of 2020. Yeah, I spoke about that and YouTube was like, "You know you stepped out of line, right? You know you fucked up, right? Warning." Now I'm sitting there thinking like, "Oh, you know, no big deal. You know, warning. We can survive this."
Hmm.
Brittany, they had me talking to the wall for 3 months. They had me over there
That's
talking to
hilarious.
spirits and characters for three
No.
months. They had me over there talking to like
Hmm.
imaginary friends for 3 months. I remember I was in the car with my homeboy. He was like, "Bro, delete your channel and start a new one, bro. You're getting 10 views after a week. You're uploading a video on
Yeah.
Monday, you got 10 views on Sunday, you're fucked." Yeah, so
Mm.
YouTube, they taught me an important lesson of like, look, we'll let you stay, but you're not really gonna be
Yeah.
here. Like you'll be here, but you'll be here on our terms. And I was like, oh, okay. So I
Yeah.
learned from that, and from that moment forward, I was like, okay. I was always a cautious person, but because I like to talk, I can oftentimes forget like watch what the fuck you say. And after that
Hmm.
moment, I was like, okay, we're gonna tread carefully here. There are a lot of videos that have never seen the light of day because I was just like, I don't know if I want to risk this. So yeah, it's a
Yeah.
mixture of like my natural born cautiousness and then also like YouTube teaching me an important lesson of like knowing when to shut the fuck up and just play your position.
Yeah.
But
So how does that work then with this idea that you're sort of it's not just a job, but then it is a job? Like, do you feel like, I could hear the kind of conservative voices being like, see, free speech, Rashad, free speech. Like, you know what I mean? Do you
yeah.
feel like your free speech is being silenced, or do you just feel like you're playing the game that's necessary to stay on a platform that funds your sort
I
of,
f-
you know?
well, a lot of the stuff I used to believe. Well, I don't think what I said back then was something I don't believe now. There are obviously some things
Mhm.
that happened that I feel like were true, but YouTube was like, look, true or not, we're not letting this on this platform. Shut up.
Sure.
Um, so I feel like I don't feel there is an aspect of like you can't say everything you want to say. It's just the
Mm.
aspect of our job. It sucks, you know. I feel like there's certain levels of fu money and success that it takes a long time to reach, and I'm not there yet. And I feel like today my beliefs are this is one of the convenient things about being on the left, and people are gonna obviously be like, "You're a grifter," because apparently, I guess, like you can't change your mind.
Everyone's a
But
grifter.
yeah, I
Everyone.
mean, like one of the cool things about being on the left is like a lot of your ideas are cool with the powers that be, so you don't have to worry
Mm,
about like being pro gay marriage and your channel getting
right.
obliterated.
Right.
But there is an aspect of like there are some things I just won't say because I just don't want YouTube to be like, oh, you're okay. Good to know that that's what you. Okay, we're getting rid of you. So yeah,
Mm.
it's. I don't look at it as like it's part of the adventure. It's like you can't let the. It's like Mario Kart. Like you can't let certain things hit you or else you'll slow down on the
Sure.
racetrack. You gotta
Sure.
you know. So I
I
try
think
to
that's
look
part of
at
the
it that
thrill of
way.
it, right? Because I think every job has an element. I mean, I felt that way when I worked certain jobs where I was just like, you have to dress a certain way, you can't talk a certain way. Like I feel the most free on YouTube than I've ever felt doing any of my conventional jobs,
Hmm.
especially you coming from the military. I mean, there is an element of uh you have to assimilate to the expectation of behavior. So I feel like YouTube isn't as bad in relation to that. But I mean, ultimately this for me feels like the most freeing job I've ever had. So it feels weird to
Hmm.
complain about it in that way, especially since like I would never have I just never would have had this access to this kind of potentiality for a job without it. So it feels like I think I'm in my great like gratitude stage where I'm like, thank you for letting me be here because like I like it here and I don't want to go away. I also really don't want to go to Kick. Like you want to talk about a male audience? Like there are not very many women
You're in the
who
shadow
are gonna
realm if you're
watch
on Kick.
me,
Yeah,
you know?
you're in the
And so
shadow
like
realm.
at least here I have a lot of that. Now I know a lot of YouTubers who eventually went to Twitch because there's like more progressive leaning attitudes there. The dilemma is like because of the stuff that I cover, I'm always worried that I'm not going to make it on Twitch, even though I don't know. I've never really done it. I've only done it for like 2 seconds, so I don't really know. But I wonder if I would have actually like been more successful on Twitch. And that's always a thing I'll wonder. But it's like I'm so used to YouTube. I really like YouTube. I'm here.
Hmm.
But it is something that I think is fascinating. Like, where are you best served for your brand?
I always felt like Kick was like the it could have been our salvation, but just things kind of just
Mm,
went left, right? Like I mean, it was kind
yeah.
of it was like as a content creator, I was kind of rejoicing. I'm like, wait, so you're telling me this new brand has Aiden Ross, Jadeon, Sneeko before he went full like total insane,
Bro.
Drake, fucking who else? Destiny. That's not normal.
Hmm.
Twitch was like pause. They were swinging their dick. Like they were banning everybody for like the longest. And then this new platform comes along with all of these names. I thought to myself, yo, like we're no longer slaves anymore. We're free. And then they
Mm,
and then you get characters like Neon and Jack Doherty and they're
yeah.
committing crimes and they're terrorizing people and then it's just like, oh fuck. So it's like I don't know. Like I don't think I would survive on Twitch. Not because like I feel like I don't have crazy takes. I just know that I'm not progressive enough for Twitch. Like
Mm,
I feel like as it pertains to politics, Hassan has like created this bar, and if you fall anywhere beneath it, you have to go.
mm,
I thought like maybe like Kick would be cool because like they need like a progressive commentator who's not a total
sure.
like pushover, like someone who's funny and can be a little bit edgy but doesn't make Kick look insane.
Sure.
So I've thought about Kick, but yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. Like trying to translate from YouTube to those other platforms can be hard because discoverability on those platforms is almost non-existent. You
Yeah,
know,
it's such a different ecosystem. Like I don't even know the rules. Like I don't know how you're supposed to interact with your audience. Like there's like even language. The language is different on Twitch. When I hear people talk to their Twitch audience, I'm like, "Oh." And I went to go set up my page and I got exhausted at like there were so many options and so many weird things and I was like, you're doing too much. Just you're doing YouTube
you're
is so
doing too much.
simple. You're doing too
Right.
much Twitch." But like maybe that's what people expect and then I feel like, it doesn't make sense. But also like that's sort of the thing is I think Ludwig talked about this, or maybe it was somebody else, but basically, like, you're supposed to go 100% into something. Dual streaming basically does nothing for most people, even though
Yeah.
you think it would. But, like, ultimately, the platform that works for you is a platform where people know you're at. And I've been on YouTube for so long, people know I'm here. I even have people recently who are like, "Oh, I used to watch you so many years ago and I was wondering what you were up to. Like, I can't believe like you're still going, you're still thriving." And I was like, "Oh, that's so funny. Like, I'm known here." So it feels weird to transfer over. But also, I think YouTube is just no offense, it is more normie. I have a bigger chance of blowing up on
Yes.
YouTube, just
Yeah.
realistically. Twitch is great, but like it doesn't feel like the future.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, it's just it's where you go when you have an established audience. I feel like,
Mm,
um, but I just can't be compelled, especially knowing that like there's certain takes I have as a progressive liberal that aren't
sure,
not progressive, but just aren't progressive enough that can get
sure.
me like just destroyed off the platform.
Mm,
I feel like if I did go live on Twitch, I'd have to be like doing innocuous shit. Like I'd have to be doing like just like, hey guys, we're at fucking the gym streaming, like something innocent. I can't be on there talking about
yeah.
politics because people are gonna fucking. I just it's one of the biggest concerns about being a content creator is like, unfortunately, the platforms we work for not always like the amount of times I've seen Kai Cenat be like banned or suspended from Twitch, and they just treat him like he's
Sure.
not the biggest streamer alive
Yeah.
besides Speed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how
Mm-hmm.
do you do that? Like the music industry is so different. Like if you're the biggest person in the game, they offer you hundreds of millions of dollars. They give you whatever, but in this game, you're kind of like another number in a way,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is
Oh, for
odd.
sure. I think you're very expendable. I think like it's very specific. Yeah, I do. But you know what? And Kai and Speed are so funny to me because they're so I have never seen people so good at branding in my life. Like they're so good at what they do. And like I was watching Speed go from Europe country to like places in Europe, and I was like
Yeah.
watching him every morning because it was just coming up on my feed. And I'm just watching this kid who has so much energy. I wish he would give me 10% of it, bro. I'm just like, holy
Yeah.
crap, but he's so good. He's so on it. He's so extrovertedly perfect. I don't know if he is in his real life, but his persona is so extrovertedly perfect. He's very good at adapting. He's relatively respectful. He's good at like taking gifts from people
Relatively.
live
Yeah.
there. He'll eat their food, he'll be like, good food, go, good food. And like he'll go and he'll sit there. He makes people feel good. I can see people when he leaves them, they're like never meet your heroes. They
Yeah.
make him feel that he makes them feel like it was worth meeting him. I feel when I'm
And
watching
they're
his
very
streams and I'm
smart
like,
too. They behave.
yo,
They don't
it's
get into like,
interesting.
because I see
Yeah.
like
And
it's funny.
the one time he got mauled by his own viewers, allegedly he was really mad at them. He's like, I'm never coming back here again. But he did
Yeah.
go back technically. It was so crazy. Go ahead, say what you're gonna say.
Yeah, and now if you wanted to finish up, feel free.
Oh,
I
no,
just
that's good.
wanted
That's good.
to point out like it's kind of funny cuz like all the ghetto streamers are white and all the streamers like on their best behavior. Like, so, like it's crazy like watching like all the white streamers on Kick slapping each other,
Oh my
beating each
gosh,
other
ridiculous
up,
stuff.
harassing the
Mm-hmm.
public, and then you have like Kai
Mm-hmm.
and Speed like just like treading the thinnest line ever. Like it's
Do you feel like
it's
they think they
interesting.
have to? Like they have to be extra cautious?
Yeah, I could tell because it's like one thing that's interesting about all of those guys is they're all from like the only one I think the majority of them are from like inner city, like they come from like like an inner city background, like Phantom, he's my
Mm-hmm.
favorite streamer, Kai, Duke Dennis, Davis, he and I actually were in the same statistics class in high school. um
Oh, small little world.
yeah, I never spoke to him once. He would come
Hmm.
into class tired as fuck from streaming and would just wouldn't talk to anybody. He would just put his head down and like just like catch some
That's so
Z's.
funny.
And like I never spoke to him, never interacted with him, and then like years later he's like, with Kai Cenat and them. But most of them come from like an inner city background, and I feel like they know like, yo, we can't fuck this up. Like we can't go back, and we're black. So it's like anything we do that's
Mm,
crazy, it looks worse because we're black.
yeah.
So it's like you have to almost be perfect in a way, which has its ups and downs. Like it feels shitty, but at the same time, it's like you want to be on your best behavior. You want to,
Yeah.
you want to fucking, not be involved in bullshit because black or not, it comes with a price. So I think
Yeah.
there's definitely something to be said about like the aspect of being like a black streamer who's trying to like build a safe brand, because like you can see it with Kyle, like Twitch was trying so hard to act like he wasn't there for a while, like black streamer who says the n-word every day. Like we really should
Yeah.
like act like he's not there, but it was impossible to deny. So
I'm
it's
fascinated by this stuff so much. Like what's the white kid who was good at Minecraft at some point or Fortnite or whatever? Twitch,
I
speed,
gotta
twitch.
I
What's
gotta
his
get
name?
better at the I gotta get better at
Uh,
the white
who's the
bubble.
guy who was? he was famous, but now he's not famous, and he's friends with Drake. I don't
Ninja?
watch him. Ninja, thank you. I don't remember people's names. Okay, that Ninja guy, he recently was like kind of not technically, but a little bad mouthing Kai and Speed, and he was just like, they obviously stretched this out for views, like their Minecraft adventure, and I was like, yeah, why are you being like that? I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Of course they
Well,
stretched it
that's
out, like.
jealousy, you know.
Yeah, literally, I was like, you slow down, bro. Okay, my attitude towards everything now is to be like, you have to understand, like, this could go away. So even people that are like, why is Amaranth, like, I reviewed that guy yesterday. He's like, why is Amaranth saying she's tired of OF but keeps doing it? And I'm like, oh, because it's about being grateful that this is going to go away eventually, bro. We're talking about
Hmm.
making the most money possible before you're too old to even get up at night. Because like a lot of us are working hours that are stupid. I'm working stupid hours. It's 9:30 p.m. where I am. Like I don't have a normal schedule. I
Right.
work nights. So it's like, yeah, you're taking it for what it is and then you're hoping that it lasts because you don't know. And every time you get a hit of momentum, you have to ride the momentum. You don't slow down.
Right.
You go
Exactly.
harder. A couple months ago, I was going really hard at one point, and then I slowed down for like 3, 4, 5 days. I broke. I like my body just gave up, and I was like, Jesus Christ! I suffer from like fibromyalgia and stuff. So I'm
Hmm.
sitting here like I'm chronically ill, and I'm just like, do it anyways, and then I can't. I crash. So then I'm back on a momentum, but I figured out a new schedule to keep me from burning out so far. Fingers crossed. But
Hmm.
you're fighting not only your own body, but you're fighting the competition. You're fighting all these things. So you almost have to be grateful you're even in the position because you can't go back. Like I couldn't even imagine what my life would be like if I had to go back to a regular job. So it's about
Yeah.
being grateful because like, bro,
Hmm. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
it's funny you say like you're like competing with like you're going up against like the competition and stuff like that. Because like I remember like I want to say 2 years ago,
Mm,
I would upload like 4 videos a day for like a month straight. And the biggest lesson I learned from that is that sometimes that means absolutely nothing.
mm,
It means nothing. The algorithm will
yeah.
fuck you over. The algorithm will be like, "Oh, thanks for the content. Oh, you're monetized. Thanks." And just leave your content just sitting there and I'm just like, "What the fuck is this?" On some
Mm,
level I'm not mad because like I don't know if I would have wanted to blow up back then. There's a certain level of like gratitude I have with like gaining the audience I have right now at this time because if I had blown up back when I wanted to, I
yeah.
cannot imagine the
Oof.
difficulty of growing as a person,
Mm-mm.
learning new things, humbling
Same.
myself and saying I was wrong 2 years ago and my audience not being like fuck you and like leaving like
Mm,
because that was like something I think about it all the time like I used to watch like Hunter Avalone when I was like a peewee when I was like 15, 16, and I was like, man, like I
mhm,
want to be like
mhm.
this one day. And looking back, it's like no, 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 no. Like it's good. It's good that I not only finished up the rest of my high school years as a normal kid, it's also good that like I had a few relatively boring but private years as an early adult and got time to make mistakes as a content creator with barely anyone watching me. And
Yeah.
then when I actually began to understand a little bit more about the world, now I'm gaining a little bit of an audience. So I feel like there is like a level of gratitude you have to have for timing and patience with
For
this
sure.
stuff, especially when you're young, because
100.
it's like I can't imagine being famous at 21 with the horrible takes I had. Like,
No, no, I'm so grateful. Like, I'm so grateful I had time to private those videos. I'm so grateful that, like, my past Facebook posts don't exist. Like, I'm so grateful.
mhm,
Like, and it was just cringy stuff, like cringy atheist stuff. Like, just like cringy. And
I
not that
get
I don't
it.
make cringy stuff here. I even update my content now where, like, I've outgrown this opinion. I'd like to, like, update people, on the kind of a new opinion. And that's why I think I always like, here's the update now. I've changed my mind. This is now my opinion. I
Mhm.
think that's kind of a free space to do that. But yeah, like there is something to be grateful for. I mean, I think even being able to take off, to find your flow, to have like a niche, to have your audience, like what a blessing. And like to see your channel kind of take off like that, I was like, there it is. That's great. It's a great feeling. Like it's a great feeling to see as a YouTuber, and it's a great feeling to I know have that happen where you wake up, you're like, oh shit, like that's a pretty good video. That video did good today. AdSense loved me today. It's like that feels good.
Yeah, I mean, same.
Yeah.
Watching your video hit like 90,000, I'm just like that's gonna hit 100,000 soon.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. It feels good.
and also like realizing some people have seen the video that like one thing like is interesting is like people will see your shit and you won't know who's seen it. Like that's one
Oh
thing
my
about
God.
like hit videos that like that's just shocked me is like the amount of people who probably know who I am that I used
Bro.
to look up to that probably know who I am because of that video. And I look
Yeah.
at the 200,000 views and I'm like, 200,000. But like of that 200,000, there's people in that 200,000 that I probably like have watched my whole life that have seen it. I've had YouTubers I love that have
Mm.
subscribed to me from those
Yeah.
videos. And then
Yeah.
of the ones who haven't clicked, there are plenty who have seen the thumbnail. So it's like how many people kind of like have me in like their little like bookmark of like, okay, there's that guy. Um,
Definitely.
it's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I remember I like woke up one day and I looked at my Instagram DMs and I see this like blue check mark and my brain's like, hmm. And I looked at it and I was like, this can't be real. And I clicked on it and I'm like, oh, it is real. And I'm like looking at it and they're like, hey, saw your video you did about me. And I was like, oh no.
Oh,
Oh no. And then you have like this feeling deep in your gut. You're like, what did I say? What did I say?
yeah.
And they're like, love to talk to you about it. And you're just like, okay. And like you talk to them and you can see them like, I'm like, I feel like sometimes I forget people are watching me. Like people
Yeah.
I talk about, Like you almost have it in your head that like they're not seeing it, and then you get their fucking name in your DMs. You're like, fuck, what did I say? Because like and that's the problem with this job too, is like I have no illusion that I'm like making a video for this person to contact me. I'm just talking to my audience. I'm just talking about things
Yeah.
I like. And then it happens, and then it also puts into perspective that like it's nice to hear them say, I really think you saw something there. I really think you got something there. Or even like it's nice to know that there is a place for you in a sphere where, you know, even people you wouldn't think would enjoy your content can see a perspective from it. And I think I
Mm-hmm.
remember there's this guy who worked for Oprah. He said he was making YouTube videos and he got like no views, like a few hundred views a video, no big deal. And then one day he gets an email and says, hey, the Oprah show wants you. Oprah was watching YouTube and wants you. I don't know if this is a true story, but I think about that all the time. Like, you don't know who's watching. And all it takes is one person to see you and be like, "Oh, I like your shit." Like I remember years ago during COVID when ABBA hit me, like he shouted me out on a live stream for small YouTubers. He's like, "Hey, I found this girl named Brittany Simon, and I like her. I think she's gonna do something one day." And I was like, "Oh, that's nice." Like you just never know. And I think
Mm-hmm.
that that's kind of like the cool part of YouTube, or even you just never know. Or even like Sneeko. Sneeko reached out to me because I made a video on him, but I didn't think about it. Like you never, why would I think these people would ever see my videos? There's no
Right.
reason to. But then you realize, oh, they do. And then that could make a great networking relationship or a great friendship or something like that. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, I mean, given the fact that you're like not crazy and you're actually like like reasonable, I think that's also an aspect of it. Like people feel like, yo,
Probably
I can
help.
have a civilized conversation with someone who disagrees with me. Um,
Mm.
hmm.
Actually, that makes me wonder though, you know how you said earlier, like this space is so mentally unwell? Even yesterday's stream, I ended the segment with, I don't know why people in this sphere are so unwell. That's so funny that you said that because I was wondering, like, what is happening? But I think it's a part of the freedom to be yourself here that encourages people to maybe unleash and share a little bit of their crazy. But
Hmm.
at the same time, like, that's kind of beautiful and a double-edged sword. And I think, like, what I would love to see is people in the commentary space, like, for not forget that the world is seeing them. You are being witnessed, and you should take that into consideration. Like this isn't just like a little bubble where the only people who know us are here. Like other people can find you and see you, and just think about that in terms of like where you want to be in 20 years. Because like, there's so much here that I think is hard to realize when you're
Yeah.
just like, you know,
I look at Sneeko and I'm like, dude, have you thought for 1 second what 20 years from now will look like for you? Like, you gotta chill. Like, you're saying stuff that like
oh,
will comp. Like, it's interesting. But I think there's not a strength to what Sneako's doing. Let's just establish that. There's a strength to being like a little bit willing to go a little bit crazy. Like there's a
mhm.
strength in the mindset that allows you to maybe go a little bit. You know what I mean? Like talk a little bit of your shit. Go a little crazy. Like I noticed that the more cautious I was making content, the less funny I was.
For sure.
um like I realized like the more I was just like whatever happens happens, I was like a lot more comical and stuff like that. But the more conscientious I was, not only was I not as funny, it was also harder to just talk. I would trip over words, I
Mm.
would stutter more. um I noticed that built up a stutter after a year of like, don't say that, don't say that. Take 3, take 4. When I first started doing YouTube, Brittany, I would do 1 take. 2023 was the year of take 5s and take 6. It was bad. Now I'm more like on like 1 or 2 takes, but I noticed like the stress of trying to not fuck up was getting in the way of making videos that people could enjoy, and people still liked them, which is, I was like, y'all like this bullshit? Like, I could do way better than this if I'm not being a pussy. But, you know, I noticed like, yo, like this mentality is, it's actually like fucking up my head. I don't know if you've ever had anything like that happen. You laugh.
Listen to me when I say I'm the queen of edgy jokes, but like I have to say, I tell myself, I'm like, it just like, first of all, I'm an older sister. Okay. I got like 7 little siblings. You think I'm not good at like what? Like bouncing back. But the problem is, and this is why I say on stream now where I'm like, it's a joke, isn't it? It's a little joke. But like,
you do almost, say stuff where I'm like, wait, what? And then like, I'm like, wait.
But this is the thing, is they're funny. People are pussies about it though. Like they tried to cancel me for a joke I made, which they, by the way, clipped me, took me out of context and switched the clip around. It was like 20-minute gap between the 2 clips, switched it around, made me look like I said something I didn't say. I was like, don't take that context. The joke is funny. Why you gotta ruin the joke by taking it out of context? Because I'm good enough for them to make money off of. Look at me growing. Like, that's kind of the joy, is like, oh my God, I am so in your head right now. I love that. And I love that I don't have to worry about these people, except like they do put my name in the mix. And at first I was like kind of butthurt. I was like, hey, that's not the joke I made. I made a much better joke over here. And then I was like, you know what? Listen.
You're insane, bro.
I think, look, in another life, I would have been a stand-up comic, and I would have thought I would have been the only person laughing, but I would have thought I was very funny. I do think I'm funny. And shout out, you know what I mean? I do think I'm pretty funny. But I think it shows up on stream when even my audience laughs, because I'll catch myself about to say something, and I'm like, I'll stop myself, and my audience will be like, oh, they're like, level 5 Brittany. I was like, because, you know, every part of you knows you got to go clap back.
Yeah.
And then the question is that funny? But then even that's funny, even that's comedic when you do stop yourself and your audience is like, I know what she was going to say. The idea is like, there's a discernment that comes into this, and you're not going to be perfect at it, and you're going to say shit. You know how many times I've said shit on stream and I'm like, that was too far and that was my bad, but also I did think it. So that was my bad. And you have to just think about it that way, but also you know that it's still kind of funny. I think as long as you're not coming with like a malicious intent, and you know there's kind of like a tongue-in-cheek attitude to it, I think you have the discernment to be entertaining and to be funny and to kind of say what you mean to say. I think humor is one of the best ways to get the point across. Mm-hmm. And I think it gives opportunity. Like I made that video about the one that's going to hit 100K or whatever, about Myron having internalized racism. Great bubble hop. And then, you know what's funny is the Black community came into my bubble, and I loved that because I was like, oh, and they're so much better. This particular form of online Black community activism came into my bubble, and they were like mostly liking my stuff, but it was like they were so, out of all the communities I've interacted with, one of the best in terms of like the way they criticized, the way they tried to like bring up conversation, the way they loved or hated. It was so much better than these other communities I've dealt with. Like the white edgy communities are like so misogynistically different.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's crazy different. So then it gave me an opportunity though to make a follow-up video based off a comment I got in their video. And then that forced me again to prove the way that I think, which brought in more people to say like, okay, cool. You explained it. You were thoughtful. You made a joke that at first I thought was bad, but when you explained it, I was like, okay, I got where you're coming from. Now I'm subscribing. It's like humor is an opportunity to bring the right people into your audience and to push away those who were never going to get the joke anyways. But also, you have to keep in line with your values. I think one of the criticisms I get as a content creator is like, people are like, you don't engage with criticism. And I was like, I don't engage with criticism. I engage with constructive criticism, and I'm waiting. You know, and I've gotten some people who have made my content better by giving me good constructive criticism. I've definitely changed in that regard. But I think ultimately it's like when people don't get the joke, they feel left out. Then they feel stupid. So then they're mad at you for making them feel dumb. And then it's a whole cycle. And I think I learned this from Drew Afalo, where she's very big on TikTok. And she's mostly like men suck bubble. But she makes a lot of jokes at the expense of men. And I think what she's learned is that is her niche. And as much as like it's a little misandry, it's also what's important to her for ultimately moving the goal forward. And look at her, New York Times bestseller, was just on a bunch of podcasts. She knows what her niche is.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's not a niche I would have chosen for myself, it's still a niche I follow because I do understand ultimately what she's trying to what she's trying to fight, which is that misogyny that women in this space have to deal with all the time.
Yeah, that's like when I saw people like getting on my ass about the hippy dippy, which, you know, shout out to Dylan for the amazing panel. I'm like, they're on my ass, like they're like, there needs to be more women here, and I'm like, y'all don't understand like the bullshit. Like I see women in this space debate normally, and dudes are like, her attitude is disgusting. It's like she's literally talking as crazy as everybody else in this fucking panel. Like, what the fuck?
I will
But it's
literally
like,
agree with the man. I will say exactly what he just said, but when I say it, they're like, what the fuck? Why would you say that? And I'm like, that's why it confuses me because I'm like, don't do this to me, bro. Don't fucking do this to me, bro.
yeah, it's crazy. I'm curious. So about the ABBA and Myra, because that beef is the gift that keeps on giving.
It is.
I'm curious. Like we're starting to see like I don't know if you want to keep it content creator, we can. But I definitely wanted to touch a little bit more on like the philosophy
Please.
and maybe a little bit political
Please,
stuff.
please. Yeah.
It is interesting to see like black content creators. I'd say MAGA's having a spiral right now, like a spiral of like the hate's gotten worse, the hate toward minorities, the hate toward women, the hate toward like everything. You know, Myron calling black people the N-word with the hard R I saw on Tomfoolery.
Crazy.
You know,
Crazy. I couldn't even play that clip on YouTube. I couldn't
yeah,
even play it because I was like, I'm not getting demonetized for this. I'm not getting in trouble for this. But like, yeah.
yeah. What else happened? Myron leaving a Twitter space and then them calling him the N-word
Bro,
after
that
he
was wild.
left.
That was wild.
What do you think about this upcoming cycle? Because I'm watching this craziness unfold, and it's crazy to watch. Like, I keep up with Fuentes sometimes. So like him and Candace are beefing because she won't like acknowledge his existence. They're in like the anti-Semite like Justice League alliance, but she's kind of like acting like he's not like the leader of that, and he's kind of freaking out about it. And one thing that fascinated me is like, do they expect her to join? Did you see the N-word girl? What happened to her? Where
The
like
white girl?
yeah, where like they were like, your child's mixed, and bring your nose closer to the camera. You look a little bit Jewish, like that. Like she could, and she's white. She's white. She's blonde. She's blue eyed. She looks like any other country white girl I've met in the South. She does not look. I mean, there's nothing wrong with looking Jewish, but I realized this online community is so perpetually online. They can't conceive of a white person with a nose that doesn't come down straight like this. Like they can't, and it's like watching them freak out about Candace Owens. It's like, you do know she's black, so if she does anything you guys don't like, she's gonna get showered in N-words. And she just spent the last 10 years telling everybody racism doesn't exist. That's gonna be humiliating. Then she's got mixed kids. Y'all fucking shat on the last person with mixed kids. She can't join you because like she'll become the laughing stock of politics. So it's like, what do you think about like the right wing and really politics in general becoming like, from a like, if you want to go philosophical about it, what do you think about them going like crazy?
Well, I just saw this video on Candace earlier, and, I'd love to hear your input on this. What confuses me about Candace is who she aligns herself with. So her actual husband being friends with Andrew Tate for many years, including before he was famous. Her husband being, and her husband, like, being a heir to, like, $70 million? Like, his dad's a billionaire,
Aristocrat,
right? So, like, here's Candace marrying this guy after 17 days. Okay, they have this relationship. Now they have got these kids. And now she's doing so much work bending over backwards for the Tate brothers. And I wondered, and I'm looking at her like, why are you working so hard for these men? And then I realized, okay, what association is her husband got with Tate? I know they're friends. They vouch for each other all the time. But like, where did that come from? Like, where does that? And I'm not even judging like the love story. I'm judging the way she's running defense for the Tates. So Candace is obviously playing a game of her own. The question is it a game of her own or a game of his own? Like, who? I don't even know what's happening right now.
I think it's a mixture. I think we're seeing this happen all over the right, where it's like we're going a little bit too crazy, but we've normalized the crazy and we've normalized the perpetuators of the crazy. How do we maintain our audience? Trying to find the line where the crazy's too far. Where do we? Because it's like the clips of Tate like admitting to like crazy stuff coming out.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot of people anticipated that. So now it's like we've built an audience that likes him and loves him and might be willing to excuse anything he's ever done. How do we maintain that audience as these clips are coming out that we obviously don't want any association with?
Right.
I think the biggest thing right now is people on that side of the aisle trying to like coming to terms with the fact that they've normalized so much insanity. How do they tread that thin line? You know what I mean? Like, because they can't come. Like, I mean, they can. I think redemption should always exist for everybody in politics.
For sure.
I think the biggest issue we have on the left is like you're canceled and you're banished. You know, but yeah, I mean, I feel like Candace Owens has that audience where they love Tate. They're not ready to let go of Tate. You look at some of the stuff Sneeko has said, it's becoming obvious that end of the political spectrum is normalizing a lot of crazy shit. They've jumped into a hole with no ladder built in to get out. It's weird. So, you know.
A part of it feels like a larger game than just politics to me, because like Candace is obviously not working out in other established, like the fact that she had her separation from Daily Wire, right? Right? Like that's interesting to me from a political game perspective. For like, what game are you playing where you're getting fired from this bubble? But then a part of me knows she has to do it because of the way that whatever she's planning for the future, obviously I think there's a plan. But also, have you noticed that like not Piers Morgan, Tucker Carlson, Candace, all these people that are being like kicked out of the bubble, they're like forming their own like Avengers squad of like weird solo people. And I don't understand what the goal is there, but my brain is going money. Whatever it is, there's obviously money at the end of this trail or something like that. I don't think it's about values.
I think it is about values, but I don't think she's playing the game as smart as I don't think she's playing a game. I don't think she's playing a game.
No, you think she's like authentic?
Yeah.
Candace Owens?
I think Candace Owens does think poorly of black people. I have the tweets to back it up. I think Candace does.
She thinks she's better.
I think she thinks she's a better like type. You know, she's got the better stats. Like, you know, I think she thinks she's.
I think a lot of tokens feel that way.
Yeah, they think they're like the elite version of like their race, which is like
they figured out the game.
Yeah, and it's like anyone who knows white supremacy knows like it's built to where if you are the best of your race, you still can't be above the worst of the white race. It's built this way on purpose. I don't think she's planning anything. I think anyone who's calculated enough would realize, okay, sure, you fell out with the Daily Wire because you said some stuff about Jewish power. You probably shouldn't go any harder because now you're going to be stuck in an audience of people that don't like black people. They like what you say, but they really don't like you. If she were smart, she'd try to like do something else. But I don't think she's being strategic. I think there is a sort of ideological inebriation. Like they're drunk off like this hate, this exclusion, this desire to like push out this group, push out that group. I think it can be very exhilarating for a lot of these people to feel like, hey, we are the in group. We're going to hate on and exclude the out group. And I think a lot of, minorities think they're a part of that. Like you look at Vivek Ramaswamy, he said, there's no need for Juneteenth because we already have MLK Day. It's like, who says stuff like that? You know what I mean? Like who says shit like that? These people, I think they genuinely like where they're at, like ideologically, because if they actually gave it a little bit of thought, they'd realize there's no place for you there. You know what I mean?
It's hard for me to imagine anyone gets as popular as these people and they're not strategically. I mean, if we're thinking strategically to some extent, they've got to be thinking strategically to some extent. I mean, obviously, even when I say strategically, I just mean like, do I want to do this with my brand? Do I want to live this way? Do I want to wake up every day and feel good about myself doing this? Like they must be thinking something to some extent. And then they wrote it all the way to a brand that is now recognized. Like we know who they are. And yeah.
I think it's like jumping into a river with a strong current that's pushing you further than you thought. So it's like, at first it was like kind of chill. Like we're floating, we're going wherever we want. But now, thanks to Elon taking over Twitter, anti-Semitism is like the new, like, it's like the new Jays. Like, you know what I'm saying? Look at my new, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like the new thing now. It's like,
Yeah.
anti-black, like, I don't even follow white nationalists, but like when I open my Twitter, I see like black people fighting white people. It's like, I don't
Damn.
follow these people, but it's because of
Yeah.
who now owns Twitter that I'm seeing it. I feel like a lot of conservative people have joined a movement that's moving too far toward something they're not ready for it to go to. And I think they're all trying to play their best game. This is why Tucker probably won't talk to Fuentes. This is why Candace probably won't talk to Fuentes. It's this line of like, we'll hate these minorities, but we don't want to hate on this one too hard. We can't associate with him because he said too much crazy shit, but
Sure.
we kind of want to work toward this. We're denying elections. It's being exposed. Trump saying, it's like, there's no, it's, you're right. They did calculate, but I think sometimes the currents move too fast.
Okay,
And your
I could see that.
calculations can't keep up. What do you think?
Okay,
about
I
that?
could see. I mean, I feel like ultimately politics is so difficult because, okay, Trump, you know how Trump feels like he's just Team Trump?
Yeah,
Like he doesn't, I'm not sure what he believes, but I know he believes in himself.
he's on team him for sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
he's on
for
Team Trump.
sure.
Sometimes in politics, it feels like a lot of people are that way, but you're right that some of these people genuinely think not only are they doing good, but they're fighting for something they believe in. And I know this because of the people that I have only in my own life. They're very passionate, you know, whether they're pro Trump or pro Russia or pro whatever they believe in, for whatever reason they've come to the conclusion to be that. It's coming from a real place. Like they feel emotionally, you know, invested in the outcome of whatever election result they're like hoping for. I mean, even me, obviously, registered Democrat over here voting from Europe.
Okay.
Let's go,
There we
baby.
go. There we
Okay.
go.
You know, and I'm, you know, even saying that, like, oh, I'm a registered Democrat, like everyone knows like who I'm voting for. It's like we can assume, you know, I vote very specifically for the theys, the gays, and abortion. Like those are my three topics. Thank you so
Respect.
much. And as a progressive person, I don't think I'm ever going to get the ideal result from a US election. So I go for the closest to what I need. And talking about that, you know how they say the greatest of two evils? You know how people say that? If we're talking about evil in a philosophical sense, you're in your evil when you binge eat. So, of course, you're closer to evil when you're out here genociding people in Palestine, okay? But
Right.
also, there's a reason why things have to work the way they do, and there's the consequence of being a superpower is you do a lot of evil. Like, I think this idea that you're going to be a superpower and not do evil is like so funny to me. Like, bro, put the Cheetos down and fucking pick up a book, you know? So, obviously, you're never voting for this perfect person. You're voting towards what you think would be easier for, let's be realistic, you. You want to feel safe every day in your country. You want to feel like you can pay your bills. You want to feel like your country's fighting for you. So I think like Candace and all these people must have some value system they're relying on. I'm just not convinced how deep it is. Like Jordan Peterson said something, and everybody knows how much I love Jordan Peterson. It's like a hate love relationship. Sometimes he says shit, and I'm like, that's fire. That's it. And then sometimes he says shit, and I'm like, what was that? And he called Andrew Tate recently in a most recent podcast. He said Andrew Tate is like a narcissistic, like Machiavellian, like figurehead, right? He's this like narcissist, and he tries very hard not to make too much commentary about people he's never met. But he's like, Andrew Tate is obviously not the answer. And when I see Jordan Peterson say this, even though I think he's paranoid and afraid, what I think he's trying to say is even I have a limit of my values. And this puts a green flag now with him, where I'm like, okay, so his values will let him do things that are like pretty anti-trans and pretty anti-women to some extent. But even he's like, wait. This is not what I'm doing. He doesn't want to be associated with the Tates. So why would Candace Owens, who's allegedly just become Catholic, her husband's a Roman Catholic, why would they be all of a sudden pro this pimp who's definitely not acting in the way of Christ, nor Allah, who he claims to be in association with? What is it about Tate that makes people think he is a good person to associate with? And then they tell me that they have morals and values. Like, yeah, you must. It's just very different from mine, bro.
I feel like a big part of conservatism is the aesthetic of things more so than the actual reality of things.
Sure.
And I think we've seen that with like the red pill movement of like, here's how to get laid, but not here's how to be a good father, or here's how to be a good boyfriend, or how to be a good husband. You'll oftentimes find that conservative values are like, how do we force women to marry more? not how
Mm.
do we make sure relationships are actually healthy between men and women. I saw JD Vance say like, sure, some relationships and marriages were abusive or violent, but ultimately it was better for the children, which we all know is not true.
Right.
It's not about the functioning household, a healthy family. It's not about people being on their best behavior. It's about almost like the idea or the image of it. I found that conservative politics is very aesthetic, very ideological. It's
Mm-hmm.
very like it's like everyone's just on hookah, like everyone's just like high as fuck in the room, just like it's kind of cool, but at the same time it's like, okay, like I need something that works. Like back in 2017, like everybody like on right-wing media, like there was this like idealization of like Roman statues and Greek
Yeah.
statues and art and all of that stuff, and it's cute to like have an aesthetic. But I think there's something to be said about the fact that they're not as concerned about actually functioning and doing things the right way, so much so as the idea of it looking that way and the individual people at the top having the power to determine what society should look like for everyone else. And I think that's one of the scariest things about conservatism is like it's not about what works, it's about what we think works, what we think looks
Mm-hmm.
good, and you're going to accept it regardless of whether it works for you or not. And then if it doesn't work, we'll come up with like platitude explanations. Like I was reading I hope I don't get this wrong, but I was watching this channel called Kings and Generals where they were talking about the fall of the Roman Empire and like Roman philosophy and stuff like that, and how like Roman conservatives would blame the fall of the empire on like there weren't enough great strong men. It's like, okay, so like your
Sounds
empire
familiar.
spans all these miles. You do know you've got rebellion here, famine here, you've got
Mm-hmm.
insurrection here, you've got internal conflict here. Your troops are stretched thin. It's hard to feed people here. No, great men. Okay, okay, like but you see this recurring theme today. It's not about the logistics of how to run a functioning society. It's about like this anime character bullshit of like we don't
Yeah.
have enough fucking like dragonborns from Skyrim leading the fucking charge, so like obviously society's gonna fall because we don't have enough fucking caricatures. Damn near, we don't have enough people who embody this character from a movie. And I think that's why you see conservatives associate with bullshit despite preaching something else. It's not about making family values come to reality in a beautiful and strong and healthy way. It's just about the aesthetic of it. It seems nice, it seems cool, it's insane. It's fucking
Yeah.
crazy.
Well, they kind of pedestal, going back to pedestaling, which is funny,
All right.
the image, the lifestyle, the possibility, the dream. There's
Mm-hmm.
like a pedestaling instead of accepting that it's not going to work out this way. I think when we talk about like breaking generational curses and we talk about challenging sort of, the past generation and making the new generation a little bit better, we run
Mm-hmm.
into the issue of, and this is why I don't think we should pedestal, is people who feel like they did good can't handle the fact that they could have done better. And so when you've
Right.
decided somebody's a great man, there's like an insinuation that they couldn't have done better. And I think that doing better isn't to say that you didn't do great. It's to say that we can only ever do what we can do. But often I think people neglect to realize that the next generation coming and saying, I'm going to do it better than you did it is not an insult to what you accomplished. It's a compliment to say, thank you, I'm going to stand on the shoulders of giants and still do better than you. But usually what we run into is this issue with traditionalism, is this assumption that it's better because it worked. But I don't know what worked means in this definition when we're talking about all the issues that arose because of this alleged thing that worked, you know? And so I think people have a hard time imagining, like, there's so much nostalgia in our brains. There's so much like, oh, I remember when times were good, make America great again. And I'm like, for who, when, where, how? Like, I will never not be grateful that I'm born in a time where this is my job, which means I had to be born now, where women
Mm-hmm.
could work and technology was a thing. And this is my life. And this is not a thing like every time someone goes, hypothetical, Brittany, what time would you want to go back to? What time is
Right.
a benefit to me? Like you know what I mean? At the end of the day, like I don't know what time would have been better for you, but I doubt you and I would
I'm
have done
staying right
better.
the fuck
I'm saying
here.
right the fuck
I'm
here.
staying
Thank
right the fuck
you.
here. Thank you.
Thank you. And you know what's so funny is people say like what are the two things you would take with you back in time? Obviously, my Diva cup for my cycle, you know what I'm saying? You got to do the
Mm-hmm.
hygienic stuff. And then what would be the other thing? I'm like what could I even possibly run into at a time when I'm thinking about disease? I'm thinking about okay, anything to make me look like a man. A fake beard. like armor, like something like what do you mean? What do I take with me? I'm gonna die. I'm 5'1" in a fucking little tiny thing. I'm just gonna show up and they're gonna be like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, what is the perk of going back in time, right? But we've
Right.
convinced ourselves that there was a time that was greater than now. Now is always the greatest. Present is always the greatest, even when it's horrible. Like, did you finish Attack on Titan? Did you see it at all?
Okay, I have a confession to make.
Okay.
I've only ever seen Dragon Ball Z Kai, Naruto, and a little bit of Vinland Saga. So if
Okay.
any anime references, you're gonna have to work within the confines of my lack of literacy, or just go ahead with
Man,
the
I really
AOT.
miscategorized you. I thought you were a black anime guy. You're not a black anime guy?
You
What are we
can't just
even
strip
doing
me of this
here?
today like this in front of all these people.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro.
Okay,
Okay, I thought better of
I feel
you.
like three anime is like I feel like three animes are good enough.
At least they're long anime. They are long anime. Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, I
In
you
Attack on
can't demote
Titan,
me. Okay.
okay, I'm not gonna demote you, fine, whatever. But without taking away your black anime card, okay, without taking it away from you, there is sort of like this thing that happens where it shows a cycle of time going by at the very end of Attack on Titan. I won't quite give it away, but it just shows the repeating and repeating and repeating of cycles. And as much as you're worried for your kids and their future, there's a living in existence that they don't know any better than. Like everyone always acts like right now is the worst time. It's the worst time to be alive. It's the worst. And I'm sitting here like, girl, you are so ungrateful. But also, like, I could think of 1,000 other things that could go wrong. And at the same time, that's not to take away from the things that still need to get done. Like, you want to talk about, do you watch FD Signifier stuff at all?
Yeah, he's cool. I watched some of his stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, he made a video recently about kind of the online left and sort of them not understanding why people are critical of Harris. And I think a big part of it is because from a progressive perspective, like a philosophical perspective, she's just another status quo politician, right? In that way. And so it's funny to hear the Republicans in my life be like, she's a communist. She's going to make us like China. And I'm sitting here like, Harris is very establishment. You're fine. Okay,
Right.
she's going to do a thing with Israel. She's going to be pro this. She's going to be very. You're not going to be. The worst thing she's going to give you that you're actually going to be mad about is abortions and gay marriage. Relax. Like, she's actually going to be fine, But from a progressive perspective, she is just another one. And yes, she's better than Trump. But I think this disconnect between people and what they hope for the world is a disconnect between feeling like I want it to be better in the future and I'm also grateful for how it is now. And those are two things that are very hard for people to contend with. And it's also difficult when, I have a conversation with family members and I'll say, we both want the same thing. We want freedom. Yes? And they're like, yes. And I'm like, okay, then we have to compromise. But they don't want to compromise. And who wants to when they feel like the compromise means God forbid, the death of people in foreign countries, the death of our own civilians, the destruction of what they perceive as the economy, the feeling like their businesses aren't going to flourish. Like they feel any compromise is to the detriment of their baby's future. But your baby's future is just going to be as bad as they understand it to be, but it's always going to be better than their ancestors were. And so it's like a perception thing. What do you think about that? Especially with
I
election season coming up, there's a lot of pressure for things to be better, fast. People are going to want things to feel better very fast after the election.
I think the key word is feeling. A lot of people feel things, but they don't know shit, and that's like one of the scariest things about politics. Was his video talking about people who were critiquing Harris, like people who were like, hey, like why are you guys getting mad at people who are critiquing Kamala?
It was basically the message was if you're upset with how the online politics are going, get involved in your real communities because they need your help. It was basically you're never going to feel satisfied just being online and like having people yell at each other. He was mostly concerned that Palestinians and like white progressives were like yelling at each other on TikTok and like black communities were getting involved and they all felt like they were arguing with each other. And he said, get off TikTok, go work with your local communities. That was basically the message.
I mean, yeah, that's a good message. I think one of the biggest things is like people feel too much and don't like know enough. It was one of the scariest things about politics is like I understand people want more progressivism, but I think one of the biggest issues with progressives is not realizing what time it is. I think one of the biggest things we do is we insulate ourselves from MAGA. And that's one of the scariest things we can do is we're underestimating how serious they are about bullshit. Stuff that's not even real, they take seriously. You stole the election from us. We didn't, but they think we did. And
Totally.
they're about to try to steal it. Like they tried to steal the last one
Yeah.
They've convinced their base that we tried to steal it instead. That's scary. They're going to try to steal the next one. And if Trump faces any legal consequences, it's because of a conspiracy to destroy him because he's amazing.
For sure. Yeah.
People who are like trying to sabotage Kamala or hold her political like campaign at gunpoint, if you don't give us what we want on Palestine, we'll destroy everything. It's one of those things where it's like people oftentimes let, you know, what's that saying? They allow like great to be the enemy. Is it good to be the enemy of great, or great to be the enemy of good, or something like that?
I don't know that one. Shoot.
It's something like that. I forget. I don't want to say it wrong,
Okay.
but it's like someone who will like step over a fucking dollar to pick up a penny. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah. I got you.
yeah,
I got you.
it's like y'all are so caught up on some shit she can't affect. And it's interesting because as progressives, we're supposed to care about the LGBTQ community, the women, people of color, religious minorities.
Sure.
And here we are, willing to risk Trump getting back in office because of an issue that Harris and Biden can't entirely affect the way you want them to. Or I saw Hassan go like, Kamala's not far left enough on these particular issues. I'm not feeling
I
her
agree with that,
speech.
by the way. I do think
know?
she's not far left enough, but
But the thing,
also
it's
I
a
didn't expect her to
process.
be and win. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
didn't expect her to be
yeah.
far left enough and win. But I do agree that she's not far left. Like, I'm much more progressive in terms of my own personal beliefs, but also I never expected a candidate to be as progressive as I am and win an election.
And that's the thing. It's like, I don't even think Kamala Harris isn't that progressive. You just can't put all your cards on the table.
Sure.
Not right now. Not when
Sure.
Trump can say anything and get away with it. But if you say one wrong thing, it can tank your campaign. You can't say
Sure,
what
I
you
can
really
see
want to
that.
do right now. I think a lot of people don't realize how serious this election is because everything seems normal. Like,
Well, to be fair, I think Hassan also is playing a particular game that is necessary, which is to say that he needs to signal to his audience that he sees them and understands them. And he's ultimately not going to impact the election in a negative way. Like, ultimately, he's, I think, more likely going to inspire people to vote for Harris, whether or not he even says he is voting for her or not. Because ultimately, like, you're not voting for Trump and you're not voting third party. So let's be serious. You know what I mean? And if you
I
do vote
mean,
third party,
I don't
that's up to
know.
you. I just don't know very many progressives who vote third party. That feels like a Republican thing to do. That feels like a registered
Yeah,
independent thing to do.
that is that RFK brainworm shit. I'm not gonna
Right?
lie.
That's
I
like that
mean,
kind of, so it feels kind of silly to think, but I think Hassan still has a signal to his audience in the same way that I think, anybody in that sphere has they just have that expectation of him. That's what they expect him to do. And so I can see that, but I can also see how frustrating that is for the like AOCs to see Hassan do those things and be like, hey, like you need to rally people together. But also Hassan also has his own brand that he's playing to. You know what I mean? So it is kind of a mixed bag there. But I don't think Hassan's going to be the reason like Harris loses, right? Like that's not going to
I
be
don't
the
think
thing.
so either. I just think I think there is a habit on the left of not taking things seriously enough when it comes to MAGA. That's all. It's like I don't think they realize how angry these people are over a made up story.
Sure.
And they're trying to take your rights away, and they have people positioned in government to steal your election from you. Like, I'm anticipating that something seriously insane is going to happen in December or January, like possible violence,
Like
because you
another
can't.
insurrection type thing.
You can't just try to steal an election and nothing. Like, someone's going to prison, I think, and hopefully I'm wrong, but I think people on the left have insulated themselves so much for years. We've banned people, we've deplatformed people, we've kind of built up this culture of like ignoring MAGA. And I think we've kind of like not realized how much like bullshit they've managed to, like the seeds of bullshit they've managed to plant. So when I see people
Sure.
be like, oh, like we should be holding Harris's feet to the fire right now. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Your rights are on the line, and the Republicans, it's like, these are people who wear American flag shirts and are actually about to try to steal an election. You can't make this up. People who claim to love the Constitution and have
Yeah.
realized people aren't homophobic enough for us. They're not racist enough for us. They're not sexist enough. The only way we can take
Sure.
over the country is to steal the election from these people. And you have people on the left playing like Well, there's this thing Kamala Harris didn't say. It's like, wow. Like, you guys actually think this is a normal. I saw Bill Maher say it's a normal election. What? Joe Biden might risk having to lock up people he's known for his entire life in Washington because they might try to steal an election. You think it's normal? We might see Supreme Court justices go to prison on camera, and you think it's normal? A president broke his oath to the Constitution. You think it's normal? The left, I think, we've built this, I guess, this idea of they're crazy, and everything's going to be fine. And there's nothing wrong with wanting more progressivism. But I think one of the biggest issues we have is our hearts are way too pure. We're not ready to get our hands dirty, and we're not ready to, that's what I think.
It's interesting, though, because after Harris announced her running, the Democrats had like a 700% registration rate, right? Like 40,000 people like registered to vote. Hell, even I got my butt in gear and was like, how do I vote from Europe? How do I do this? Let's go. Yeah. Because I was like, look, I think it worked, whatever that strategy was to get people like on fire again. I was lit, girl. I was like, I'm ready, girl. I'm susceptible to this branding and I'm going to vote. And like, I'm ready. And I vote every election, so that's not that abnormal. But I was going to work a little less hard. Even though I'm paying American tax, let me tell you, the IRS comes for you no matter where you are.
Right.
But it's one of those things where, look, I think philosophically, especially, progressives have a right to speak up against the inhumane actions that the U.S. is participating in relation to Israel and Palestine, in relation to how things are going around the world. There is a lot of tragedy happening. I don't think it's wrong to stop to know that that's happening. I think I can understand the political bubble wants them to play a particular game, but I think these people, much like everyone else, feel like they can't sleep at night. Playing this game, they feel like is really authentic, inauthentic to their goals and their moral goals. So I think we're really dealing with people's real feelings about their real beliefs. And yes, they might not know as much as we'd hope they know. And I don't know as much as I should know. And maybe we all don't know anything. But what we do know is that we want to feel good about going to sleep at night. And I think that's what everyone's trying to do in their own way. I know people who literally, I was talking to a family member, about Trump the other day, and they're like, I can't believe you believe all the false accusations against him. I was like, it's okay. At this point, it's not like a false accusation. It's done. Like, it is done. But in their mind, it's a setup. It's a coup. It's a thing. It's like all these words. And look, it's politics. So who knows what's real? But what is real is that we have a system. We either rely on or we don't. And you always have to have the discernment to know, is this the part of the system we believe in? Is this the part of the system we're going to dismantle and change? And that's really difficult to parse it, especially when all of us are so diverse with our own goals. And I think, from my perspective, since I'm not in the political bubble in that traditional sense, I'm always just trying to make sure I can go to sleep happy, wake up happy with my choices. I want to be proud of my choices and how I go about living in the world. And I think that's what all people are trying to do. I just think that a lot of people are afraid. And I am optimistically hopeful. I am always hopeful. I think anything that happens was always going to happen. And then you have to make the best out of it. Because look, the worst thing that happens in America is we have an insurrection. At least we don't have a nuke falling on us, I guess.
I guess destruction is relative. You're right. I mean, it's relative.
I'm just saying.
What you're saying is right, but it's like, I guess let's try to make it like philosophical then. Do you think there is a point where people have to put the feelings down to an extent and play the game?
If you're playing that game,
I would say
you are under no obligation to play that game.
What if your rights depend upon you playing the game? Like, for example, like, remember when, like, the civil rights movement, they would, like, put themselves in a position to get the shit beat out of them. They were playing a game, but they had to, because not playing the game meant you're a second-class citizen forever. So they got jumped, dog-sicked, water. You know the story. One could argue that in certain situations, you have no choice but to play the game.
Sure.
And if you're unwilling to, you'll wake up in a situation where you wish you had. And I want to spare this country that, because I feel like oftentimes the people most comfortable with like saying, hey, we don't want to play the game. And I'm not like taking a shot at you, but oftentimes they're not as invested. Like, these are people who might be super duper rich, or they might not, they might be able to like leave the country because they have family elsewhere.
Sure.
In your case, you have family here, so like you're kind of not in that. You're kind of you're kind of looking at like a train wreck in your own home country.
Mm-hmm. That
I
half my
feel
family is
like
voting for.
yeah, you're right. It's crazy. I feel like a lot of the people who need to play the game the most are the ones who are satisfied with not playing it. Like as a straight black man, I have like maybe another decade or two before they start launching real N bombs, so I have time to figure it out. But if you're gay, if you're trans, if you're a woman, you're literally your head is on the chopping block right now. As a straight black man and for straight white dudes watching, we have time. They have infinite time, but I have like a little bit of time. But for other demographics, I'm watching them kind of like they're almost like MAGA in a way. They're sleepwalking toward destruction, where they're like attacking Harris, even though she's more than likely going to bring about a much more progressive era as time goes on.
For sure.
And it's like I'm watching them and I'm like, we have to play the game, because MAGA is they're playing the game so much so that, like you said, your own family members believe in fantasies, Trump's false accusations. Now we know Trump's guilty, but they 4 years into him leaving office still think everything's fake.
The election was stolen, all of it, yeah.
So what I'm basically saying, I don't want to word salad too much. Do you think there's a point where people really have to play the game?
Okay, there's two groups here. I want to make sure we're clear. There are the groups that are privileged enough to kind of like be a little bit pickier. Right. And then there's the group of people that feel they are playing the game, but in their own strategic way. And so for them, they're saying, I'm not going to play the game you want because it's not going to get me the goal I want. And you're thinking, but if you play the game I want, it will get you closer to your goal, but on a certain journey. Like it won't happen tomorrow or in 10 years, but it might happen in 20. But you think if they play their game, it's going to take 40 years. Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
It's like someone taking the basketball and running to the opposite end and putting the ball in the hoop. It's like, that's our goal. Don't score. Like, don't do that. Like, you're supposed to go this way. It's like, you're playing the game.
It's hard to predict, though. It's hard to, because we're making a prediction like the stock market where you're looking at the overall instead of the right now. And so the dilemma is like, we're trying to predict and we can't predict, but we're going to make a best guess.
What I think is going to happen is, as long as we keep going blue, we're eventually going to become more progressive, but it's a process. Sure. I think my only thing is, I think that there are people who think they're playing the game and they're actually just taking the ball and scoring on their own team, is what I'm saying.
Maybe, but you have to, and I think this, like some of these people aren't playing the establishment game because their communities need help now. And the establishment game isn't for now, it's for later. And so the dilemma is like, we're playing a game of like, do we want to fight for later or now? And right now people are hurting now. So it's like, maybe if they're loud enough, maybe if they complain enough, maybe if they make a ruckus enough, maybe if they're annoying enough, something might happen right now versus later on. So maybe they do feel like they're those black protesters who sat there and let things happen. Maybe they do feel like they are doing the thing they're supposed to do to some extent, right? But it depends. Again, we're all playing a game. It's just everyone's playing a different one. And so the question is, what really is your goal? And is it for something to happen now or later?
But Brittany, you and I both know there are some people taking the ball and scoring on their own team. You know it. I know it. We all know. Why are we pretending?
Someone's got to be that person. Somebody's got to be that person. Somebody's got to be that person.
There is such a thing as like not knowing what the fuck you're doing. It's like,
of course,
there are some people who think they're playing the game, but in reality, they're not. And I think we have to be honest with those people.
Because I can think of a lot of Republicans that are doing that. I can think of like 20 Republicans that are doing that right now.
They're all doing it. They're all trying to overturn democracy. They're playing the dumbest game one could ever play. This is a civil war all over again. Same demographic. That was racist. Look, I didn't mean it that way. There are some people who are playing the game who do not know what the fuck they're doing. And I think that although people in Gaza are hurting right now, I'm an American. My family's been here for hundreds of years. I have nowhere to go. If this country implodes, I'm fucked. Like, even
But how will it implode? What will that look like? And also, it's going to implode.
Well,
Right?
we
Don't
don't want it
pedestal
to
America.
implode now. If we can
Okay,
help
but
it. Because there are some implosions
sure.
where it's like, we're fucked. Like, this is the end. And then there are some
Well,
implosions where
what
it's
does
like,
that look like?
I
Right? Like,
feel
what does that
like
look like?
I think it looks something a little bit more disastrous than what's happening right now. Like, what's happening right
Okay.
now is a Constitution oath-breaking president, which is kind of like, whoa, what the fuck? But at the same
Sure.
time, it's like, we can stop this. We can. This is an internal issue, and it's not like the Civil War. This is a stoppable problem.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're at a situation right now where our country can reach the point of no return, where we have one side that's in their own reality and the other that's in reality itself. And we've reached the point where a president can break his oath and still receive support from millions of Americans because they don't understand how
Sure.
government works. I don't want to get too political brained here, but what I mean is, as an American who has nowhere to go, like, there's no, like, I mean, even you on some level, like, this is your home country. Like, we can't escape what happens here. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
I can't go. I'm not like Hassan. I can't go to Turkey and say, well, I'm home now. Like, even the Virgin Islands is a U.S. territory. If America's fucked, everyone's fucked.
Sure.
I care about the rights of women, LGBTQ people, and religious minorities. My head's not on the chopping block yet. Like, they haven't started going N-word yet, but we know it's coming. I can't in good conscience say, well, maybe they won't go full anti-black, so comfortably we can just kind of go easy on MAGA and get on Harris's ass.
But who's going easy on MAGA? Like, who are we talking about? What demographic is that?
I gotta be honest, it's the aggressive progressives who are like, you're not pushing this policy enough on this, or you're not going hard enough on Gaza. That wing of the left, I'd say they're the ones who think they're playing the game, and their controller's not even plugged in. They're just smashing shit.
But that's what I mean. I think the ones who are super pro-Palestine are saying, fuck the game you're playing, Rashad. We want to play this game. It's more morally right.
Well,
I think they are saying fuck you. But, like, they're not morally, from a moral perspective.
It's possible to be morally wrong, though, even when you think you're morally right. Do you, like...
Yes, it is, but I think that depends on the game you're playing. It's all subjective.
But what I'm saying is, there's a possibility you can be playing a game that's not, like, your controller's not plugged in. Like, you're not...
Like,
you think you're under the impression you're doing something productive, and you're not. Do you think that's...
Okay, that's fair. Like, saying you're not doing what you think you're doing. You're not contributing to even what you want. You're saying they don't even know that they're fucking their own play.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Even if
they don't even realize
so
they're doing the damage. Yes. That's what I mean.
To some extent, depending on the game you're playing, like, I think that's the problem. Is like, what Israel is doing in Palestine is unethical. It's inhumane. From a philosophical perspective. From a political perspective, as an American, you want to back Israel because you want to keep the territory, like, period. Because Israel has more interest in America than Palestine does.
Right.
But Palestine has no reason to have any investment in America when America has, like, allied to fuck it over, right? So, like, there's no reason for Palestinians to feel safe with Americans in that way anyways. A lot of the Arab world, a lot of the world, at least the parts that I know and the people that I know in those bubbles, they feel like they've had the boot of Israel on their neck for 75, 100 years. They feel persecuted. They feel like they can't do anything without America breathing down their neck and saying, like, what are you doing? You move a chair in your kitchen, put it back.
Yeah.
They feel like they can't even breathe. And so now they're sitting here, and then some of them are here. Now we have Palestinian Americans saying, hey, we can't breathe. And then America's sitting here like, we're busy. And then on top of that, now Black Americans are fighting Palestinian Americans, and they're like, I can't breathe. And it's like, fuck, none of us can breathe. So it's like, how do we all breathe? And then you got the white men going, this is the worst time for white men ever. We can't breathe.
This is comedy. Everyone's complaining and bitching, and it's...
But everyone's suffering.
Right, but think about it, right?
Everybody suffers.
A lot of white dudes where there's nothing happening to them are convinced it's the end for the white man.
Oh, for
right,
sure,
so it's like,
bro.
you can have people who are, like, in their own la-la land, their own little world. But I empathize with the pro-Palestine people. The problem is, like, there's levels to this. Like, Gaza is aligned with enemies of the United States. So we have to tread a thin line when we try to get a ceasefire.
Of course.
Hamas did October 7th. So we have to tread a thin line when we're like, Israel, yeah, they
For sure.
attacked you, but we want a ceasefire, because they're going to be like, well, what the fuck? Look at this shit. We lost U.S. troops because of the Houthis and Hezbollah. So we
Sure.
got to tread a thin line. I think a lot of pro-Palestine people don't respect how hard it is for Harris and Biden to tread this line.
That's what it is. It's
They don't respect
yes.
the difficulty of the job. Where it's like, I was reading, historically the casualty rate for urban warfare is 1 to 9. So 1 combatant for 9 civilians killed. The rate in Gaza is about 1 to 2. So for Harris and Biden, it's like, do we go to these world leaders and say some shit that sounds stupid, but to our civilian populace sounds amazing? Like, there's too much death in Gaza. To these world leaders, they're like, shit, like this is one of the like, lowest casualty rates we've ever seen. But to American civilians and pro-Palestine protesters, it's the worst war ever. What do they do? So it's one of those things where it's like, I think we can all agree ceasefire is probably the best case scenario. But how do we get Biden and Harris to be able to do that without endangering Americans who come first? Because we have Palestinian Americans who probably are completely invested in being here. How do we protect them from MAGA people who want to like force Jesus down Muslims' throats?
Yeah.
Like, how do we protect,
Oh, did you feel this way? I felt like Russia and Ukraine brought out like some of the best spirit in Americans, but like Palestine and Israel brought out the ugliest side of Americans. So I was like, what is wrong with you both? Like I was like so confused from
I
the
feel like
both
it
the
was
Palestinian
both.
and the Israeli. Like it was gross, like in comparison. And I was like, I'm disappointed in both of you. But it feels a little bit like it was too much for people. I think it was too much. Like if you saw anything that happened on October 7th, if you saw that footage, if you saw anything that happened to Palestinians, the footage is insane. Like the footage just triggers something in your brain and it makes you just hate people and it makes you want to kill everybody because it's so gross what they're doing to each other. So the irony, closest to your evil, how dare you kill these people? I'm going to kill you for killing these people.
Yeah.
We cycle of evil moving into. So how do we make peace? How do we ask our political leaders to do something that harm reduces? No, these are very big issues and this is why I don't do politics. Cuz
But
I
it's
think
the
these issues
philosophy
are
of,
big.
do you compromise your vulnerable citizens for the people in Gaza, is the point I'm making.
And this is the heart, this is where discernment and wisdom comes in with any great leader. This is the burden of being a great leader, which goes back to that idea of being a great man, right? This is the
Right.
dilemma. And then you have to make very grown up decisions about very grown up things. And this is why I say this is why these people have no time to watch anime. They're busy. But like, maybe they should. Maybe they'd be chilling a little bit more if they did. But the reality is like I'm a big adult that gets to stay home and watch anime every day, and I don't have to make these decisions. And they do. And then they have to run with the burden of it. But also, they put themselves there. So the question is, why would you even want this responsibility in the first place? Probably because they were made for it in some biological way. Like maybe they have the right genetic composition to be perfectly suited to do it, because I certainly couldn't handle the pressure, right? So they are making big decisions. Look, this is why I say humanity isn't truly evil in the way we like to paint it. Parts of it could be, but realistically, these leaders make decisions they think are best for their people. And that is the hardest pill to swallow, is that everything from Hiroshima to even Hitler himself literally thought they were doing the best thing for their countries. And the irony is, the thing we have to deal with is, are we doing the same thing? And people feel like we are. Some Americans feel like we are Hitler, right? We're genociding people. Israel is like genociding all these things. Maybe. But ultimately, the road to hell is paved in good intentions, and a lot of us got a lot of good intentions. So the question is, which good intention are you going to employ that lets you feel good about yourself at the end of the day? And that's the one we all end up picking, including the people you feel like are dunking for the opposite team, including the people that think the election was stolen.
I think there's an aspect of almost surrendering, being able to go to sleep feeling good when it comes to this kind of thing. Like almost like going to sleep knowing that regardless of how strategically sound what you did was, some people will never see it that way. It's kind of like when we upload content and people like come away with conclusions completely divorced from whatever you said in the video. It's one of those like frustrating. I can't even imagine having to like hold people's real lives in your hands and trying to save as many people as possible and still being getting shit on. I
Yeah.
think when it comes to the Kamala Harris thing, I think she is going to bring about a more progressive outcome. I
Hmm.
just think that it's like you say, like there's bubbles. Like I think
Yeah.
we've successfully on the left kind of insulated ourselves from MAGA because of how negative and just like nasty the energy is. Like
For
it's
sure.
suffocating to like read the shit they say on
It's a lot.
Twitter. It's hard. I understand why left wing people don't even entertain the foolishness, but on
Mm.
some level, you kind of have to, because I understand people are worried about Gaza, but we have people in the States whose rights are on the line. And I think there has to be an acknowledgement that a lot of these people who are like trying to pressure Kamala Harris don't care, or they don't take it seriously enough. But there's a mixture of the two, where you have some people who just don't really seem to give a fuck if LGBTQ people get fucked over by MAGA, if women get fucked over by MAGA, if people of color get fucked over by MAGA. There does seem to be this mixture of we don't know how crazy MAGA is, and then there's the people
Sure.
who just don't care how crazy MAGA is because the only thing that matters is Gaza. And I think this is kind of supports what you were saying. Like, could this be the end of America? Where you have MAGA, who's like divorced from reality, and a small percentage of left wingers who are, in my opinion, divorced from reality. It kind of seems like America's moving toward an era of political fantasy
Mm.
in a
Maybe
way.
it's always been a little bit like that. It just feels different now.
I don't know. There is an air of existential dread that I feel.
Sure.
And I felt it when Trump almost got taken out. I
Mm.
felt it because I was like, oh no. Like everything he's done wrong is going to get swept under the rug because an idiot tried to take him out.
Because they're going to paint him as a great man.
Right, exactly. Exactly. And the thing that really scared me, and I remember when Destiny like crashed out over it and everybody was like, Destiny's
Sure.
losing his mind. On some level, I hate to say it, I understood where he was coming from. There's something scary as an American watching congressmen, ex-military, a president all look at the Constitution and say, we don't like this anymore. We've come up with a better idea. I realized that after Trump almost got taken out, the entire base is now in that
Mm.
idea. And that
Mm-mm-mm.
was like, yo, this might be the end of the United States. And that
I
was
think
where
I'm
I
not
started to
afraid of
freak
that,
out.
which
You're
is
not?
probably the different. No, I'm not afraid of anything. But that's because I'm too busy
You're
being afraid of
against it.
bugs. It's bug season, bro. I'm afraid of bugs, that's really what's scary in life. You know what's scary in life is being around people who are afraid. Like dogs that will bite you because they're so afraid of you. They can't think straight. I'm afraid of
Mm.
people who can't think straight because they're too afraid. So you feel like these leftists, these small group of leftists, they're so afraid they're not thinking straight. Destiny was too afraid he's not thinking straight. It's like you guys need to think straight, but you can't think straight because you're too afraid. Jordan Peterson, he's too paranoid. Think straight, people, but they can't. They're too afraid.
Brittany, is there a
America,
time for crazy time though?
what do you mean by that?
Like just like full on like doomer mode. Like, oh no, it's the end. Do you think there's a place for
No,
that?
no. Grow up. You think you're so interesting and unique that in world history you're not going to be part of the population that has. I'm in a country that is new. Croatia used to be Yugoslavia. Then they had a war 30 years ago and they broke up. I am sitting in a country that is like new in a way, but thousands of years old because it's like here. I have Roman ruins in my town. I'm just sitting here looking at this wall of crumble and I'm like, man, you old as shit. And I'm sitting here like looking at these buildings. I asked my partner, I was like, the building I moved into, I don't know if you know the story. The building I moved into when I first got here was a bachelor pad. I was like, this building is old as fuck. How old is this building? He goes, it's a new building. I was like, this is not a new building. The walls are brown. Like, this is an old building. He's like, it's a new building. It's like in the 60s, new. And I was like, that's an old
It's
building,
old
but
as
it's
fuck.
Europe. So it's Europe. So
Yeah,
that's
it's
new to,
relative.
he's like, it's
Yeah.
new. And I was like, okay, here's the question that I'm really going to pose for you that I think will kind of make things more clear. If you're a Palestinian American,
Hmm.
you have an investment in Palestine.
Right.
You're probably newly immigrated.
Hmm.
I'm an Iraqi American or American Iraqi. I'm not sure which one comes first since I was born in America. My parents are from Iraq. But see, when they came over, they became full USA. They have no allegiance to Iraq. They don't think about Iraq. My family is there and they live there and they're going to die there and they're happy there. They could have come in, they could have come here. They could have gone to other places. They love their home. My mom's home she grew up in is still our home in Iraq. So like it's a
That's
beautiful
good.
place,
Yeah.
right? It's very cool. It's like we have a lot of history there. I doubt my lineage will ever fully leave Iraq, right? Why would we? So they live there. But my parents do not care about politics, or they don't think about it in that way. All they're thinking about is how do I keep America alive? You know what my mom said to me the other day? She goes, we came to this country to escape our country because it was dictatorship, and now my kids are destroying this country by voting Democrat.
That's scary.
Okay, think about this though. If you're a Palestinian American, you feel like you have real ties. Their parents might be there.
Hmm.
My parents are so divorced from their life in the Middle East, they're full USA. The question is, how can you ask a Palestinian American whose parents might still be in Palestine, be pro America?
Hmm.
You can ask that of my parents. They've chosen America. How could you ask that of a Palestinian American who still has family freshly in Palestine dying right now to be pro America? They're two people. That's a very hard place to be.
It really depends. Like, the problem is, it's just so much more complex, right? Because it's like
Sure.
people say, Harris is a part of the administration that's bombing Gaza, but it's like, gee,
Mm-hmm.
there's Republicans in Congress that happily passed funding. So it's like you have a lot of it's not even just Palestinians. Most Americans don't know how laws are passed or anything is
Sure, sure,
passed.
sure.
So you have a lot
Sure.
of Palestinian Americans who are actively chipping away at the campaign of the only person willing to try to get a ceasefire. So it's one of those things where it's like, it's complicated because then you also have a lot of Palestinian Americans who are like, you know, practicing Muslims who
Mm-hmm.
probably
Mm-hmm.
aren't
Mm-hmm.
worried about abortion, don't care about
Sure.
gay rights.
About gay marriage. Yeah, for sure.
So it's this situation where it's like, as an American who can't trace, my ancestors haven't seen the outside of the Americas in the last 400 years.
Yeah.
I don't know where the fuck, like, I don't know where I'm going, but I
Sure.
mean,
Sure.
it's one of those things where it's like, I want to bring Palestinian Americans with us. I don't want to make them feel like they have to choose, because they don't have to choose between. But it's like, there's bitter pills to swallow, where it's like, look, October 7th did happen. A
Yeah.
war was supposed to happen. What we can do is try to find a way to force a ceasefire if we can, and work with the Israelis and the Palestinians to build a better tomorrow. But what we can't do is compromise the United States
Sure.
because you think it will help Gaza when you're wrong. And that's one of
Mm.
those things where it's like, when do we tell people you're wrong? You can feel what you feel.
But is the dream you're selling that if you back America, Palestine will flourish?
That's the closest they're gonna get. Like, the reality is, like, no matter how you slice it, Gaza's not a friend of the United States.
Sure.
So we're going out of our way to, on some
Do we
level,
want them to be? Do we want to
inconvenience.
build the bridge?
I would like us to be friends with the Middle East after all the destruction we caused. Like, I think
Sure.
I think it's time we actually stop being assholes. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the problem is, like, ugly things are gonna happen.
Yeah.
Palestinians are going to die. There's a war
Sure.
happening.
I mean, they're
But
already
if
dying.
we can, yeah, they're already dying. If we can stop this where it is, I think that's the best case. I want everyone to win, and I think with Harris, the United States can win, and Gaza can eventually win. I don't think that trying to. I've seen people say we're going to punish Harris. It's like, okay, well, now we have dump. Now the United
Sure.
States is probably going to have a constant. No. Now the United States is probably going to implode. And now Gaza's fucked. You can just kiss that goodbye, and the West Bank,
Mm.
because we know Trump has no respect for anything. I think Jared
Oh.
Kushner was talking about how Gaza's good real estate. Crazy. You see people dying, and you're thinking about establishing property.
Oh, of course they are. They're crazy. I think you're right that if your ultimate message is, look, Trump or Biden, or no, Trump or Biden, Trump or Harris. You know what I mean? Like, ultimately, you're right. I think Harris is the right path. Like, if this was a game and it was like two roads, pick which one. It's
Right.
like, okay, I'm gonna pick Harris. I think ultimately I'll get closer to my goal in that way. I mean, I'm obviously voting for Harris. Like, obviously, that's the decision I'm making, and I think that decision aligns with my morals and my values. But I will say that's because I have a very specific game that I'm playing,
Okay.
and that I think that women having free agency is always the better decision to make. Like, I think it was, tell me, oh, am I wrong? Who just, Saudi? Who was it? Who just made it illegal for women to speak?
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Afghanistan, not Saudi Arabia. Sorry, sorry. But like, yes, like Afghanistan. And I'm sitting here like, whatever that is, I don't want that. Because that is like not good. You know, I want the place, I want to live in the place where men are so mad women won't fuck them and give them babies because women are making their own choices. Where does that? I want to live there
Right.
because that tells me there's choice happening.
Exactly.
And yes, it might be sad to hear that when people have choice, they don't want to fuck you. I'm so sorry. Like, you lost. But also, that's where I want to be. So, what gets me closer to this? I think women being free is always better because I think it leads to a better society, a more compassionate society, and a more thoughtful society. I think women are thoughtful. I think generally speaking, so I don't really believe in gender in that way, but like if we're gonna splice it and make it binary, then I think generally speaking, women are compassionate and thoughtful when they think about people. And I think that they're not the ones saying, you know, Gaza looks like good real estate. So I think we should probably live in a world where women are given opportunities and Harris will give us those opportunities.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is like I understand that for Palestinian Americans, they're feeling like dread right now because these
Who wouldn't
diasporas
be?
are small. Like the Jewish diaspora
Mm,
is small. Like these,
hmm
like they're thanks to the Holocaust, unfortunately.
I think there's only
Um,
like 10 million Jews, right? It's a
y-
very small
yeah, it's
amount of
small.
people.
Like to the point where like
Very sad.
a lot of
Hmm
Jewish people are like just 1 or 2 degrees away from a well-known famous Jewish person. Like,
Yeah.
um, and the Palestinian diaspora is not big either. So a lot of these people's friends and families are dying in the conflict, but it does get to a point where it's like, as an American, I have to concern myself with the United States first.
Sure.
But
Sure.
conveniently enough, the candidate I want to support also wants to help Gaza. So it's like one of
Sure.
those like lucky things where it's like, well, look at that. We just happen to be on the right side of history. Um, I think that we get to a point where I think some people think they're playing the game when they're not playing. And
Yeah.
I think that's something that a lot of people don't. I think that's something we don't. And to give credit to like pro-Palestine people that are like crazy, they're a small minority. MAGA's way worse.
Mm.
Let's just highlight that.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
want to
Yeah.
make it
Yeah.
seem
Yeah.
like I'm like shitting on them too hard.
For sure.
MAGA's
For sure.
infinitely worse. Like if I had to pick if I had to just say which one is like it's like a bigger threat, MAGA.
Yeah.
Um,
Obviously.
but I think um, some people might not concern themselves with what happens, like Hassan S kind of people, because they can just
Mm.
leave. They have family in other countries, and they're from some of them, like Hassan. Like, sure, he's born in the States, but come on,
Sure.
he's Turkish. But for Americans who have sold into this idea, bought into this idea, excuse me, of any race, like your parents are bought into the idea of America. That to me is more important. I have to concern myself with my country first because if America
Yeah.
implodes, I'm fucked. And I don't
You're saying there's
see
no plan B for you. Like there's no
there's
plan
no yeah
B.
there's no plan B for white or black American. There's too many generations
Sure.
removed from any other country. Um,
Well, why
it's
can't I don't really understand as a person who lives in a country with a lot of expats. It
mhm,
feels like you could give up your American passport, become somebody else, but that's the scary thing. Like I'm not doing that. I'm choosing to be an American who pays tax no matter where I am because
mhm,
ultimately in my old age, if everybody dies around me, I want to go back to America because I know how to live there. Like I
mhm.
am making a strategic plan to invest in America.
Okay.
We are investing our money into America and Croatia. Like we want to live in both places. We want to contribute to both places. We have family in both places. So I don't want to give up my American passport. So of
Mhm,
course I'm focused on America in general, but also I think my heart is with Palestinians because it's a horrible situation to be in. And it is with Israelis on October 7th. Like, that's really sad. But
Mm-hmm.
ultimately, I do feel the worst for Palestinians because it feels like we're punching down. It feels like we're aggressively punching down on this place that is like suffering more than we will ever suffer in so many ways. It just feels very like privileged not to think about them, but also the whole world is suffering always. Congo is having issues right now. I mean,
Right.
there's like massacre after massacre happening. So ultimately, politically, if you're playing the political game, you obviously go for your country. I'm an American. I'm going to vote USA. I'm going to go for USA. But obviously, from a humanitarian philosophical perspective, I don't think we can justify the ways that we contribute to the death around the world in the way that we have. But we are the superpower for a reason. It's called kill people.
That is that is that is true.
I mean, it
There's
just America, I'm sorry. It's just like we
no,
threw the
of
bomb
course.
on Japan and then we were like, "Can you
We
believe
threw the bomb.
9/11?" And I'm like, they literally like I get it. It's sad. It's all sad. But the
What?
idea that America hasn't contributed to the massacre of millions of people around the world and then has the audacity to cry that someone spilled our milk, like, is just really frustrating from a humanitarian perspective.
I think there's a philosophical, and I've wanted to ask you this. There's a philosophical aspect to being a world leader that I feel like philosophy doesn't necessarily. I feel like it can be situational. There's a
Sure.
philosophy for you and I, content creators, but
Mm,
there's a philosophy for people like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, even a nincompoop like Trump. There's a philosophy for
sure.
all of them because of the specific life path they've chosen. I think there's an aspect of philosophy where even when you feel like we're punching down on Gaza, and I don't want to get too political brained and like get too like factoidy,
Sure.
but there's nuances about the conflict that makes it hard for Biden to go full pro Palestine because he knows things that pro Palestinian protesters don't know. Now that it's secret,
Sure.
you could just Google it. But he knows things they don't know. What do you like? There's a philosophical aspect of almost like having to ignore certain perspectives because although they might pull at the heartstrings, they're not based in reality.
What is reality?
Reality, I would say, is what we know to be true, what we can interact with, what we can see, what we've documented and can, double check and triple proof and stuff like that. I think there is an objective reality.
Hmm.
I don't think that there are. I don't think that objective reality means you have to. Well, that's not true. You kind of do have to choose a certain outcome depending upon what side you're on. But I think there are certain aspects of reality that people like Biden and Harris understand and respect that far left progressives don't understand or respect. And I think that's the burden of being in the position of a Biden or Harris.
You are describing a reality that's only true if there's not enough, they're both true.
In what
They,
way? What do you mean by both?
well, because they're goal focused, like what Palestinian protesters are upset about and what they want to happen is just as true as what Biden and Harris want to happen. The only difference is that Biden and Harris are saying we can't make what you want happen in this bubble with these rules. Like in okay, it kind of goes back to that original conversation we were having about Japan and the good and
Mm-hmm.
evil, or even like killing somebody out of self-defense is still an act of evil,
Mm-hmm.
but and you should mourn the life you take, but then move on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Palestinian, well, far left pro-Palestinian protesters, I think are saying like we're killing people and we're acting like it's justified, and it's not justified. And then Harris and Biden are saying like it is justified because that's how reality works in politics.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not how reality works outside of politics. In
I'd argue.
politics, you play to
Keep
win.
going. Keep going.
In philosophy, you play to be in symbiosis
Mm-hmm.
with your consciousness in the world. And so that's why a lot of philosophers get killed by politicians or they get killed by the government. I mean, how many have to die at the hands of the government because they weren't playing the right game, right? Philosophers aren't meant to be in not they're not meant to have a relationship with politics in that way, even though they impact politics. And a lot of people think like, oh, philosophers like are political. Philosophers are political from a philosophy perspective, which is why politics doesn't like them because they're not about winning. It's about what's true. So what is true? We don't even know if we have access to objective truth. We have access to what we believe is objective truth. But what Biden and Harris are doing is not objective. It's just the only thing to do in that bubble playing that game. But if they just left the bubble and played a different game, there would be a different truth. The same way Gazans and Palestinians, for them not to hate Israel is silly. They have to hate Israel. Because if I was a Palestinian, I would hate Israel. In the same way that as an American, I hate Hamas. In the same way as a Hamas member, I'd hate America. Because we're all born into bubbles that teach us who the enemy is and teach us who the not enemy is. But everyone is engaging in a form of evil because they had the audacity to point to another human being they've never met and decide you are my enemy.
What do you think truth is? Like, what is your definition of truth?
One of the greatest questions in all of all time, right? Truth is a construct of knowing. It has layers. So there's my truth, your truth, and God's truth. Right? There's what is perceived to be true, and then there is what is, whether we perceive it to be true or not. Now, right. I don't think we actually have access to that objective because everything is filtered through our brain. And our brain is too flawed, I think, to actually understand like what is. Like we talked about this in my VC, we just had a philosophy event. Do you know those like how we have microbugs all over our skin?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have all these like microbugs, but because we don't perceive them, we don't think about it. They just exist. We have a whole ecosystem of little bugs all over us, and like all over our eyelashes and stuff, right? That's what I think humans are to the universe. I think we're just the microbugs to the universe. The universe doesn't perceive us in this way, even though it knows we're here. It doesn't matter to the universe. So when I say like racism doesn't matter to the moon and the stars, I mean that it's not being perceived by the planets, but because it's being perceived by us and we're putting an emphasis on it, now it has become true. Racism is true because we engage in the construct of it. We point to somebody and say, because of the way you came out of your mother, I've decided to hate you. Which is obviously an act of evil, right? But not evil the way politics sounds. They're so evil, we have to nuke them. So you engage with evil to get rid of evil? When they go low, we go high. Nah, when they go low, we go lower. It's like, oh yes, this is definitely helping. It's definitely winning wars, but is it helping?
There's a philosophy of maybe that is how you go high.
Maybe.
Well, not even maybe. Sometimes objectively.
How? When?
So there's certain situations where, like we spoke about self-defense. Like somebody might be swinging on you, and you might kill them. Or they'll be swinging a knife, you might kill them. They went low, but you went lower. You ended them. Did you do something evil? That's subjective to your definition of evil. But like I would say, I wouldn't burden myself with that definition in certain situations. Like if I am the president of the United States in World War II, you couldn't convince me I'm evil for blowing up Japan or Germany. Because what we know to be true about what their plans were, I'm doing a bigger disservice to the world by not doing what I'm about to do. I think your philosophy is, I think philosophy is subjective, which I'm sure you would agree.
Sure.
I think there are different maybe realms of philosophy for someone to embrace. I think the philosophy...
I mean, what is philosophy, right? It's like the love of knowledge. It's the what if. It's the understanding your place in the universe.
Right.
It is the meaning of man.
The place in the universe of someone like a Biden or Harris is subjective to them, but it's also mixed with the truth of the world we live in. Like, sure, the moon has no interpretation of racism, but we're not the moon, and we don't live on the moon. Sure. And the moon, although it is important to us, it's not as in our everyday life as, you know, the wave of MAGA racism and sexism and all of that. You know, the moon's a much more reliable.
Yeah, go ahead. I don't mean to cut you off, but
you can cut.
for exactly this, from a philosophy perspective, exactly this perspective is MAGA's perspective. If MAGA would realize your politics don't matter to the moon, relax. This isn't real. This is just the construct of fear you've placed on yourself to tell yourself, if I don't do something, the world's going to end. The world's not going to end. And even if it does, beautiful. It was always going to end. You had no control over it ending. The idea that we think we have control over it ending or not ending is the ego speaking. You have no control. You have simply the relationship to what you do in the moment. And even that is seldom in your control, right? So you make a decision. When you decide to kill something, even in self-defense, you've made a decision that you think is the best in that moment, or maybe not, but you've done it. Now, afterwards, do you say, killing is good? Is that the stance we're taking? You know, Ben Shapiro says a civilized society isn't pro-killing. Are you sure about that, Benny boy? Israel seems pretty relaxed doing it, right? See, for him, Israel isn't killing people. They're defending themselves. It's all the same in the end, right? Like, people are dying.
Not exactly.
Fathers and mothers are crying over rumbles of like little like buildings that are on top of their children, listening to the last sound of their children make as they scream for their moms and dads. People are dying. So yes, it's self-defense, but if you don't have the respectability after to say that this is devastating, then you're not understanding the impact you're making. You can say, to win this war, I will kill your children, but show some goddamn respect. And at least own the fact that you did something so horrendous as killing someone else's child in the name of your freedom. And yes, maybe that is the cost of freedom, but it's bullshit that humans think they're so wise and so strong and so good, and yet they still can't figure out how to avoid killing children.
I think there is a wisdom to being able to accept that that's what you have to do. I think there's a wisdom to it. I think there is a unique philosophical aspect of that position where you understand the price that has to be paid for this particular thing. I think I agree in the sense that I want a leader that understands how bad an outcome is. Like, I want a leader who can be like, like that war, horrendous work. Like, we killed people. I don't necessarily know if I view everything as relative, though. Like, as killing is always the same. Or it's something that should be seen as the same by maybe people in this specific job. Like, maybe if we, the average person, felt that way. But for people in that position, I don't know if I would ever...
Context is everything. Context is everything. But context is everything when zoomed in. But when zoomed out, it's all kind of the same. So when zoomed out far enough, none of it matters. Zoomed in close enough, all of it matters, including the way someone just slightly looked at you. So when you're having this realization, it's not that you're a bad person for killing a person in self-defense. But I think you're engaging in an act of evil, which has nothing to do with being bad. See, evil in a philosophical sense, well, it depends on how you look at it, because every bubble defines it differently. Mm-hmm. In some ways, you're engaging with the chaos, and you're out of sync with sort of your wisdom and your discernment. Yes, it takes a wise leader, like Marcus Aurelius was a wise leader. He led battles. He led troops. He was also a person who, like I said, be good to your wife, be good to your slaves. It's not about being a perfect person. It's about being a person in the context in which you were born. Like Harris says, like Madam President says, you didn't just fall from a coconut tree. You really do exist in the context of every single thing that came before you. So then when we're having a relationship with ourselves, we have to ask ourselves, do we really think we're doing this because it's the best thing we can do, or it's the only thing we feel like we can do? Which, for fuck's sake, we know is not the same thing. This is the best I can do with what I have, but I still wish for a better life.
I think there's a level of wisdom and I think philosophical realization in accepting that. Like, sure, this is the solution. I think but after having respect, I think having respect is the key thing. Like, I would never sell someone the idea of like, oh no, what's happening in Gaza is cool. It's not cool. It's the price we pay for the consequences of war. Sure. My problem is that some people don't actually accept that. Some people live in a world where this isn't supposed to happen. And
Right.
it is.
Well,
And
it is the consequence of having babies. It is the consequence of being
human
a human.
nature. It's just who we
Yeah,
are.
it is the consequence of nature. Look, I'm not mad at the tornado for being a tornado. I'm not mad at the bear for being a bear. I'm not mad at the human for being a human. In a philosophical sense, in a human sense, I'm very mad at all of you. But like, in a philosophical sense, I'm not mad at you for being destructive. You're a person. What did I expect you to be? But do not come to me and say, I am beyond my years wise, and I believe in the humanity of people, and I am pro-life, or I don't believe in the destruction of humanity. Well, you were doing these things. I would rather have a world that said, in the context, I'm willing to kill people. And I could say, I can get on board with that. Because in the context, I think we'd all be willing to kill somebody.
I think we live
Mostly
in that
self-defense.
world. I think it's just that sometimes we detach from it at our own convenience.
Well, I think we're afraid to face the fact that we are willing to hurt people. I think it doesn't sound good.
When we're the ones being killed, I think. When your specific group is the one being killed, I think it's a lot easier to be like, hey, like, I oppose this. Right? I think there are objective hard truths of politics that I think that you almost have to embrace. I think it's its own philosophy in a way. Like the philosophy of accepting.
When you say objective, do you mean objective meaning like the agreement of the majority, or do you mean like outside of space and time?
Objective isn't like if you go in Gaza, a bomb might blow you up. Like objective isn't like you're on Earth with everyone. Like whatever happens on Earth will affect you.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, obviously that's why I say like pick your bubble and pick it well and play the game well, because everyone's doing something differently. But politics is a construct. We exist outside of politics. You exist outside of your skin. I exist outside of my gender. We exist outside of perceptions, other people's perceptions of us. But because we live in a world shared by other people, we also exist in the perception that they have of us. We exist in their brains. And they've decided by just looking at us, who we are, what we believe, and whether or not we're a danger to them. And we do that to other people. We all look at each other through the that's why I say I doubt the goodness of our perception, because it's so limited by what we know, right? Like in the same way, and I think this is why Destiny's language was so upsetting to so many people, in the same way that he was like, fuck that firefighter, MAGA people are saying, fuck your trans kids. They're saying, I'll shoot you. I'm ready for a civil war. I'm ready to take up guns. I'm ready. And I'm like, slow down, bitch. I don't want to fight my neighbors, bro. I don't know about you. I don't want to kill my neighbors. And I'd really like to not get to that point, right? But we can't get to that point.
Are you ready to acknowledge when you're at a point where that might become reality? Because I think you are. But I think you're saying
we don't have to. We've already done it. We don't have to acknowledge it. We've had a civil war. All of us know, if it comes down to it, we're willing to fight back. But why should we even get to that point when it sounds like you're bragging? Not you, Rashad. It sounds like they're bragging. I'm going to go to civil war. I'm bragging. Fuck that firefighter. It's like, why are you bragging about killing your neighbors?
I think
because they want to pretend it's a macho man thing where, but we're already, bitch. Don't act like I'm more pussy than your pussy. Okay, you're a gamer boy who sits in his room all day and sweats profusely. Please do not lecture me.
Brittany,
these people are pussies. These people are pussies, and they have the audacity to play big boy and have their loser guns behind them like they know how to shoot it. Okay, let me tell you this. You do not want to shoot your fucking neighbors. But with rhetoric like that, I feel like they're living a fantasy of COD where they're like, yeah, I know how to shoot a gun. I know what to do. Do you love humanity enough to give it a second pause before you start bragging about killing your neighbors? Or are you going to play this game where they have to pretend like Harris had to do, I'm going to make the most lethal military ever. That's her sending out a sign. I know what she's doing. She's like, my dick's on the table. Okay, China, are you listening? Big black dick, Harris. Love it.
Okay. You're gonna get us done. You're gonna get us canceled.
Okay, I'm voting Harris. Okay.
That doesn't save us.
It does save us. It does save us. Listen, the point is, sounds sexy in politics. What does it have to do with the humanity of it all? Sounds sexy in politics. Okay. What does it have to do with the humanity of it?
Okay, let me. Now I have to run defense.
BBC Harris, let's go, chat. BBC Harris.
No, now, okay. I'm gonna have to run defense for Destiny only because.
I mean, I know he was upset. I'm not saying he's wrong, but he's just like the MAGA people are also upset.
I think
everyone's always ready.
I think it's the opposite of what you said. I think when you love your country and when you love your fellow man, there are certain situations where you have to tell them, hey, it's like you're getting to that point where we actually, like, it might actually have to get ugly. You guys are
Yeah, but
supporting an
they think the same
insurrectionist.
thing. How do you know
They're
you're better?
wrong.
How do you know
The
you're
problem
not
is
wrong?
there are, I mean, you can, I don't want to get too political brained with you, but
Sure.
I don't want to fuck up the conversation, but there are indictments. It's an objective reality that Trump
Right.
tried to steal an election. The problem is one person or an entire like 25% of the country haven't read it. And the percentage of them who have are actually like, well, yeah, like we do want to steal the election from you and we'll try to.
Sure.
But the vast majority have no clue. And I think what Destiny was basically saying is, all right, since he's been shot at, and now he's a martyr, despite him actually being one of the biggest threats to this nation in this nation's history.
Sure.
I
Which is
need
why
to
there's no such thing
communicate.
as a great man.
Okay.
Every great man is a Trump. That's the point.
Not exactly.
Whether it was Washington fucking and raping his slaves,
Okay,
whether
well-
it was Benjamin Franklin, whether or not it was Christopher Columbus saying he discovered America when natives were already here, whether it's Trump getting shot in the ear, all great men sit on the pile of those they had to destroy to get there.
I think
And in Trump's case, it is what it is.
with Trump, it's like what Trump is. After he was attacked, there was a dread that I felt, and I what I don't want to do is tell MAGA that their reality and reality is the same. There does get to a point where it's like, you all are supporting someone who called for the termination of the Constitution on Truth Social. Wake
Totally.
up. I don't want to give them the idea that their truth and our truth are equally deserving of even being acknowledged. And I think what Destiny was trying to get to is like, hey, we're in an ugly like spot. Like, I can't tell you how scared I was when he almost got taken out, knowing what I know about J6. It's terrifying. A guy who did all of this now looks like the victim.
You mean the United States could look like almost as bad as Gazans feel right now?
Yeah, we could get to that point.
Scary, right?
We could get to that point.
But we're doing it all the time. I agree that it's, well, I'm not afraid like everybody else is afraid. Because, like, again, to be afraid is to act like you didn't participate in the system that created its outcome.
I think fear is
Why are we
necessary,
pretending like Democrats didn't contribute to a lot of... Look, politics is politics is politics. And though Republicans and Democrats have a different relationship with what is reality, they also, in their heart of hearts, are having the same issues with the lack of humanity in which they see their fellow neighbors. This isn't stemming from politics. This is stemming from our lack of humanity. People who are MAGA are just as valuable as people who are not MAGA in terms of their humanity. And the difference is, and the only compromise we can make is how do we live with each other without killing each other? And then please do not put me in a position where I have to come to my own defense. That is what we're all afraid of.
That seems like that's where we're going.
It
right?
feels like
And
that because people keep escalating. But people keep escalating.
The problem is one side isn't escalating and one side is.
I totally disagree. You just said Palestinians are probably causing issues with Harris.
Yeah,
everyone is escalating. But everybody is escalating because everybody's afraid.
But I also said that MAGA's way worse than the crazy pro-Palestine protesters.
Sure, you did, and I agree with that. Obviously,
but there's sure,
but
like,
they
as
are
liberals,
scared.
They're right.
You know they are scared. Like, MAGA people are scared. They're crying, scared, bro.
But someone has to say, "Hey, you're in a fantasy." Someone has to say, you are wrong. You're in a fantasy, and you're about to destroy the country.
Like, you can't explain it to that way because they're going to look at you and say, what do you talk about fantasies for? You think people can change genders. And then you say, what do you talk about fantasy for? You believe in a God. And then you say, what are you talking about fantasy for? You believe... We all well, Brittany, that's believe...
like... Brittany, it's... You're not wrong. That's the problem. You're so right. That's exactly what the fuck would happen. But it's like... Nothing else works.
Well, I think the only thing that works is rallying the right people to come out to vote and raising your kids better and being present in their life.
Yeah, but
let's be real.
The conversation has to be had with Trump supporters.
Yes, I do it too. I have Trump supporters in my family. I have to have it all the time with them.
But okay? I understand the level of conversation Destiny was going to. A lot of people weren't ready for. And what I'm saying is,
I don't think
that
he's
was
right,
a conversation.
Though. I think he's wrong.
I think he was
Well,
objectively
that's because I'm
correct.
not about what? What was he specifically correct
So
about?
when he was saying like, look, like I don't feel bad for people who get taken out at a Trump rally if Trump gets shot at.
Sure.
I can't say that I disagree. And the reason being is
Okay.
because people don't actually respect how serious Trump supporters are about taking everything from you. Your right to
Okay.
vote, your right to marriage, all of that. So it's like people aren't realizing, like, sure, optically, the lunatic trying to take out Trump is like it looks worse because it is worse, but at the same time, it's like what MAGA's planning for. If you think what happened like a month ago with Trump was crazy, wait till they try to overturn the Supreme Court says the president's legally allowed to overturn elections.
For
We could
sure.
lose our
For sure.
country. So it's one of those things where it's like people were saying, Destiny's he's losing his mind. He's saying horrible things. Wake up. You think what he said was crazy? MAGA's plotting and planning to take your freedom from you. There's nothing
Okay.
else comes
Hold
from
on.
that but bloodshed. So what I'm saying
I
is
just want to remind you though, those Republicans want that. Like that's what I don't think anyone's understanding. Like Project 2025 is a conservative's wet dream. Like I don't know why people don't understand. They're not taking away their freedoms, they're taking away yours. And the way they feel, you're taking away theirs. And I agree with you. I'm a progressive. I want people to have more choice. But the problem is, okay, these people aren't coming to these conclusions any more differently than you guys are in terms of wanting your family to have a better life. They think they're making their family's life better.
that's where I disagree,
They
Brittany.
think you don't think MAGA people think they're helping their families?
You said they're coming to the same conclusions the same way they're coming to their
No, no, no.
conclusions the same way we are. But I
No,
have
no,
to
no, no. They're
disagree
coming
on
to the
that
same
one.
conclusion. No, no, they're coming to the same goal of helping their family that you both
Right.
want to help your families.
Right.
You just believe it's going to happen in different ways, correct? They're willing to do
Right.
it at the sacrifice of your family. That is true.
Even their
MAGA
own.
people,
Because now
but
they're
they don't
advocating for
see
the
it
end of
that way.
democracy.
But they don't
So
see it that
but
way.
how do you go about, because here's what I'm saying is we've had civil conversations with them for a long time and it's not working. Then someone tries to take
You
out
keep
Trump.
doing it them. You can't I can't. Okay. Are we all Americans or not?
Here's what I'm gonna say. I have a crazy take.
Okay.
You surrender your Americanhood when you oppose democracy. Now, the majority of MAGA supporters don't know that they're doing that. So this excludes the majority of them. But people like
Okay.
Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, people who swore an oath and know exactly what's going on, they rescinded their Americanhood like a long time ago. The Supreme Court,
I
they're
don't know
not
what that
Americans to
means.
me.
I can't. Are you being political with me right now?
I'm being dead
Like, is
serious.
this
Like this is like
but like
like
think
they
about what
deserve
you
to go
just
to
said out
prison for the rest of
loud.
their life.
But America, okay.
This is how you. But here's what I'm saying. Someone has to be this strong on this for this nation to survive. Because one side is saying we'll take your right to vote from you. That's how bad we want to win. The other side is, well, should we consider them not to mock you, but should we still consider them American? No, fuck them. They want to take
Yeah, I
democracy from the
you
United
sound like
States.
the you sound like the MAGA people that were like Brittany, what's her name? Brittany Griner, the basketball
Yeah,
player who was in
yeah,
Russia,
you're
isn't
right.
really an American because she said fuck the US Constitution in America or whatever. Like she
I think
was,
she was
you know what I
like
mean?
she was like talking shit about the country, which is that's
Sure.
fine because that's her right to
But
do so.
that's what you
It's not
sound
exact.
like.
It's
Like
not because there's there's like faux patriotism of I love the flag. I love America. But then when it comes time to give up the guy you love who tried to like overturn an election, you can't do it
they don't
because
you have
you're
to
not
understand they don't see
it's
him as
fine that they don't see
overturning
it
the
that way,
government.
Brittany.
They literally see him as like a
It's
hero vigilante.
that's my point. They're wrong and they don't care that
Yes.
they're wrong. And at
No, no,
some
no.
point,
They're wrong. They don't think they're wrong.
oh no, what scares me, Brittany, is I've seen enough Destiny debates where he shows them they're wrong and they just find a new way to be right. And that's
Okay,
what's
but that's all of
that's where I
humans, always, forever. That's
right,
Destiny's done that too. Other people have done that too. We all
but
do
but
that.
we
It is a
can't
human.
this
It's
is
part of our
different though.
nature.
This is the United States'
It's
existence
not
hanging in the
different.
balance. It is so different
Mm,
because it's one of the most it's one of
okay.
the most economically stable nations in the world, and if it goes to shit, everyone's fucked. Like it's not just
Yeah,
about
but that's
me.
just. But
It's
that's
about
just
the entire world on some level. If America
okay.
implodes, we're all
Okay, so
fucked.
just to check, how invested are you in America?
invested as in there's nowhere else for me to go, and my entire family's like,
Okay.
where am I going?
Where do you take that? How much do you volunteer? Do you clean up streets? Do you participate in the system? Like, come on, where is your
I mean, to
allegiance
be
to
fair,
America
like
lie?
obviously, like to be fair, I'm not out here cleaning up streets. I'm not out here like like doing community work. I'm not
Most
even
of
gonna
us are
pretend.
just trying to fucking pay our bills,
But
right? Most of us are just trying to.
there's a difference between not being an active citizen in your like local community and actively trying to overthrow democracy.
But they
Like
don't
that's
see it as
it's
overthrowing
fine that they
democracy. They
don't
think
see it
it
that
literally
way.
is. It's
But the problem
saving
is
America.
the problem is normal conversations haven't convinced them. So now it's time to say, hey,
Well,
Trump did this, and this. And although you may not want to live in reality, we are. And if you keep going down this path, you're going to prison. Not normal Trump supporters, but people in
sure.
Congress and the Supreme Court. You know what he did. We know what he did. And if you keep going down this path, you have rescinded your Americanhood. Sure, you'll still be a citizen, but you don't respect what makes this
Trump
country a
shouldn't even
country.
be able to run, right? Like Trump shouldn't even be able to run at this
Well,
point,
he shouldn't, but guess what?
right?
There are conservative justices who said he should
And
be able to run.
but look, this is the consequence of humans forming a society. We are living in what is society, and now we must handle the consequences of us having a beautiful diversity that is going to come and clash up against each other. Look, I also ultimately agree that liberal and progressive is the right way for me to live in my life, right? Because I think that will allow people to be religious and gay at the same time. Versus if we vote for conservative justice or conservative like America, we can't be gay and we can't have abortions and we can't do other things, right? Medical care and all these things. Okay, I love that, right? The dilemma again is that we're talking about the nature of man itself and why we end up continuing this cycle over and over again. And America is not on a pedestal. It is the same as any other empire that lived at any time in history. And it is going to implode if it is meant to implode in the same way that everything else did itself. The question is, who is to blame? Nobody. There is no one to blame. There's only life to be had. Pointing fingers and blaming each other is the reason people won't accept that they are all participants in the system. The world is a reflection of us as a whole. Right?
I think
Me, Destiny, we have all had enough faults in our life. We are imperfect people that have helped contribute along the way for our path because we've all been conservatives. All three of us have been conservatives. We've all been there.
I think
all three of us have voted Republican. Or at least me and Destiny have, for sure. We all grew up
no, I
in
voted for
like,
Trump when I was 18. So
look at you. Okay.
Yeah, so
Same.
I mean,
I voted for McCain and Palin. Okay. I'm sure whatever Destiny voted for. We all know what it's like to be a Republican. And we all know that it took a very specific thing in our life to bring us out of it. And there are just people who are never going to have that journey, never going to have that bubble pop. And they are just as valuable as you or I. And to think that their life is worth less, I think is inhumane.
I don't think their lives are worth less, but I think that what did you say? You said I think like the America's an empire and then it's going to end, but I think there's something to be said about not just letting something slip away. I do think there are some people who can be at fault. Like 600,000 people died in the Civil War because Southerners wouldn't give up their right to own slaves, or really just weren't happy with the fact that it wouldn't expand. I think in order for a society to function, and this might be just my philosophy of civilization, is someone has to take the blame. If we don't assign blame, what we effectively have is what we have today, is people who think it's appropriate to rebel against the United States for bullshit. And you see it, like you see conservatives fly Confederate flags. You see that mindset passed down through the generations of, if we don't get what we want, we'll destroy the United States. I think Trump supporters have to have a stern conversation with them where it's like, no, we're not all the same. You are going down a path that, whether you realize it or not, is destructive. And I think there is a almost like, I think there is a duty of any citizen of any nation to tell their fellow citizen, you are destroying the country and you're wrong. And no one else but you.
That's so hyperbolic.
I'm not in this with you.
You're being so hyperbolic.
It's not really hyperbole because
you're looking at some guy without a high school education who never got his GED, who's working every day with bruises on his fingers, and you're like, you personally are destroying America. You sound like my mother, who's like, progressives are destroying America.
When you vote for candidates who are willing to compromise the Constitution, whether you realize it or not, you're destroying the country. Now, the problem is we tried to have the nice conversation of like, you guys, you want this, you want that. But it's like, no. I have to tell you this, because if I don't, I'm doing you a disservice.
Yeah, but
If
you know
I
that's not going to
know,
work. Just think
well,
about
the
what you're
problem
saying to
is
them.
nothing else has ever worked. The only option we
Um,
have left is, hey, wake up. This guy broke his oath, and you need to know that. Because the problem is, no one's ever told him that. The conversation has to be had, and I think what Destiny did is kind of what you have to do in a situation like this. Is tell the other side, you can't call for political violence, engage in it, support it, and think we're not going to say something. And I think, although all empires do fall, I do think we also kind of have a duty to the next generation to leave not
okay.
just the world, but also our country better than how we found it.
I think you will make this country fall faster if you engage in the same rhetoric. I think what Destiny did contributes, not Destiny specifically, he's not that important, right? But like the attitude encompasses and contributes to the fall of America faster than my attitude. I believe that. That's why I have this attitude, because I don't want to see America fall, and it certainly isn't going to help calling people deplorable. It certainly isn't going to help acting like you're better than other people, and it certainly is going to help, especially coming from the mouths of the people that it comes from, as if Democrats haven't been corrupt, as if established politicians haven't been corrupt, as if minority communities haven't suffered under people, including Joe Biden, who absolutely held racist beliefs in his past, right? It is what it is. White people got problems. But it is a whole part of this country that we are imperfect. And we will continue to be imperfect because all of humanity is imperfect. So I am not trying to say that America isn't worth fighting for. I'm trying to say that I believe I am fighting for her better by valuing the lives of Americans, whether they are Republican or Democrat. And I believe in their humanity is just as valuable as my humanity, to the point where I will say, please do not put me in a position where I have to defend my life against you. And if I do, I will win and I will mourn your death.
How do you communicate to
By
a
staying
political
dignified.
wing? The problem is, like, we called them deplorables when they were, and they doubled down. And the problem is
exactly.
now.
Reverse
The problem
psychology.
is
No, we got to reverse
now they're making
psychology
fun of I believe Gus Walls is
Sure, he's adorable. I love him.
yeah,
Gus
they're
is a
making
king.
fun of him, but
Yes.
the problem is, like, MAGA's gotten worse. And now it's
Okay.
like, okay, we started off calling you deplorables, then we kind of chilled out, and now you've become worse. I think the problem is, like, I'm not trying to take their humanity from them. They're human beings. But,
Okay, but like,
the problem is, like, what would your response have been to the Civil War? Like, are you going to tell the traitors they're traitors and are going to die a
listen
traitor's
to what I'm
death?
saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Please do not put me in a position where I have to defend myself against you.
What do you say when you find yourself in that situation, Brittany? What do you tell the other side?
I already said it, right? With
Okay.
dignity and within context of the situation, you make the decision that's within reason for the future of yourself or whatever you're preserving. We are all making decisions to preserve our future. They think they are preserving the future. So
But
I
they're
have to look
wrong.
at them and say,
Right.
it doesn't matter if they're wrong.
But
It doesn't
really-
matter.
But think
No,
about this,
it
Brittany.
only matters because you get to now justify hating them in your head because they're wrong.
I don't want to hate
but
these people. I've grown up with them.
Then don't. Then don't hate them.
But I
Don't
but I
call them
have to
deplorable.
but I have to be you have to be stern. You have to be strong because
Yes, but you
I sound
have
like
to
Trump. But you think it's like, what do you say in the Civil War where you have your own countrymen, some of whom you might even be related to, ready to kill you?
Look,
you have to
all of
tell
this-
them you have betrayed the United States. You
No,
are
see,
an enemy of
no,
democracy.
Don't do that. Just
You
say
have to.
no.
But
I
think about Brittany.
because it doesn't
Think
make
about
sense.
the price
it doesn't
we
make
pay.
any sense.
Think about the price we pay today by allowing the South to idolize and lionize Confederates. We pay a price for that, Brittany. We do. It's not just
I know,
racism.
but you can't. It's just the words you're using doesn't make sense to him. If I tell it's like my mom saying, "Oh my gosh, you're pro massacring babies because you're pro abortion." I was like, okay, but like pro choicers don't really think they're massacring babies. You can't say it like that. She goes, but you are. You're killing babies. I was like, okay, you can't phrase it like that. Like people who are having 8-week abortions don't think they're murdering babies. Like,
But
it doesn't
the
work.
problem is,
People
Brittany,
don't
like,
think that way about life.
there's a way. I obviously wouldn't tell a Trump supporter, you're a traitor. I'm gonna break it down.
Okay.
Like, you need to read this. I'll even break it down to you, but I'm not gonna sugarcoat what it means. I'm gonna tell you, if you, now knowing this, vote for him, you are voting for a traitor, and you are a traitor. That's what I would say.
I don't need to do the dramatic "you are a traitor" because what
No,
I
no, no,
think
no,
America
because
is.
it's
This is
time-
what America is. You know what America is?
What are you gonna say?
Is a racist country that was founded on the genocide of people of color
Oh my
and
God,
native people who
Brittany.
lived here. And what it is a
Brittany.
construct based off the people who live here. And I agree with you. I would love to change it to go in a different direction. Fuck going backwards. Fuck going MAGA. Don't make America great again. Make America gay again, okay? Let's make America beautiful for the future by changing whatever the founding fathers had for it. Fuck them. Let's make it better than they even dreamed it could be. This whole idea of like MAGA people are betraying America. America was founded on this great experiment, and they are experimenting the fuck out of it. And you just don't like how the experiment is going, and I don't either.
Well,
instead of saying you're betraying America, just say, bro, I don't like the way you're taking the experiment, so I'm going to take it in a different direction, you know?
Well,
but, you know, USA.
America is an experiment, but it's a locked experiment. Like, we have rules to the experiment that you swear an oath to. Like, when I joined the army, they made me swear an oath to the Constitution.
Sure, of course.
When I see people who, like, I have leniency for Trump supporters because they're private citizens. But there's a special kind of hatred in my heart for people who swore an oath. Like, the Marjories, the Supreme Court justices, like, I despise them with every fiber of my being. I don't like conservatives pretending to be the uber patriots when some of them are knowingly, willingly compromising democracy.
Totally.
And I think one of the biggest mistakes we made was letting white Southerners rewrite the story of the Civil War to portray themselves as the victims or the true patriots or the people who really loved America. I think one of the biggest mistakes we make with the right is we coddle them too much. We know on the left what respect for democracy looks like.
Sure.
They don't. And I think that...
Who's they? All of them? All like how many millions?
I'd say
them?
the ones
All
who don't, the ones who don't know what they're doing, I'd say the average Trump voter. But like the people who are at the helm of the movement, oh, they know. Trump knows.
Okay.
You know,
because I do think
know.
there's a difference between the political ones who are going in on it. They're definitely fucking some shit up, bro. But the average Trump voter who isn't reading and just doing things, they're just like, a lot of them just vote for what their parents vote for. A lot of people just like their parents tell them how to vote and they do it. Like, I'm just talking about like the average people that are just sitting here in their homes and like they believe the bullshit Fox News says, but they're also not going to bother anybody. They're not going to protest. They're not going to pull up their guns. They don't want a civil war. Like,
the problem is the consequence of their ignorance, Brittany, though.
Of course, but all of existence is the consequence of our ignorance. I am ignorant, and I will be paying for the consequence of that ignorance. Yes, there are levels to it.
Brittany, if you forget how far the bed is from your foot, you'll stub your toe, right? That's relative ignorance,
every day,
right?
Girl. Every day, girl.
But there's also ignorance where it's like, hey, one of the greatest nations to ever exist could cease to exist if you fuck this up.
Why do you say that? Like it's the greatest nation that's ever existed. On what grounds?
One of the greatest.
On what grounds?
One of the greatest. Come on, Brittany.
Is America like the great man? Is America like the great man?
I'd say we're one of the greatest nations to ever exist for sure.
On what grounds?
In terms of how far we've come in terms of the push for equality.
How many people we've slaughtered to get here?
Well, I mean, like that. Then, like, no nation could be one of the greatest because everyone's done some fucked up shit.
Nobody's. Like, that's what I'm saying, bitch.
But what I'm saying is, there's always room for greatness. I don't think we should sell ourselves short because we're always gonna have bad. But there's always.
You know what's great? Is a man who rises above. I want to see that shit, and I'll vote for you. I'll praise you. Men who go low when they go low, get the fuck out of my way. Stop preaching like you're good.
You've
literally gone lower.
I need a leader who's ready to pause. I was gonna say sag, but like I need somebody who could go as low as possible. I need somebody who knows when it's time to take the gloves off and go to battle. I think
yes, but you don't have to go low to go to battle. You can be dignified in your battle. You can say, "I'm gonna go."
There's a dignified way to go about it, but there's like obviously I'm not gonna be here like MAGA is subhuman. No, they're people. However, the MAGA movement is an anti-democratic movement who can bring about the end of America. I'm not gonna mince words with MAGA. So how I would do it is like I would explain, hey, like, look, you're voting for Trump. Here's what happened on January 6th leading up to it. Sure. Now that I told you this. Do you understand what it means to vote for him? I'm not going to spare them the reality of what it means to vote for him now that you know the truth. Now, if you don't know, that's another story. But I think, like I said, one of the biggest mistakes we've ever made with conservatives is allowing them to entertain fantasies that can destroy democracy in this country.
Girl, what are you talking about? They're religious. Rashad, please be serious. They literally believe a God exists.
But there's levels to
Rashad, please, Rashad.
Yo,
Kamala. They believe in a big man in the sky. Please.
Look, look, I mean, that is a part of it. Part of it is the religious aspect, right? Like, their delusions are compelling them to strip people of their rights to reproduction.
Yeah.
But the delusions that are, like, convincing them to try to take over the country illegally is some, like, Trump Bible shit. Like, he's written his own Bible.
When January 6th happened, my friend hits me up. She goes, turn on the fucking news. I turned on the news. I called my parents. I was like, you better not fucking be there. And they were like, Brittany, we do not leave this house. I was like, good. Okay. Like, I don't know anybody that was on January 6th. I don't know those people who would have gone and done that thing. The question is, who are those people? And if you saw the interviews with them, a lot of them were fucking conspiracy theorists. A lot of them were just like uneducated losers. Okay. And that's the problem. It's like, if you just have a reasonable Trump supporter, that does oxymoron right there. But if you have like a reasonable person who happens to be voting Trump, yes. Am I going to look at them with a side eye and definitely think less of them? 1000%. Am I going to let them babysit my kids? Probably not. But also, I know that they're doing it for a reason that makes sense to their brain, in the same way that Muslims are doing what they're doing, or Jews are doing what they're doing in Israel, or anybody's doing what they're doing. Everybody thinks they have a reason. And the question is, do I believe in America the free? Yes, but it's always been free with chains, always, for everybody. And so the question is, why are we pretending like America didn't always have a consequence? Why are we acting like America at any point is anything we ever want to recreate? There is no going back. There's only going forward. And I do think if a civil war breaks out, it's a part of that healing process of the forward. Look, ultimately, and I mean this in the nicest way to progressives and myself who's choosing not to have kids, honestly, we're going to win that war with babies alone. I would lose that war with babies alone. Okay? Islam is like the #1 growing religion. They're having beautiful babies. They're all growing their families. Christians are growing their families. Not us. Not the LGBTs, and definitely not me. Okay? So ultimately, it's a numbers game, and we're going to move in a progressive direction. But I'm so sick of these fucking losers who are chronically cheating, not being present in their, people's lives, doing these shitty things, acting like they have the moral high ground. If I hear one more person talk about Christian values and they're voting for Trump, I don't like it any more than you do. But I know why they're doing it. They're doing it because they think it makes sense. And that, my friend, is the greatest fall of man. We do tons of shit we think makes sense, including Hiroshima, because it made sense. We justified it. It was objective. We had to. Rashad, we had to. In the same way MAGA is going to incite a civil war, because, Rashad, they have to. The transes. The transes. What are we going to do about the OnlyFans girls?
But Brittany, like, justification isn't, like, universal, right? Like, MAGA's not being, like, trans people aren't flying planes into Trump Tower, okay? Like, it's not like, World War II was such a reality that, like, I have respect for the people who made the decisions they made, because I can't imagine, like, holding the fate of the world in your hand and having to make a nasty decision.
That's kind of the difference. I don't have respect for it. I just accept that it's a part of human history. I don't need to have respect for it. It is what it is. It is. It happened.
I respect it because there's always another choice. There's always a different choice that could make you sleep easier at night, but could be worse for everyone else. And I think something you said was that, like, the Civil War might be a part of America's healing, and that could be true. But I think my problem is we don't have a good track record of telling the people who start the civil wars exactly what they did was wrong and why it was wrong and why they shouldn't do it again. We just recently removed Confederate statues from the Capitol.
Right.
Like, right. We have a long track record of letting this specific demographic, and I don't mean white, but I mean, like, far right conservative white Christians, we have a track record of letting them engage in fantasies that aren't just bad for democracy, but just bad for equality. And I think that although America has its flaws and we have our flaws as people, there's certain situations where I have to tell you, you are doing some fucked up shit that no one else is doing. It's just you.
Like America?
But I mean, The pro-Palestine people aren't trying to overthrow democracy. The BLM
Sure.
people aren't trying to overthrow democracy. It's literally just you and no one else.
Mm-hmm.
You've walked off off the cliff and with no one else with you. I can't. In order, it's like I said, like we have to leave the country better than how we found it, and I think we owe it to the next generation to make sure MAGA understands. You guys effed up. You fucked up. You turned against democracy. You did some crazy shit that no one else did with you. And if we don't make them feel that almost isolation, we'll be back here again. Because they're going to think, oh, well, you know, it wasn't that bad.
I think this is maybe my philosophical perspective, and I learned this because I was, you know, I thought I had a place in politics, but I learned that, like, I don't think politics makes people better people. I think it makes them worse. And I felt like I was contributing to humans being worse because I was involved in politics. But I will say this, that I'm not interested in bullying people into a position. I want to see them change for real so they can raise their kids better. When you bully people into a position, they raise their kids to be haters. And then those kids grow up to be exactly what their parents were, you know, unless they have a change of heart. So the issue I'm going to find, well, it's not like we're talking about all of civilization that has ever existed forever. We act like America started all of civilization. Like, this is a cycle. We are in the middle of another historical cycle. It's going to run the same way every past civilization did. And I'm saying do your best, but don't act like you're better than the past if you're going to repeat it.
Well, it depends on who's repeating the past and how do we try to cling to what we've created here as best we can? Because although we've done horrible things like enslaved black people and killed off Native Americans and blown up Japanese people and ruined Iraq and all of that, we are a nation that's incredibly, like, of course, Europe is a lot more progressive, but we're a nation that's progressive. We're moving toward a better tomorrow in comparison to a lot of other countries.
Sure.
We had the opportunity. We are right now one of the greatest countries in the world, I would say, in terms of, like, objectively, where would you want to live? And we can become better. But in order to become better, people who want to sabotage that have to be, like, told, hey, you know what you're doing, right? You're sabotaging the United States, right? You're overturning democracy, right? You're betraying the country, right? There has to be a communication because, like you said, if you, like, you know, if you're, like, harsh on the other side, they'll raise their kids to hate. That's kind of the problem. We were too soft, and they felt comfortable raising their kids to hate. They felt comfortable raising their kids to think it's appropriate to rebel against the United States if they don't get the outcome they want in an election. I think there's a balance here.
Hold. Don't you understand that from a conservative brain, if I jumped into that bubble, that's how they feel about BLM and people who want to dismantle America and people who want to, like, tear it down and restart it? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
there's a difference between what someone feels and what is. And you have to stamp down. Because if you don't write the story, they'll write it for you. Like we just established, they rewrote the Confederacy and made it seem like these guys were just big chilling. And it was like taxes that caused it. If you're not ready to write the story and let them and their children and grandchildren know that they were wrong, they'll happily write it for you and make it seem like everything they did was perfectly fine. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like, there's a point where the gloves do come off.
I don't understand how you can have this position necessarily and not then understand the protesters who are anti-Harris. Because
it's like, not really the same.
Well, it feels like ultimately then I'm going to take my kid gloves off with you and be like,
yeah, but they're just wrong, though. Like, if they take the kid gloves off with Harris and they sabotage her, what do they end up with? The end of Gaza.
Well,
and possibly the end of the United States.
Well, they kind of want that, though. You're acting like they don't want that. You're acting like people don't think by taking it down they can reconstruct it to be something better. But you're saying no. The problem is like you're 1 foot into America and 1 foot out where, like, you want to change America, but you want it to be America. How do you keep something the same and change it?
Some things have to remain the same because that's how you maintain a
Which
functioning...
things remain the same in America? What things are we keeping?
Democracy, the Constitution,
what does democracy mean to you?
Allies.
When was America a democracy?
You said when?
Yeah. Has America always been a democracy? What does a democracy even mean?
Like, we're a Republican democracy or a Democratic Republic, where obviously, you know, like, our leadership is made up of mostly representatives, be it senators or members of the House that we vote in.
Okay.
Democratically, we vote them in. That's what makes us a democracy.
Right.
So
I feel like Republicans are voting these people in, or they want them to win.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, if they don't get their way, they might protest. But this is also the part of a growing nation. Like, we're always growing. So if the world becomes more conservative, it's because the people wanted it, because we're a democracy,
Well,
allegedly,
no,
right?
how is it becoming more conservative? Because we acknowledge they're not winning, like they gerrymander to create districts where they can win
Right?
where they otherwise wouldn't.
1,000,
And they're
1,000.
also planning to steal presidential elections because it's very hard for them to win elections generally. So
Totally.
generally speaking, they don't win. They're tweaking systems and cheating to win. So when we say
Sure.
like if the world wants to become more conservative, that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing the world actually pushing toward a much more progressive reality.
Yeah.
What we have is people who don't want to accept that and are willing to
Right.
subvert democracy to get the outcome they want.
Right. So I do agree with you, but they don't process it that way.
Right.
They're not like sitting here like, ha ha ha. They're sitting here thinking, this is what we have to do because we're patriots and we have to like protect America. So then it's not going to help by sort of demonizing them further, though I understand, like, if we were talking private and this was off the internet, like, maybe the conversation would flow a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? But we're
Yeah.
dealing with real people who have real kids, and they're really worried and they're really afraid, and they
Mm-hmm.
deserve to feel like afraid. Not that anyone deserves anything from a philosophical perspective, but like, they feel the pressure, and they're thinking the pressure I feel is because Biden's in office, because everyone always thinks the president, matters in that way, because they're not thinking about the Supreme Court justices or anything, though they should be. And they're looking for an America that is anti-gay and anti-welfare and anti-union and anti all the things that I think would make America great again, or great in the future. They think would make America, like, destroy America, right? When my mom says, like, you're destroying America, and then you look at my mom and say, you're destroying America, and I look at both of you and I'm like, both of you shut the fuck up. Get along. I'll slap both of you with respect. It's like, shut the fuck up. You're both fucking it up. Just be quiet. Rashad, I'm more on your side. It's like, we have to go slowly in a direction, but America is diversity. America is this conflict. America has had a civil war. We are not without fault. We're willing to murder our own neighbors for what we think is right. That sucks that we even get to the point where that is necessary. My hope in a country of 350 million Americans is the same number that took over the insurrection, which is how many people? Do we know how many people that was? Nothing.
Yeah, not that many in the grand scheme of things.
Nothing.
But
And
enough to
that should
cause
be
enough
hopeful.
problems.
But that should be hopeful.
Well, think about it like this. Although there were maybe like 5,000 people at the Capitol,
Sure.
there's millions who support someone who orchestrated what happened at the Capitol. And therein lies the problem.
Yes, but also that's how. Okay, I agree with you, but that's bad. So we're on the same page there, right? Like, I'm not some conservative MAGA person who's defending
Right.
MAGA.
What I feel
That's
like you're
not what
doing,
I'm.
though, is like you're kind of like equivocate because bad things have happened before. We should try to be more graceful to them. And I'm not saying we should dehumanize
Your
them.
rhetoric contributes to the escalation of a civil war. Period.
So what do you do when one side is willing to possibly even use force to take democracy in the country from you?
Yeah. So then you defend yourself. It's called
You defend yourself,
self-defense.
but you don't. But you also have to understand. I know you understand this, but I'm trying to get you to see it my way. Is Ryan Macbeth put this so perfectly? Information is a form of warfare. It's not just bullets. It's not just bombs. Whatever they're going to use in the next civil war. Telling people an election was stolen while you're trying to steal it, and then putting things in place to steal it, to try to steal it again, while that's warfare against the United States.
Totally.
Someone has to engage in counter verbal warfare. You're my countryman, but I'm not going to pretend with you that you're not engaging in treachery.
Sure.
I'm not going to sit there and say, and it's like, sure, they feel the same way about other stuff. They're wrong. They're in a fantasy. And at some point, if we want to maintain a good country that can progress toward what pro-Palestinian people want and progressives want, you got to get tough with your domestic threats. Because if you don't, they're more than happy to steal an election from you and rewrite it to where the election was stolen from Trump in 2020. The YouTube, I did not actually mean it that way. I'm
Sure.
Please, YouTube. They're gonna sit there and say the election was stolen from Trump. They'll rewrite all of the history to justify stealing democracy from their fellow man. Someone has to not only be prepared to physically fight it, but verbally tell them, you are fucking wrong. You might think what you think about XYZ, you're wrong, and you have to be stopped. And I think we owe it to the next generation to not be soft on this, because I keep referencing the Civil War. We made a mistake being too soft on them, where we're like, okay, you can tell your grandkids the North like declared war on the South over like taxes. That's forget the racism aspect of it. In terms of how these people interact with the law, that has had disastrous consequences. And I acknowledge the U.S. is imperfect. We've done horrible things, but in order for us to be better than what we used to be, man, we have to be ready to handle domestic threats, because I don't think any country can really fuck with us. But it's the internal shit that I think that's our biggest problem.
Sure. Okay. Okay, so this past weekend, my mom sent me a bunch of like, she's trying to get me to vote for Trump. Obviously, I'm not going to vote for Trump. And I told her, like, if you keep sending me Trump stuff, I'm going to send you Harris stuff. Okay. And we talked about it, and we ceasefired, okay? We Tuesday solutioned it, okay? We like ceasefire, Tuesday, okay? But she was like, Brittany, watch this video of Tulsi, okay? Which is funny. God. I saw you make a video on it, right? Okay. Lord have mercy. And I said, Mom, I love you, but unlike Republicans, progressives actually do watch Republican shit because we want to know what's going on. And I've already seen it. I already know. And that's the truth, is that most of the MAGA people in my life never watch progressives, never watch liberals. They never watch CNN. They never watch other people. They never watch the opposition. They never read the books. They're not interested in knowing the bubble. But usually, like you said earlier in this stream, you watch everybody. I want to see what's going on. I want to see what they're saying. I want to see what they're saying. I want to listen to what everyone is saying so I know what's going on. That is something that I'm not used to with MAGA people. So I look at a group of people that are sticking in this bubble. All they get is the information in this bubble. They only hear this stuff. They never look outside the bubble. And then they think, okay, this is all that's happening. I have all of the information. And I think, okay, do I think you and I have more of the information? Yes. Do I think we have all the information? No. Do I think the left has all of the information? No, because that's just not what's happening. What's happening is we all have sections of the information. And I think it'd be better to have a little bit more than a little bit less. But how do you begin to make people comfortable listening to rhetoric that makes them physically sick? Because that is the reaction people are having. You know how, like, even my audience are like, oh, politics stuff makes me just like, oh. And like when people watch stuff, it gets, oh, they get like, they have trauma they're dealing with. A lot of MAGA people can't even stomach homosexual still because they feel like, oh, it just makes me so sick to my stomach. And I'm just sitting here like, you need to unpack this trauma because this trauma is showing up in the voting booth. And the truth is we're dealing with a human issue that's rooted in generational trauma, mental health. We're dealing with conspiracy theorists. Look, what is a conspiracy theorist but a person with bad data coming to stupid conclusions, right? And I'm sitting here like, please, you're stressing me out. Read a book. I had my friend the other day call me, and they're like, hey, do you notice that the sun rays are like super close to the earth, but the sun is supposed to be very far? I was like, stop talking. Yeah. I said, get off fucking TikTok, read a fucking book, and do not call me again with this. I love you. Bye. And like, I'm so sick. I'm putting my foot major down. I am. But I'm also, my progressive friends call me and go, Brittany, I feel like we're in 1984. I was like, when's the last time you read that book? And I'm like, stop it. Stop calling me with your fear. Stop calling me with your paranoia. Humans are going to human. You must act with wisdom and discernment when faced with the chaos of humanity. And the chaos of humanity is reflected mostly in yourself. And if you are willing to go low when they go low, you have no right to stand on any moral high ground. You either go above them and still get your goals accomplished. You can win a war without going low. But you still have to engage in evil.
I think the people who... It depends on how you define going low. Like, obviously, like, if you genocide people because Hitler genocided people, you've officially, like, lost the plot. But I think one of the biggest demands of great men or legendary people, let's say, because I'm sure there's going to be Kamala Harris is going to make history and doing some great things. So let's just say legendary people. I think there is the burden of being willing and ready to go low with people who have gone low. I think although Trump supporters are afraid, their fears are mostly based in bullshit. And that's one of the things that's really... I used to always kind of like laugh at people who were like, politics hurts to watch. But now I get it. Like watching MAGA believe, not in an alternate reality, but just bullshit. And actually believe it from the bottom of their heart.
Sure.
It's hard to accept whenever I see it. I don't want to. I think where we're kind of disagreeing is I don't want to give people who are objectively wrong any false sense of equivalency. You need to pick something else to be upset about that's real, not bullshit. Pick something new to be mad about. I don't care, like, if you want to be mad about high crime rates, which crime has decreased, but relative to where you live, there's high crime. You want to be mad about that? Cool. You want to be mad about the border? Even then, that has its own issues.
Sure.
Pick something that actually matters. I don't want to treat progressive fear the same way as MAGA fear, because progressive fear is rooted in real shit. Trump's a real problem. You know it, I know it, we all know it. MAGA is just high off their own supply.
Well, okay, sorry, I just want to say this out loud. I'm sorry, hold on.
No, you know.
Trump is a problem to progressives, but he's not a problem to conservatives because they think they want it.
Okay, do you think he can be a problem even if one side doesn't think he's a problem?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm saying is, like I said, information is a form of warfare.
Yes.
You can't afford to be out, like, you don't want the enemy to be shooting more ammunition than you, and they're lying. That's bad. That's super bad. I think that's what's happening right now. Is we've gotten to the point where we're coddling, and this was kind of what Destiny was saying, is we're coddling them so much that we've gotten to the point where an insurrectionist is about to be martyred to the presidency because
that sounds so American to me. Am I crazy? That just sounds so America to me. What is America?
But there's two sides to America.
From? What's the origin?
I think there's a side to America a lot of people don't understand, and I didn't understand it until I joined the military. There's this kind of like Wild West frontier aspect of America. But then there's also this rigid Roman-esque, like Roman Republic-esque aspect to America where you will follow the law. You will swear an oath to this Constitution. You will uphold the law. I think most Americans don't understand that aspect of America because we purposefully shield them from it. Like in the military, when I was in there, you couldn't say bad things about Trump. You cannot badmouth the commander-in-chief when you're in the military.
Sure. Yeah.
There's aspects to America that normal civilians don't understand, including Trump, because they've never been exposed to it. I'm not going to pretend like I was like a soldier or anything. I enlisted and like got med boarded for snapping my ankle in half. But when I was in, I kind of understood like, oh, this shit is serious. The Constitution is serious. I didn't swear an oath to America. I swore an oath to the Constitution. Why?
Sure.
Because there's rules and laws built into it that matter more than just what the people say. And I think a constitution with things like freedom of speech and the right to vote for women and people of color and the right to
Did we have to amend that constitution to include those things?
We did. We had to. But luckily they didn't be like, Rashad, swear an oath to the Constitution from like 100. You know, they were like, all right, just.
But that's kind of the point. It's a construct and we build on top of it.
But that's the point. That's the point. It's almost like a religious text. The people can, like, think about it. We have a country where not half, but 25% of the country wants an insurrectionist. That's the beauty of swearing an oath to a constitution. Is you don't swear an oath to the people, because what happens when the people are voting against democracy? Some values supersede the will of the people in a way. Like, that's why they say you swear an oath to enemies, both foreign and domestic. Because you can have enemies come from within. When you swear an oath to the Constitution, you swear an oath to the rights of blacks, whites, gay people, women. You're not swearing an oath to what the people want. What if they wake up tomorrow and say, forget equal rights for everybody? But when you swear an oath to the Constitution, you fight and defend the rights of everyone, not what the people say. And I think there's a beauty to that. And that sort of like dichotomy of like, you're talking about that Western aspect of like America, that frontier aspect of like, you know, that Wild West aspect. But there's also that kind of like, you know, Roman aspect of like, hey, we have laws. You will abide by them. We have a constitution. We have, you know, representatives. We have a Senate. We have all of this, like, that aspect exists. And I revere that aspect to a significant extent because that's where all of our rights are, is the Constitution. And when people break that oath to it, That means they're prioritizing what they want over what the law has enshrined. And we're just so lucky enough that the law in America has enshrined, the Supreme Court fucked that up, but has enshrined the rights of women, black people, white people, everybody. It's so important for people to prioritize the oath to that, if you get what I'm saying.
I think I hear you. I just don't. I think you believe in a dream that I think isn't real.
Okay, break it down.
Well, if the Constitution is a construct of the founding fathers in America and we have to amend it to adapt to the new changes of the new world, then it's something that is changeable. It's a construct of our ideas put together for what we want represented in our country. And I don't think politics works in a linear line. I think we go back and forth and we go in circles. So I don't think America could be a nation that doesn't bring back slavery. I don't think America is without its fault. We saw abortion rights getting taken away and becoming, quote, states' rights. I think Americans should feel safe whether they're in Kentucky or California. I think if you're an American, whether you're gay, black, white, whatever, you should feel safe in every part of this country. So like things like states' rights don't guarantee the safety of those Americans as they travel through the states. If you want to be different countries, we can talk about that. Like Texas is always threatening to do. Let's go, Texas, go away. But the thing is, we aren't multiple countries. We're one fucking country. And as a woman who's road tripped twice around the states and has been in really, like, I was really well treated by Americans as I traveled solo. I think that's a beautiful reflection of the country that I was raised in. That I could, even though I was a little afraid, travel solo as a woman in this country. And no matter what state I was in, I was treated with warmth. I was really welcomed in those communities. And that was beautiful. I was really lucky, right? I felt really lucky in that process. And I saw our national forests and they're beautiful. And I saw our parks and they're beautiful. And I saw America is beautiful. But America is an ever changing, shifting nation. And it is a reflection of us as a whole. And there's no reason to think that as a whole, you're right, that it could go in a direction where MAGA is the majority or progressives are the majority or the left or whoever is the majority. But I think that using love and compassion for fellow Americans should take priority over the idea of going lower. I think you can get your goals attained by going higher, more so. And I think if you look at great leaders in history, there were opportunities to go lower and they did that. And I think that ruined their reputation for the good that could have been done. And I think in the long run, we would like a better reflection of our choices as a nation to say that we went high and we still got it done. And I think that's possible. I just think we haven't really thought about it enough to go there, because I think your reflex, which is reasonable, is to say protect myself at any cost. I think we should consider protecting ourselves in a dignified way, because I think we can do that. I think we're smart enough as a country to do that. And I think MAGA people do love this country. They just want a different outcome for it. And I think the beauty of America is we love this country and all want to see it go differently. But if we all agree we want freedom, then we have to compromise with how we work in society, which means pro-Palestinian Americans have to pay for wars that support Israel, and pro-lifers have to vote or have to contribute to abortions. And this is the hard truth that America won't compromise on, that it is diverse and that it is nuanced, and that if it wants to be a monolith, then someone's going to have to win. And I'd prefer it to stay diverse. So we all kind of win, even if all of us kind of have to lose a little bit. Because that's what society is.
I'm gonna have to. Okay. Although the Constitution is a malleable document, it's usually malleable for the right reasons. And I think those reasons are a reflection of American values. Like the value of like the idea that all men are created equal. Like when the Confederacy was created, they specifically gave a speech where they were like, hey, look, we're not like the United States where all men are created equal. No, we're special. In fact, we're better. We're a nation in which men are not created equal. And the Negro is subservient to the white man. They highlighted this on purpose because they knew and understood, even if black rights aren't enshrined in the Constitution, the underlying core values of the United States would give black people the opportunity to at one point possibly be equal. And they wanted to like make sure, hey, look, specifically so everyone here knows they are not supposed to be equal. I think although the Constitution is malleable, there are underlying core values that we have as Americans that MAGA is purposefully undercutting to create a country that is not American in nature. And I think that there does have to come a point where you tell someone you don't love the United States. You love a theocratic, fascistic ethno-state. We were never that. Sure, we had like ethno-state kind of like tendencies at one point, but we were only able to work away from it because we had underlying core values that allowed us to walk away from it. I think that there is an aspect to the Constitution and our laws and values. It's almost like its own entity. And the reason why like I always like scream and yell and like get triggered over the Constitution is because those are our rights right there. And if people choose not to honor that document, there they go. Because, you know, our rights are only as good as the people who, you know, choose to honor them in power.
Sure.
I think that there is a definition of what America is, not just in terms of its constitution, but its values that the Constitution derives itself from. Like, you know, MAGA people trying to force religion in schools, where, you know, we have in the Constitution, we say that, like, you know, Congress can make no, like, law respecting any specific religion. Because of values like that, we can extrapolate that to say, hey, you cannot force people to not do this with their body because of the Bible.
Right.
It's because of those underlying values we established so early, we can protect people who originally were never meant to be protected. And I think that MAGA has fallen out of love in a way with that. Trump himself, you know, has fought. The only thing he cares about is obviously himself. But that's kind of why I speak so harshly about MAGA politicians, is because they know the Constitution is the enemy of what they want for the country. It's the document in which the rights of non-whites are enshrined, non-Christians are enshrined, women are enshrined, LGBTQ people are enshrined. And if the Constitution can be done away with, they can have the America that they want. And that's why I was like freaking out about the Trump thing when he almost got taken out. Was we have a man who called for the termination of the Constitution running for president, who's now becoming a martyr. This could spell the end of the United States, which means the end of the rights of the downtrodden, the unprivileged, the non-white, the non-Christian, the non-straight, all of that. Because a guy who's antithetical to everything we stand for was made into a victim. So I understand that my language is really like alienating and stuff, but like when you look at it for what America could be and what we've become, the thought of letting MAGA subvert that because things like this just happen, I don't think it's fair to the next generation, because this is easy. The Civil War, they attacked the U.S. We had to fight that war. But this, we get to go to the ballot box. Biden gets to possibly arrest people, which I think he should. We get out easy. All we got to do is cast a ballot and fight the information war we have to. So that's why I use the language I use, is because I think strength is how we stop the worst from happening, and we can preserve a good America. But I could be crazy though.
No, I think everyone's having a different relationship with the concept of the end of the world. Like, I was alive in 2000. Like, I was a kid. I remember everyone's panic. Like, I've been hearing this my whole life, and I'm hearing it again. And I think I'm just done personally feeling always afraid for the end of the world, when I feel like, you know, may it come swiftly and take me out first. You know? Like, there's this idea that we're fighting. You know, it's mostly a joke, but, you know, it's like this idea that, like, to think I am so special that I won't experience the fall of man feels silly to me. But I know that my actions contribute to it all the same. Like, my partner and I have this agreement that we don't flush certain things down the toilet. Why? Because in our brain, we're like, well, maybe we'll help the environment, even though we know it probably doesn't matter and everyone else is doing it. And we're just doing it because, like, that's the rule we set up for our house. We always do things, even if it doesn't help, because it makes us feel good. And we do things that make sense to us. And we do things that let us go to sleep at night and wake up in the morning and feel good about our decisions. And ultimately, we're always hoping it's enough. But then some people, and especially politicians, are incredibly corrupt. And I think in my short lifetime, I've seen Republicans become some of the most, what's this word for when you're on stage and you're like the gesture? Like, I've never seen a political party just implode so quickly into degeneracy as I've seen the Republican Party do.
All right.
Do I think that's a reflection of Republican voters? Not really. But I think it's a reflection of their tolerance, or no, it's a reflection of their intolerance to change and their inability to waver or compromise on their values, which ultimately will be the destruction of this country, because this country needs to have compromise, I think, to be successful. And I would hate to become a person who doesn't compromise in a society that needs it. But I will say Republicans and conservatives right now, some of them are so just rejecting the idea of the compromise with anyone on the progressive or the left that I think they are the ones contributing the most to these political antics that we've seen, like people doing like their prayers in the government buildings, or people being silly with the law, or people taking advantage. What's his name right now is facing what, $300,000 he has to pay back for stealing funds from the American people. Trump himself, right? So like, obviously Republicans are suffering right now. And to be honest, and I mean this with the biggest peace and love, it is the boomers' fault. Even though I don't like to point fingers. It is their, how about instead of fault, it is their contribution to America. And thank you for this contribution. We will clean up the mess, but it is a mess. Okay? It is a mess. And so the hope is the next generation will do better, as we always do. And we really always do in the long run. It doesn't mean there won't be hiccups and there won't be problems. Lots of people won't have kids because they're afraid of the direction America is going. Lots of people have kids regardless. Like I always joke, my parents made babies. No, not my parents. Their parents made babies in Iraq when it was definitely not ideal, let me tell you. And they still did it because that's what humans do. We create life in the worst of circumstances because eventually it's all going to be okay until it's not again. And then it's okay again until it's not again. And then it's okay again until it's not again. The whole point is that I have faith that humans will do what they think is best. And I think as long as you adapt to the process, your kids will be fine, even when they're not. Someone's kids have to live through the depression. We just don't want it to be ours.
I think there are predictable or preventable situations. I get exactly what you're talking about. There's certain events that just happen because that's just the way it is. These things just happen. But I feel like, and it goes back to like the conversation about, legendary people, is there comes a time where you're called upon to do what needs to be done to force or fight for the better outcome. Like one could say, hey, the Civil War is just the tide of humanity, which on some level it is. But without the Union winning, shit. Like I don't.
But I'm pro the Union winning, right? We agree.
Right, but
right.
There's kind of like like you have to understand the mindset that led to us winning. Like Sherman was willing to burn down all of Georgia. He was willing to make the South pay a significantly crazy price for treachery. And I don't know if I don't think if you read his memoirs, you necessarily agree with what he said. But his mindset is what got us the win, because we were getting our asses whooped. And his willingness to get his hands dirty was what got us to where we are today. And I think there's something to be said about people who are willing to step up to the occasion and say, I'll get my hands dirty to make sure the next generation continues the path toward a better and brighter humanity. Because I think there will be hiccups, but I think in order for us to really make the world a better place, because it's for me, it's not even about sleeping better at night, more so than it is about making sure like I live in a functioning society that like people who aren't like me can have the freedoms they want. And of course I can have the freedoms I want.
Sure.
That's the biggest thing for me. And I feel like there will be times where you're called upon to fight and do something where, like you have to stand up, because there's always going to be that part of humanity that's on the wrong side, and
but your rhetoric, what you're saying right now, it puts me back. I feel like I'm in a Republican bubble again. They're like, Brittany, what are you going to do when you get to fight for this country?
But you and I both know they're full of shit, though. That's the problem. Is there are sides of humanity that are completely just wrong. They're objectively wrong, and they're fighting for, like, it's like the South. If we if we don't own these people as slaves anymore, they'll revolt and kill us all and rape us all.
First of all, it is objectively wrong nuking anybody. But what does objective mean in that context? If we're zooming out of our countries and zooming out of our humanity, but also if you zoom in, it's within our nature. This is a very serious conversation about, are human beings a biological component that's evolved over millions of years? Or are we like religious spirits that God's put on the planet to like live out some fulfillment of a prophecy? We're dealing with different realities. You want to talk about different realities? Let's start with what we're even doing on this fucking planet. And then on top of that, because of the constructs we believe in, we're fighting wars based off of these beliefs, endowed by God. And so I'm sitting here and like, we're trying to have a conversation about what's good and what's moral. What are we even doing here? And then on top of that, you know, so you're doing the best with what you can in the context of the circumstance, not because we know what's right or wrong, but because we're hoping we're making the right decision. All of us, except the ruckus, you know, the ruckus makers, the people who are really just like having fun and jokering it. The people are like, I'm going to blow up the bank. Like they're having fun. Okay, fuck those people. Most MAGA people, they're talking about taking up arms and defending America. You're talking about taking up arms and defending America. And I'm sitting here like, get the fuck along. And you can't, because one of you and both of you believe you're fighting for America. You know what fighting for America looks like?
One of us is engaging in acts of insurrection and trying to subvert democracy. Brittany, you gotta be fair though. Like, sure, both sides look like lunatics screaming at each other. But why are they screaming at each other? Do you get what I mean?
Well, yes.
Like,
okay, so
I hate to sound like good versus evil, but like sometimes it's true.
But you're attaining a goal. You're going towards a goal.
Right, exactly. But a goal that's like, for the most part, better for the majority of people.
I agree.
Actually serves people.
I agree with that. But remember, Republicans think their ultimate goal is better for the most people because they want to make people like them. They don't want to live in a diverse America. They want to live in America that looks like them, breathes like them, pisses like them. They want it to all look the same. Okay? So they're anti-diversity in that sense. And when you're anti-diversity, you're going to have this like utopia you think exists, which it doesn't, right? But at the same time, to them, it is like this. It was like the pro-life woman who was featured at the DNC who voted for the pro-life policy, had an ectopic pregnancy and didn't realize like it would impact her life in this way. Sometimes people have to understand what they're voting for because it sounds good. I remember my parents regretting voting for the 3-strike law in California because my cousin's in prison now full time. And my heart goes out to him. And I also put a lot of responsibility on his parents and the bubbles he was in and the fact that he was even making those mistakes or making those choices, however you want to phrase it. But my mom says like she really deeply regrets voting for that. But Republicans made it sound so good, Brittany. Republicans made it sound so smart. 3 felonies? Why are you doing out of prison? That's so smart. And she goes, I can't believe I voted for this. And I'm like, great. Now think of every other policy you're voting for that you're going to regret in 20 years. But they can't. Because human beings can only think so far, and they're not going to be people who are going to vote Democrat. You have to understand, like, people who are MAGA are so in a specific mindset that God forbid they pop a bubble and change as a person, it would ruin every relationship they have, all their friends, their churches, the relationship with God. You're not talking about just changing a political opinion. All these Democrats that don't understand Republicans, religious Republicans, and think like, what does your religion have to do with gay marriage? You're insane if you don't think these people are literally thinking they are spirits from God, like souls from God. Like they literally are having a different relationship with reality. So we need to have a nation that is so strong. It says, not only do we respect you enough to keep you have a place in this country, we're also going to let these people have a place in this country. We respect you because right now what it feels like is a bunch of people are scared dogs biting at each other. And even though I agree with you, progressives I think are right, or liberals are moving towards left is the right way. It also comes from a place of saying we want to all live together. And that means even with the deplorables. Even if I would like one day for their kids to be less deplorable.
The problem is the deplorables don't even want you to have the right to just be who you are.
I agree with that. That doesn't mean I have the right to genocide them, kill them, round them up, put them in prison. Like, that doesn't mean unless they do something. Right. Unless they do something. So the threat of doing something is enough. You need to do something, and then there will be a consequence.
But are
Like,
you ready to tell them the truth of what they believe? Like, are you ready to communicate them like to them like, hey, look, your beliefs impede on the rights of others, and you're trying to overthrow. Not, I'm sure you understand. I'm not trying to talk down to you, but
right.
there's a place. There's a place for verbal confrontation, and I think there's a place for also telling people who don't want to be tolerant that, hey, you're intolerant, because they've spent the last time saying Muslims are intolerant. They're intolerant. Well, look at you.
Sure.
You front and center.
But that's the thing. Okay, this is why I left politics, because to be honest with you, I think I change more hearts and minds getting to people's consciousness and their relationship with their friends and family than I do trying to, quote, tell them that they're impeding on America and like its constitution. Because I just don't think they believe that. And I think it's weird to come at them like they do believe that. They're not going to hear you. And if they do, that person was already on the fence. We're talking about people who are not near the fence. They don't even see the fence. And you want those people to hear you say what about them? And like you said, when Hillary said deplorable, they doubled the fuck down. So your rhetoric, I think, forces those people who don't even see the fence to double the fuck down. You and Destiny and all those other people might bring the fence sitters around, which is great. But that was, that's great. They're not the ones storming the Capitol. I doubt fence sitters are storming capitals. I feel like those are probably the hardcore MAGA people. And again, to become like not MAGA, you would have to also deconstruct all the other beliefs you have around your life. Like I said, if my parents' 3 gay kids isn't enough to convince them to be pro-gay marriage, you think some guy on the internet calling them anti-American is going to help? Like, they're not going to believe you. And again, to be pro-gay marriage, they either have to take one of 2 routes, which Harris said, right? Either you believe in freedom so fucking hard that you don't even believe like your constitution reflect that you're going to let gay people exist in this America, or they want to go the other route, which America becomes free for those who believe in Christ. And I think that's more the direction they're willing to go, more than people are willing to say out loud. Lots of MAGA people would love to see a Christian nation here. And those people, I don't think that's the direction America should go.
Agreed.
But I think those people are less than we think they are. And I think that they will eventually not have children who will probably carry most of that over. But just like in civil rights, just like we have Confederate flags still flying today, those kids will have to, as time goes on, become more progressive over time. They're not going to do it tomorrow, but they're going to do it eventually. Look, I have an Assyrian cousin. I think I told you. He's half Assyrian, half white. And he had a Confederate flag in his room like 10 years ago. And I was like, what is that? What is that? And he goes, it's my white side. I was like, no, take it down. He goes, no, I'm from the South. And I was like, you're not from the South.
He has Southern ancestry?
Well, apparently his mother does, from Virginia. Is Virginia the South? There you go.
Yeah, I think
So,
Robert E. Lee, yeah.
Yeah, so they're from the South, like from Virginia. So like that's the point I'm trying to like get them to understand. Like if we have people that are mixed, look at Sneeko, look at Fuentes, look at all these people who like Sneeko is literally the product of interracial marriages or like mixed. You know what I'm saying? Like this boy is sitting here pushing a rhetoric that I'm not even sure he understands. So the point is, I don't think human beings change because you've told them they're stupid. I think some people, it might be enough if they respect you. But if they don't respect you already, the most you can pray for is they live a long life and forget to vote. Because my reverse psychology that I'm using on my siblings is to not talk to them about politics, because my sister and I have already registered. We're ready to go. But my brothers are lazy. The hope is they'll forget to register to vote and they won't show up to vote. Because they'll vote for Trump just to piss me off. Do you understand we're dealing with a nation of grumpy people that will vote just to piss people off? That is American. You want to know American culture right there, baby?
Yeah.
American culture, all is autistic, and they were like, demand avoidance. Are you telling me what to do? Oh, I'm going to do the opposite now. Oh, yeah. I'm going to do the opposite.
So would you attempt to try to change their mind at all? And if you were to, how would you go about it?
I don't change people's mind. I do not ask people to change. And I think that is the greatest attempt at change I can ever do. Because people go, why aren't you telling people to change? And I'm like, I trust you to make decisions and do your thing. And then they go, does Brittany know something I don't know? And I go, probably. But also, you probably know something I don't know. What do you know that I don't know? Because everybody has something we don't know. Everybody knows something we don't know. The idea is like, I don't ask people to change, but I definitely put down my boundaries. So like the rule of thumb is, if you keep sending me Trump videos, I send you Harris videos. If that offends you, then we don't talk for a while. The idea is like, I don't ask people to change. I tell people what I'm doing and I do my journey and I live by example. So I don't go low when they go low. I go high. And then I say, when you came down to it, who went high and who went low? Because the only thing I have is my fucking reputation. They don't even have that. But if I go low, then I don't have my reputation either.
That's
I don't, yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, you're in politics and I do philosophy.
it's
The
interesting to hear
difference,
you say that, because it's like I feel like there's so much hanging in the balance, right? To where it's like, like obviously I wouldn't go about it in a dickish way. Like, did you know you're a
sure.
traitor? But you know, like I would be like, look, like big dog, it's not 2016 anymore. Trump's a problem, and I'll explain why. Um, that's what I would do, and the only reason why I say I would do it is because I think the rights of everyone is more important than the comfort of MAGA. And I think there's a tactful way to go about trying to communicate to them if they're wrong. And I'm not saying that you're doing what you're doing from a place of trying to make them comfortable, but I think there's something to be said about fighting, like people that oppose good things. I think that's how we have such a progressive nation today. I think trying to change minds is really the only way.
I agree
But
with
I
that. But we're both changing minds. We're just doing it completely differently. Don't mistake anything I'm saying for saying I'm not making an effort. I just think the
Okay.
effort I'm making is the best effort I could make because I've tried it your way when I was in politics and it wasn't working. I was pushing
Okay.
people away. I was pissing them off and it wasn't working. So I've noticed that I feel like I've changed more people's hearts because what they do is go, "Oh, Brittany's cool. She doesn't hate me because I'm a Republican. So I'll listen to her more." And it's true, I don't hate you. I don't care that you're a Republican. I don't care about anything. Do you know how many callers I've had over the years who have been like cheaters? They'll call me like, "Hey, I know you have a strong stance on cheating, but I feel like you won't hate me because I'm a cheater." I'm like, "True. What's up, bro? Why are we cheating?" It's like I might have harsh stances on my moral perspective, but I don't judge people for their life. I only judge them from my perspective, not from theirs. When I'm talking to somebody, I'm jumping into their bubble and I'm saying, "Okay, why are we here? Why do we vote for Trump?" And I can see their perspective. If I was them, I would have voted for Trump, but I'm not them. And so they wonder, well, if you're not me and I'm not you, why did I end up who I am? Let's talk about it. Let's deconstruct why we voted that way. And it takes longer and it's more resources and it's more effort. And honestly, it's a lot of emotional labor. So I'm very picky with how I do things. But I do feel this is best for me and my approach, but yours might be good in the political bubble, right? Because I don't do politics. Like as much criticism I have for Destiny, and I have plenty. He's very good at his job when it comes to debate and rhetoric. He's very good at getting people to understand perspectives. And he is very good at moving some people closer to the left. That is, I'm not disputing that. I just disagree that the methods he chooses are within my values. I can't go low if they go low.
So
My
you're not
reputation's
arguing
too
the
important to me.
effectiveness, you're arguing just in relative to your values. Or do you want to
Well, I
argue the
think the
effectiveness too?
no, I think the effectiveness matter. Like I said, I don't think Destiny's bringing deep MAGA people over. I think he's bringing fence sitters, which is good. I'm interested in bringing deep MAGA people over, not because I think they should, but because I think it would serve them more than even the country. I'm not even doing it for Americans. I'm doing it for them. Because when they come to me and say, "My child doesn't talk to me anymore," why? I say, let's talk about your child's perspective. I'm having parents of trans kids come to me and say, "Why isn't my kid talking to me?" And I'm like, "Did you vote for Trump?" And they're like, "Yes." I'm like, let's talk about that. Let's talk about what signal you're sending to your children. Even my brother talked to my mom the other day and said, "Just a reminder that every time you send Brittany Trump videos, she's going to talk to you less. Make a decision. Make a good decision." And then my mom calls me, goes, "Betsy, I love you. Ceasefire." I go, "Ceasefire, mom, ceasefire." And she goes, "I love you." I was like, let's not break up over politics. But I know why people feel like they have to break up over politics because it feels like the end of America is coming, no matter what side of the aisle you're on. But if we're all feeling this way, then we're both fucking up. It's just in different ways. I agree that the left is fucking up less, but we can't both feel like America's ending. That seems silly.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, MAGA should stop feeling that. Agreed. Thank you. Thank you. Agreed. Fist bump. I already know how it is. It's. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think your perspective is needed because in interpersonal conversations, you know, Googling the Constitution, be like, "Do you see this?" Like that's obviously not gonna fucking
Actually,
work. Like,
yeah.
that's just
But like you are doing good in the game you're playing. You're obviously killing it, right? Like your work is a reflection of that. So you got to do you, and I got to do me, and then hope to see you on the other side of it, on the same side. You know?
I mean, not to be doomer, but I don't know what the fuck is gonna happen in November and December, but I am concerned. I am
Whatever
concerned,
happens, it's gonna happen.
but I think in order for this nation to be a nation that I can feel comfortable raising my kids in,
Sure.
and I have faith in, someone has to fucking, stand up to MAGA and be like, look, I love you. It's like when your parents whoop you because you're doing too much bullshit. Like, they love you.
Sure.
But you're getting that ass whooping because they love you. If they didn't
Yeah.
care, you'd just be sitting there wilding out, and they just sit there and entertain it.
I think if you have to whip your kids, you've lost. You're doing evil. I think trauma, generational curses is healed by learning not to whoop your kids when they piss you off that much.
I think some agree. Like, getting pissed off is not a reason to whoop your kid. But there are some F-ups where it's like, all right, you need a few
Look,
lashes.
I believe in the 2-finger challenge with kids. I do a 2-finger tap. Don't do that. Very soft tap, and the baby crumbles under the pressure of my dominance, right? In that moment, I go, Foomp. Very soft. And I do that with MAGA people, okay? I do that when Republicans talk to me. No, yeah. Yes. And then when Republicans talk to me, and they come up to me and they say, like, I'm really worried about trans people. And I say, why? And they go, they believe something that's not true. And I said, I'm sorry, didn't you go to church this Sunday? And they go, that is not the same thing, Brittany. And I was like, tell me how it isn't. And they're like, I'm having a personal, intimate relationship with Jesus. You don't know my relationship with Jesus. I was like, cool. They're having a personal, intimate relationship with their gender. Next. And usually they don't have nothing to say. Then they get mad at me and they come back at me with more. And then I sit there and I have the conversation over and over again. And that's the idea. Look, I don't do this for a living on YouTube because girl don't have the emotional labor spoons. But for people I love, people in my communities that for real know me, and they call me and go, I'm freaking out right now. I go, let's talk about it. I'm going to homeschool my kids. Okay. I'm not going to vaccinate my kids. Okay, let's talk about it. Why don't we vaccinate? And then when I hang up with them, I go to my partner and I'm like, oh my God, they're not vaccinating the kids. Oh my God. Like, what a mess. And then I go, you know what? It is what it is. It's going to be what it is. I don't have control over people, and nor do I want to control you. I don't want to control you. But I would encourage you in a better direction as much as I possibly can. And I want society to set a standard of expectation that it maintains. And what we maintain should be freedom. Freedom to own guns, freedom to vote without being threatened, freedom of education, freedom of healthcare, freedom. And that should be our goal, whether we're Republican or Democrat.
Yeah, I mean, I wish freedom was a concern of MAGA.
Yeah, they have a relationship with freedom that means something to them, and I would like them to widen their definition.
I'd like them to remove their current one and replace it with something else, because it seems like they want
You're
the
asking
freedom.
too much, Rashad. You're asking too much of people.
I don't think I am.
Ask
And the reason
what
why
they're capable of.
the reason why I'd say I'm not is people's rights hang in the balance of MAGA letting go of this desire to take people's freedoms. And I think
MAGA doesn't care about your rights. That's why they want to take them away.
Well, I mean, we've had this before, though. We had people who wanted to make sure black people were enslaved forever. We had people who wanted to make sure blacks couldn't vote. I feel like...
And you know what? They still exist. Myron's friends with them.
Jesus Christ, you're not even wrong. I feel like in order to make a society that's better, we kind of have to just defeat them every time. And I feel like every time we win, less and less people believe the bullshit. I think there's less people who want blacks enslaved. I think there's less people who want Jim Crow. And I think that the rights relationship with freedom is this desire to take freedom away from other people. And although I may not be LGBTQ or a woman or, Muslim or whatever, I still think that they need to change their relationship with freedom for the betterment of literally all of society, because even, white people, like conservative MAGA wants to get rid of democracy. You know, like that
Yeah.
white people's rights hang in the balance. White people can get pregnant. White people can believe in Allah or whatever. Like,
Sure.
we're all in this. We're all, you know, all of our heads could be on the chopping block.
I agree.
So I think, in a way, you're right. Like, you do have to have really empathetic conversations with MAGA. Like, if I was having like if I knew someone who was MAGA, I would have a way different conversation with them than I would with like a political activist or like
Sure.
someone who is actively like pushing for MAGA. But I think Biden's gonna actually be one of those legendary people in December
Yeah.
or January. I think he's gonna have to make a decision that might be tough, but might etch him in like American history forever.
Yeah, maybe.
I think Biden's gonna have to get his hands dirty with half of the federal government being willing to overthrow democracy. That's a burden that I mean, I know how I would handle it, but it's a big one. And
Sure.
I think Biden's gonna have to go low. I don't think he's I think he's gonna have to take the gloves off with them, and I think a lot of Republicans might end up going to prison. I hate to sound like Tim Pool, Civil War, but this might, and we'll be able to, like, you know, hopefully that doesn't happen. But if it does, I'd love to have a conversation about that concept again after, you know, if Biden does, you know, have to fucking put a cape on and fly through the sky. But
Look, the way that I kind of think about it is this. Like, I think schools, like schooling, I don't think people should be able to homeschool without reaching a certain level of curriculum, like standard, right? As a kid who was homeschooled till she was 15, I see how that impacted me for the negative and positive. There were tons of positives, tons of negatives.
Agreed.
And I think if we had a universal standard for American expectation, then we'd be better off, but we don't even have that. So we need to set a standard in America that says whether you're poor or rich, black or white, Republican or Democrat, this is the minimum standard of expectation. Because right now we don't even have that. So it feels funny, I guess, to hear people talk about American excellence when we're really letting people slip through. And especially like Republicans think they have the answer. How many of them are homeschooling their kids? That's like the new thing, right?
Yeah, that unfortunately.
And that's going to be a huge disadvantage to a lot of children in the future, right? They're going to miss out on a lot of different things that are expected of them to, you know, they're just going to miss out, or they'll do fine in their little bubble. It depends. It really depends. All of these kids are being, like, in America isn't even the world. There's a global, like, community that's being impacted every day, whether America does something or not, but by their own choices. And those choices aren't even theirs, really. It's a combination of everything that came before them. I just feel like, look, I don't have all the answers, but I am not going to go low just because they go low. That doesn't mean I won't defend myself. And don't get it wrong. Even though all those bitches on the internet try to go low with me, what do? I prove them wrong. I laugh in their face and I make money off them. Okay, that's called going high, girl. That's how you go high.
That shit. You're a G. I
okay.
can't. I don't know how you do it. I don't know. I mean,
they're mad I just make money off as little of an audience as I have. They're just mad I make money, and they don't.
That's a fact.
Nobody wants to see a woman win. Nobody wants to see
there is a lot of misogyny on like online left wing. It's crazy. I didn't think it would exist. I mean, you know, not that I didn't think it'd be as bad as it is.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
To where you can't even debate.
Me neither.
Being like,
to be honest,
too rude. Yeah.
To be honest with you, genuinely me either. I came into this space ignorant as fuck, thinking it would just be so much fun, and now I'm like, oh, it's a battleground here. Like, I had no fucking clue. Yeah, I definitely had a bubble pop coming into this sphere.
That's the biggest thing I don't like. Like, the drama's cool because I get to watch from the sidelines because I don't get involved, but like the watching like women can't debate because if they sound too confident and too self-assured, they're bossy, they're disrespectful, they're rude. It's like, I didn't think
cult leaders.
Bro.
Literally,
don't even get,
it's so
like
funny.
that shit is weird to me. I've watched those videos. It's bro. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to say anything.
That's what I mean. We're looking at a world, and I'm sitting here looking at humans, and I'm like, you don't even know what a cult is. Like, I'm sitting here. I've watched so many documentaries. I've read thousands of books. They're like, there's no way Brittany's read all these books. I was like, you don't even know words, bro. Like, you're literally coming at me, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we're dealing with a humanity that is on a journey. And you want to tell MAGA people?
Brittany, some people are just stupid. There's no journey. Some
That's
people
what
have
I'm
some
saying.
people have hit the end of the journey and it just says stupid right at the end of the road. It's just dead end. You're stupid. Look, if you had a cult fan base, they wouldn't make videos shit talking you because they'd be scared. I'm scared to ever make a video
Sure.
putting Nick Fuentes in a title because it can
Oh,
only get
hell
100
no.
views and 100 of them will be
No, no, no,
groypers.
no.
If you
100. I've
can
had that happen to me. It was a
Yeah, if you
mess.
can
It was a
talk
mess.
shit about a person and you fear nothing, they're not a
Yeah.
cult leader. Stop
Yeah,
playing.
yeah, yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
we have certain names
bullshit.
here we don't use because when they come up, it's just like
Yeah,
it
like
gets
their
rowdy
fan
or
base will fuck you up. Like they'll
it
pull
is.
up on
It
you and
is.
stomp you out. And that's
Mm-hmm.
just like, people can say like, oh, this person's like very few people
Yeah.
have cult followings. And when
Yeah.
they do because you're
Yeah.
scared to make a video about them.
Yeah, it's kind of funny.
But you're
How
not.
are you feeling about the conversation?
I think this one I gotta. This one's better than the last one. I'd say
This
it's
was
better.
good. This was good.
I feel like it was better. I feel
Yeah, it
like
was good.
we understood what one another was saying a lot more. I feel like
Yeah, for
I
sure.
feel like I communicated a little bit better. I think you were a lot. I don't think you communicated poorly. I don't know what you watched. You must have watched a different.
Girl, no, no, no,
You must have watched
no.
a different one. I think you did great.
No,
I
no,
think
no.
I understood
Thank
exactly
you.
what you were trying to say. Um, I think we just. I feel like we. How do I explain this?
We're two generals in a war fighting it differently.
Yeah,
And we're
you
making a
have
bet with each
yeah
other. We're like,
yeah.
I'm gonna do it this way, and you're like, I'm gonna do it this way, and I'm like, okay, but like, my way's better, but you do you, I guess.
Yeah, it's like we kind of understand the same problem, but we're looking at the solutions differently. Um,
Yeah.
I think your way of doing things is definitely best for like interpersonal conversations. Like when you know a MAGA person personally,
Yeah.
it's way better to like try to meet them where they're at than to like try to give them a speech about how much of a piece of shit they are. I feel like I took away from your points is really the importance of just understanding like where I feel like with your mindset it's very very easy to understand like you're not just because you're on the right side doesn't necessarily mean you're always right. Like you could be fucking up somewhere. You could be doing something.
Sure. Everyone's
You
always
could be
fucking up.
pushing someone toward maybe the ideology you don't want them to go toward.
The road to hell is paved with very good intentions. And I have very good intentions. So I always have to check myself.
Yeah, I mean, I think my intentions are like they're okay. Like just like people just be okay. I'm not gonna, I don't want to.
Or
Yeah,
you're like mid.
yeah, I'm trying. I'm learning as I go. I just want people to be free to
Yeah.
do what they want, and that's it. Like I just
Yeah.
that's it. But yeah, I feel like I took away from you like, the importance of empathy in conversations, understanding where I understand where MAGA's ideas come from, but sometimes when you're doomering about the Constitution, you can forget like, oh,
Yeah.
like this person's like in love with Jesus, which isn't a bad thing, but they're letting
Yeah.
their relationship with religion get in the way of this and that.
They're
And you
choosing
have to,
themselves over everybody else, like you
yeah.
said. They
And I
are
think,
really they
yeah,
are really doing that. You are choosing yourself and your belief over every other American, which is so un-American. Yeah. I agree with you on that front. So like you have to do what you're doing because you're playing in a very different bubble and they need a voice like yours to come in and say these things because ultimately it is very un-American what you're doing, bros. Like you're very anti-freedom right now, so you need to chill. But yeah, I do what I do, you do what you do, and together we'll pwn them from both sides, like a threesome,
phone
like
is
a devil's three-way,
crazy.
like
Wait,
a
what? Oh my goodness.
yeah, you, me, and the MAGA right in the middle, baby.
We're gonna
Anyways,
act like that did not just happen.
you know what? Sex negative over here. Sex negative over
No, no,
here.
okay. Look. I think I think
We stumped Rashad. Rashad is stunted.
yeah, I'm trying to unpack some more things that you said because
Let me ask you this. How are your spoons doing? And how much longer do you think we'll talk? Because I'm heading towards the end of my spoons.
Oh, I mean,
so I'm wondering.
Like, look, I have by default I have more spoons than you. So if you want to wrap it up here, we can. Because I have like it's literally the time now is probably the time it was when you started the stream.
Yeah, it's like 1 a.m. almost here. It's a little past my bedtime. I want to keep talking, but I think my body's actually kind of crashing a bit, so I'm afraid I won't be as like cognizant.
Catch disease.
Huh?
I'm not catch disease.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. But the good news is we always have so many good things to talk about. So when we can, we'll do another collaboration.
Yeah, that means the world has gotten crazier. If there's more good
Stop it right now. Well, I will tell you, I don't do politics on my channel, but I do plan to stream Harris versus Trump when they debate. Mm-hmm. If he doesn't pussy out, you know what I'm saying? If he doesn't pussy out. So I plan to stream it if they can, if I am allowed to. And that will be fun. And I want to talk to you after that because I think that would be a fun conversation.
Okay, so damn, but you'll be taxed though. You'll be
not after the live stream. We'll talk another day.
Oh,
but
yeah, I was like, bro, like, you're gonna die.
Like, no, I'll be done. My spoons will be.
Yeah, I was like,
totally
Brittany might be off the.
But I mean, after a few days after, whatever, I would love to talk to you because you're doing politics right now, and then this gives me an outlet for my political thing. Even though I don't technically do politics, I'm trying to be vocal about how I'm voting, just
It'll
to
help
let people
your momentum
know.
for your channel too to cover that because this election is gonna be good for the algorithm. So
it is, and I definitely, look. Okay, I wish Harris would just like bend me over, step on me, do whatever she wants, coconut milk all over my face. But like she is mommy dami, and I never miss an opportunity to cover a mommy dami. Okay, just like we love her. Yeah. So respectfully. We mean that respectfully. Look,
I would say pause, but
look, we're on Harris TikTok, and Harris TikTok is killing it. Let me say, I am susceptible to the branding, and I am totally loving it. Have you seen Harris TikTok?
They're doing a good job. They're doing a great job.
Killing it.
They're going low though, Brittany. They're using insults and they're being petty. So
no. It's all tongue in cheek. It's just for fun. It's not low. I disagree. I think they're going dignified clapback. You gotta clap back.
I don't know.
It's
Obama's joke was kind of lower. I don't know if you saw that one, but
maybe. I don't know. I did see it. There were some one-liners during the convention. Let me tell you, there were some one-liners,
I don't want to drag you out too far, but
anyways.
But, look.
Thank you for the conversation. It was really good. And my audience really loved it. They really like when we collab.
I hope I didn't sound like a let's kill them all lunatic for the last 4 hours.
No, because I probably sounded like a pro-Trumper at some points. I'm gonna get clipped, bro. I probably sounded like a MAGA sympathizer.
You sounded like a let's all be friends more so than like a.
Oh, the worst is a woman. There's another woman wanting to be friends with everybody.
That's great. Unfortunately, that's how they're gonna do. Yeah, this space is it's hellbound. But
yeah.
Again, thanks for the conversation.
Same. I will post a link to your channel. Of course, we'll keep this stream up so you guys can just watch it. I'll add timestamps within today or tomorrow. And please go check out Rashad.
Look, I appreciate you having me. Hopefully my audience, I got you tagged in the title, so.
Thank you.
Audience, go over there, sub please. But yeah, again, I appreciate the conversation. It was great.
It was great.
Hopefully we can have just a pure philosophy convo. I hope I didn't like
it was great.
Politics